like in a multi-channel. Something could be a component that needs to be built, etc. So this kind of a way allows you to build it out very modularly, and you also have capabilities to start modeling the pieces now. So for instance, you can define the process model, for a particular step. For instance, there is a recruiter review, so what needs to happen in that. You can start to build conditions and automatic decisions as part of that. You can start to do assignments in this. You can also do collaboration within the platform. For instance, you can send a resume, ask somebody to review it, approve it, etc. And you can build these type of decision tables for making automatic decisions, like say compensation and things like that. You can start to put in notifications. You can start to put UI for it. You can start to put data model around it. You can start to put integration around it. So you can see that whole case becomes like a string that ties together everything together, right? I mean, so you have your process, you have a data, you have your decisions, you have your UI. So all of this is getting tied and then coming together in as one app. So this is the concept of case management. This is really powerful, and many platforms use this concept very effectively to offer this as a low-code way of doing things. And the next concept is about process mining. So many times when you're working in big businesses, there is a legacy transformation that the team is trying to do, or process efficiency that they want to bring in. The first step is to understand what is really going on, right? So this picture describes the actual state of affairs is different from what people think it is. So similar to doctor using an X-ray, so process mining is about understanding your process, right? So from the data from your existing system. So how it works is primarily any transaction, any process, right? I mean, actually flows through multiple systems. Say for instance, a customer request will come in from a CRM. It will go through an ERP for the process. It will go through an accounting system for payment, and it will kind of get into a notification system for the communication, etc. So there are multiple systems that are involved, and each system leaves footprints. It leaves the logs. There are system logs that are getting generated from different systems, like the ERPs, the CRMs, the custom applications, and the .NET and mainframes. So what process mining does is it captures all of the footprints and uncovers the real process. So for instance, it orders all of the logs in a chronological order, and then it starts to group them based on the case ID, and then starts to correlate the various entries, and then recreates the process. So it'll show how the recreated process looks like. So I'll show this through an example, right? So here this is an order management process, and what you see here is a tool called Celonis. Celonis is a leader for process mining. So what we have done here is we have kind of given about 1 million sales orders and the logs for the 1 million sales orders, and it has recreated this path, the happy path for the process. For instance, the order management process is about receiving the order, confirming order, shipping goods, sending invoices, etc. So this is the path, but this is happening only only few times, so only 1 in 500 times. So there are 500 more variations, 495 more variations of it, and this is happening only 42% of the time. So what is happening for the rest of the time? So you can start to peel this onion layer by layer. So for instance, you would see by uncovering say the second most so I think I have the the view is timed out, so we can see that quickly now. Yeah, so you can, what you can do is you can start to unearth this the reasons behind it one by one. So for instance, somebody is extending the confirmed delivery date, right? I mean, like, 168,000 times in 1 million times. So you have to ask the question, why is somebody doing that? And you can see that there is actually, and after you receiving an order, there is a credit check that's happening for certain cases, and you see that there are return goods happening for certain cases, etc. So once you start to peel these reasons one by one, you can ask questions, and then you can actually optimize the process well, right? So this is one very important thing whenever we are dealing with the low code and this discipline, is because the traditional way of discovering the requirements, discovering and modeling the process is very costly and time consuming. I'm sure you would agree with that. So if you wanna start to build something, and you go to the first meeting, you open up the whiteboard, and then there are people telling you 10 different versions of the same story, what is happening. So this is very confusing at times. So this type of a tool simplifies all of that. Like, so it actually it's a very data driven way to approach it, and it gives you objective evidences of what the process is actually doing, and where are the opportunities for improvement. Second reason for this is, so whenever you're embarking on a low code or any kind of automation or any transformation that you are looking to, it's very difficult to quantify the business case for it. So this type of an approach helps you to do that. So this type of an approach will help you to say that, see, there is actually, so for instance, here in 168,000 times out of 1 million, there is an extending of delivery date that's happening, which is actually adding, say, we can say the throughput time, which is adding 10 days to the whole process, right? I mean, so this is the insight that we're getting. Now, if we automate this step, so for instance, you can actually cut down on 7 days and make it 3 days directly, right? So this type of clear business cases you can actually create using this approach. So that's the reason why this is a very important approach, especially in the low code context. Dealing with the teams, you will not get a very clear documentation of what's really happening, and what is the volume, and what is the gap, and all that stuff. So this approach actually helps you to have that confidence before you start to roll these tools out. So this is about process mining. So I spoke about a lot of things, maybe seemingly unrelated, but believe me that all of them have this relationship. So this is how it all comes together. So for you to achieve the end-to-end business outcome from your low code, if you want to achieve the process excellence that you're targeting from low code, or if you are looking to generate those type of experiences, the customer experiences, etc. So you need to look at a combination of capabilities. You need to look at a set of platforms where, for delivering this. So you saw things like discovery through process mining. So unless you discover the right process before you start automating, unless you start understanding the friction, it will not be effective. Similarly, you need to have the right understanding between the IT and the business about a process, have this common shared understanding about the process, about the decisions before you start to automate them. So that's why it's important to look at all of this together to be able to succeed in low code. So for you to apply the right type of arrows from your quiver, So be it the case management, be it the process orchestrations or integrations, etc. So you need to have this type of a holistic approach to problem solving that combines all of these capabilities. So that's a very important takeaway from here. And I'm going to now talk about this whole the low code space itself. So this whole space is very vast. I would say there are about just in the enterprise app development and this related space, there would be possibly be 200, 300 different low code platforms, and it includes everything, right? I mean, it includes your design tools that are enabling the designers to do their UIs and prototypes, UI prototypes and visual design, to your AI and ML kind of platforms. So I'll just talk briefly about this, the design part of it, right? So the focus has shifted from static UI design to more of high fidelity design, to mobile and conversation interactions, right? So that's where some of these platforms like Figma and Envision and Adobe are getting really, really smart. First is in the aspect of there are a lot of these AI services that are coming in the background of these design platforms to automate the design process itself. Things like your icons, backgrounds, logos, branding aspects, etc. is getting recommended from AI in these platforms. Second thing is there is machine generated code that is happening. So once you have designed it, from design to code, it is not like a whole new process. So you can actually do that very quickly. There are tools like sketch to code or screenshot to code, and there are these Angular or React code generators like JHipster, Human, and they're making this whole low code experiences very, very enriching. So I'll show you a quick glimpse of this. Yeah. So many of you may have looked at this. This is a project from Microsoft, sketch to code, right? So what you can do here is you can actually provide your hand-drawn design, right? And it will convert this into a working HTML. So for instance, there are some examples here. You can kind of check this out yourself. So for instance, yeah, if you say this is this kind of a screen you have built a prototype for, it will within no time it actually converts into a working HTML. You can download the HTML. You can actually, so the way it works is it actually uses this whole image and it predicts the objects that are underlying that, and it shows you what all things it has predicted. So it is saying that this is a button and this is a label and this is a text box, and it is also giving you the probability of it, of the accuracy. It's using AI to kind of understand what is really there in that image, and then it is converting this into an HTML form. So similar thing is there from many other platforms. So there actually you can start to use this for more complex design as well. So the idea is that this is where the market is heading. So it is not just about creating these static prototypes, but it's also about this high fidelity prototypes which actually can get converted into code very quickly. And this is, while this is on the design side, so on the AI side also, there is this whole term called citizen data scientists. So they are the business users who can extract insights from data without IT involvement, right? I mean, so they can start to use their own standard conventional models and then start to do a lot of machine learning. So there are platforms like obviously .ai and H2O.ai, so that allows you to do this machine learning without code. So there's also a project by GPT-3 where you can see that if you just describe this in natural language, it actually converts that into code, etc. So there's a lot of interesting things that are happening there. While all of this is, it may seem a little not ready for today kind of thing. So I wanted to focus on this middle set of tools. Right, this is where the bulk of action is happening. This is where the bulk of spend is happening, and you can see that these are the tools which are related to the automation, app building, experience building, business rules, integrations, etc., which is the core of the market, and majority of the investments are also going into that. I'm leaving aside some of these the low code business platform add-ons. For instance, SAP has AppGiver, and Oracle has Apex, and Salesforce has Salesforce Lightning. So there are these add-ons which are there as part of the business platforms. But I'm gonna leave them for a moment and then focus on the pure play low code platforms. There are options like Appian and Pega, Uncork, Mendix, Neutrinos, Vem. They are extraordinary tools, and each one of them has nice capabilities and so on. So let's go over very quickly some of that. So Appian, I mean, not in any specific order, right? I mean, I'll probably look at it alphabetically. So Appian is a full stack low code automation tool. I mean, especially for complex process management, complex case management. So it has a very good full featured modeler. It supports BPMN. It actually helps to build these complex processes, minimizing the code. And it also has a lot of governance features, like it can scan through all of the design objects to check for configuration. It alerts the users for any security violations, and it also allows the designers to correct the configuration immediately. Another good thing about Appian is it's also has tight integration with Google AI, so it helps you to embed some of these new features into the process, things like document AI or natural language processing and things like that. You can start to directly embed this in Appian. A recent update is that Appian as well as Pega, by the way, both have embedded process mining within the same stack. So you can actually discover these opportunities for automation and then manage the whole life cycle of automation, right from your process mining, the whole stack that I described in terms of discover, design, and automate. So that's the feature from Appian. Talking about Mendix, Mendix is another matured product. It's a subsidiary of Siemens. It's very great in terms of the UI UX design that it supports. It has good integration and governance capabilities, and the good thing about it is coming from, I think, from an engineering background, it also has some good capabilities around Internet of Things, digital twins, and those kind of use cases it supports well. So it actually is overall is a very nice tool in terms of your UX design, integration, and support for governance, etc. Microsoft is another leader in this whole space. So when we say Microsoft low code, that means we're talking about Power Apps, and it actually works well with the rest of the Power Platform, if you want to call it, things like Power Automate, Power BI, Power Virtual Agents for chatbots, etc. So it complements this whole ecosystem very well. And the good thing is that Microsoft has this license from OpenAI for commercializing GPT-3. So for those of you who don't know GPT-3, it's like a very futuristic AI project that I just talked about briefly earlier. That it allows you to use natural language processing for coding, right? So that if we are able to get to that frontier, it'll be really amazing. And having talked about all the good things, so the feedback about Microsoft is also that it is good for your medium to low complexity process automation, but you're talking about like very complex process automation. This is something which may not be the right choice there. And I'm talking about out systems, right? So out system is sorry, yeah, there you go. OutSystem is again a leader in this. It has full-fledged capabilities from process modeling to AI. It has a good feature on AI augmented development. That means like it has AI assisted development that will prompt you to kind of complete things, or and has this inbuilt governance as part of it. And also it gels well with enterprise process repositories, like for CI/CD and testing and planning and so on. So overall, it's a very good tool for enterprise grade rapid application development. And of course, the UI and the data part is also very strong. I know there's a session from Bruno later today, where we're gonna be digging deeper about out systems. So I'm also eager to hear more. Now, in terms of some of the cons, I mean, so out systems has a lot of positives, but things like, say, complex decision modeling, etc., may not be the right use cases for out systems there. Coming to Pega. Pega has been like a very mature player in this market, 15-17 years of existence. I mean, active existence. It actually is a unique. It has a unique position because it is also a leader in the application development space, CRM space, as well as the automation space. So it actually combines all these 3-4 strengths together. So again, it's a very good low-code development platform for rules-driven or human loop type of automation or a straight-through process. And the one of the good things about Pega is the whole AI decision fabric that it supports, right? I mean, so there is a product called CDH. This is the Pega Customer Decision Hub. That's a very good tool for marketeers and also customer service professionals, right? I mean, where you can actually roll out a lot of the campaigns, next best actions. You can do A/B testing, you can do multivariate testing, etc., so that you can drive your outcomes there. So again, very easy to and very intuitive to from a development perspective. Talking about the cons here again, when you have use cases around long tail processes, then this is something which is kind of not the right platform here. I mean, so when you have, say, large mission critical process, Pega has the value for money there. So and then there is also integration stacks like MuleSoft. Again, MuleSoft has a very great product line called the Composer by MuleSoft Composer. It's a very easy way to connect apps, data, specifically in close partnership with IT and business. It's very close to Salesforce. Salesforce has acquired this now. So it works well with many of the Salesforce ecosystem. But again, outside of this as well, in terms of whether it's Oracle or Oracle, Workday, Tableau, Google, Slack, there are a lot of connectors, and it will work very easily without having to do a lot of heavy coding there. And so, as I said, I don't want to kind of get into the app platform, the business platform add-ons like Salesforce or things like that. So Salesforce, of course, has many choices. It has product called Lightning and also Apex. So they have different functions. I mean, one is for more of extending Salesforce functionality. Another is more from UI and app development point of view, which is Lightning. And similarly, but Salesforce has its strength in terms of having a very great marketplace, a very good community it is built, so it enjoys that. And also ServiceNow is again catching up very actively. It has a lot of full range of automation features and low-code features, but again, they are many of the customers that I've seen, they have been using this more from an IT department automation point of view. So that's the current state so far. So I don't have time to go over each one of those logos and platforms that I mentioned here, but more or less you can see that I've tried to cover the majority of the important ones, and each one of them has their own strengths and place. For instance, Kintone or Uncork, I mean, they're all of them are really great. Some of them are very strong in certain domain, like Uncork is in insurance, finance services. Kintone is more stronger on the Asia side of Asia region, so on. So there are a lot of these strengths which each one of them have. I will say that have a closer look at all of that, with some of the lenses that I spoke about. So that will be important. So with that, I wanted to look at what are the use cases or what are the applications that we need to look into from low code, which are the best sweet spots there. So if you see, I will just go in a random order here. Pick up Lotus Notes migration. So in the typical IT landscape, there are these SharePoints and Lotus Notes. You have these end user computing EUC remediation initiatives that are going on, where you want to replace this Excel sheet and make them compliant. So these are typically large number of processes but low complexity applications. Large numbers but low complexity. So what we need here is very short turnaround time, and we need a platform that can work very closely with the business, with the operations teams, to kind of digitize them quickly. So this is again a very good sweet spot for low code. So we have seen turnaround times like like 2 weeks for each of these EUC remediations that we could be able to achieve. We were able to achieve with low code platforms there. So again, this is something to be considered. And digital transformation, of course, you saw the entire tooling, right? I mean, right from your case management to integration to process orchestration, etc. So this entire tool set forms almost like a very robust composable framework from an architecture perspective, and this can be interlinked and scaled very quickly, right? I mean, through this low code. So again, digital transformation using low code. So we have actually had we have actually built very complex applications for our customers, things like, say, a large record keeping application, which actually can manage billions of dollars of transactions. We're building a whole water management platform for a telecom company using this. We are replacing a lot of mainframes using this. So again, this is something which is it's not just for your small shallow processes, but for your large complex mission critical processes as well. The third use case is around your user interfaces and experience modernization. So wherever you have wherever you have a SAP or an ERP or a mainframe, and you want to build some portals on top of it, web applications on top of it, conversational apps on top of it. So you can do that very quickly using low code. You can build those UIs, those new experiences with the low code platforms. We spoke briefly about the legacy transformation. So legacy again, I mean, the important thing about legacy transformation is usually they are like a very long roadmap. So you cannot just go ahead and then lift and shift something. So you need to be able to provide a continuous path for modernizing your processes, especially around your legacies and core systems, so that you can actually chew them in pieces, so that you can build piece by piece update on top of your core, and you can sunset your legacy in that process. So in that way, low code is very effective to kind of adopt that journey there. And and the other part is about these white spaces between ERPs or ERP add-ons, as you want to call it. So so I have a quick example of this. You would have seen this analogy of a jar with stones, and then there is the sand or the fluid that fills in between, right? So it's the same analogy, right? I mean, so your core systems are like these big rocks, your ERPs or mainframes and finance systems, etc. So, but you need these apps that cut across functionalities between these core platforms, right? So that's where so things like, say, your master data management, or your removing say invoice blocks or claims and deduction and those type of processes. So you can think of low code as this fluid layer, right? I mean, this layer of that fills in the white space between the systems, provides kind of a glue between the systems. This is a perfect spot for low code, and we have seen many customers use this in this context of ERPs and CRMs and main and big core systems, and adding on to that. And another important one is around the customer service transformation. So you have all of the contact center apps, your chat and messaging and email channels, self-service, etc. So again, low code provides a plethora of tools, especially the concepts of case management that I spoke about, right? Each request that is coming in from customers needs to be resolved. So you need to be able to connect and connect this and automate this work across different people and different systems to resolve the customer inquiries, customer complaints faster. So hence the customer service transformation is again a very a good use case to be picked up from a low code perspective. So these are some of the use cases per se, and I also wanted to touch upon some of the caution areas, right? I mean, how do we avoid this part? This is also important. So the first point is about governance, right? I mean, so what we say is governance first, build next. So it is, with the plethora of the platforms that are coming in, it is leaving everybody confused, right? I mean, from the architects community, developers, CIOs, as to how do we ensure that this whole adoption of low code is done in a structured way to democratize the app development, and not leading to like a mushrooming of unmanageable apps. So that's where this governance is very important. So governance is needed not just from delivery governance, but also from security, privacy control. You need to have systems in place to ensure that your regulatory compliance, your DLP, your your data and environments, all of that is controlled, so that you are moving forward with a without getting into a lot of trouble. And also, there needs to be some kind of a playbook for usage of low code, no code. So this will ensure that the right tool is used for the right purpose. Otherwise, people start to fit in everything to everything. So that is not a very good scenario as well. So this was about a few things about governance, and second point is about the community development and collaboration. So the ratio of the citizen developers to professional developers, right? I mean, if you look at just from the scale perspective, the projection is that it will go somewhere close to about 4:1. That means there's going to be, in future, there's going to be 4 citizen developers for 1 professional developers. So you can imagine that there has to be a lot of investment in terms of arriving on a common mindset between all of them, right? There needs to be training, there needs to be awareness, there needs to be this whole community that will need to be kind of rallied, so that we are able to achieve the outcomes that we are targeting here. So this is a very important aspect. So a lot of investments, a lot of focus has to go into this part as well. Thirdly, there has to be a diligence that needs to be going in terms of choosing the right vendor, vendor partner for the platform tools as well. So it's almost like a gold rush which is going on right now, with so much of buzz on low code. So there are so many platforms which are coming in. Many of them are short-lived, and there are people who have been in this space for a long time. So so there has to be a due diligence that needs to happen with regards to how good the partners are. And also you need to consider the aspect of vendor lock-in, right? How much of vendor lock-in will this result in if we continue with that? How do we mitigate that? How much of standardization we can bring in terms of the output that we are looking to build? So these are the aspects that we also need to consider while going with low code. With that, I wanted to kind of wrap it up with some insight that we have from one of our research that we had done. So this is done in collaboration with HFS. HFS Research is an analyst firm along with Infosys partnered with HFS to survey close to about 150 CXOs and professionals asking about low code. We wanted to find out what is driving the low code adoption, what is the future investment looking like, what are the big blockers, things like that. So these 5 themes emerged, right? I'm going to quickly talk about these 5 themes there. So first is about speed. So speed to market, agility, that's the number 1 reason for driving the low code adoption. So 95% of enterprises, they said they are trying out low code, and they're adopting low code just for the singular purpose of responding quickly to business needs. So that's one of the primary demand driver there. Second point about this is the investments. So this is again a very interesting trend that we found. So currently the investment in low code development platforms is around 10% of the budget of the software budget. 10% of the software budget is currently for low code, no code, and this is going to grow to 25% in the next 3 years. That means there's a 2.5 times shift that's going to happen from an IT spend point of view. And this spending will primarily shift from your large platform providers like Oracle and SAPs, etc., to low code platforms. So that's the insight that we got from the surveys there. And the third piece is about training. So the revelation is that although the term low code is that it's about simplicity, but it still requires investment in training. So what these EXOs told was 62% of them told was that training is a significant inhibitor, significant blocker today for adopting low code. So that's the thing that we need to also consider. And then fourth point is about collaboration. As you may have seen by now, that it's a discipline which is at an intersection between IT and business. So this needs a very strong collaboration between IT and business. They need to come together jointly, not just from a development perspective while they're working on the projects, etc., but also before that, like in the form of deciding on the investments and creating the roadmap, etc. So there's a need for folks to come together, but still it's our service is that 62% of the low code investment is driven from software teams and not from business, right? I mean, so the hypothesis on profession developers and getting impacted because of low code is true. So that's something that is what we are also seeing. And fifth one is partners, service firms like Infosys, and many of you are working there. And we also have to recalibrate to this word. So what we wanted to find out was how relevant we will be. So it looks like companies are expecting the service partners to handle them through establishing these low-code COEs in terms of setting up the processes, the tools, trainings, etc. And the companies are expecting the service partners to bring in that type of the business skills, the design skills to support adoption and going forward there. So this is what the survey told us in brief. So with that, I wanted to pause here and take questions from the audience. And let's see, there is I'll just see if you have any questions, please, raise your hand or unmute yourself and you can ask, or you can also put it in chat. Yeah, hi, Rajarshi. Please go ahead with the question. Adhira, we can't hear you, sorry.
Beg your pardon. Yes, Kumar will unmute you, and so Rajesh, go ahead with your question. Hi, Kumar.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So, Dhira, you want to go ahead?
No, for you to go ahead, please. You go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Ashok, regarding large program governance for large digital transformations using low-code platforms, what kind of challenges do you see in the future? As in, what could be the typical challenges of low-code digital transformation versus a traditional this one? How will this pan out?
Sure. So see, as I outlined also in some of the research that we found out, right? I mean, and the surveys that is found out. See, one of the important part is the governance piece, right? I mean, so this is very exciting for everybody to just jump into this and then start to code and create their own apps. And if we don't manage this well, if we don't structure this towards the right direction, it's going to lead to a lot of unmanageable gaps in the whole system. So that's where the governance is a very important part, especially when it comes to the aspects like data security, privacy control, regulatory compliance. There has to be aspects considered around the access, the visibility of the application performance, right? I mean, that has to be going in. Adequate focus has to be given to testing. Especially in low code, there is a tendency for people to kind of skip those aspects and then jump right in terms of putting the features into production. So those are the things I think will need to be addressed or thought through before people start to adopt this at a very large scale. Second thing is also about the training part, right? I mean, so while you will see that there's a lot of excitement and inclination towards working in some of these tools, but there has to be some foundational training that communities need to go through in terms of some of these simple developer practices, right? Some simple do's and don'ts of what to do and what not to do, etc. And then also there are some standard practices that needs to be kind of followed from a enterprise specific things. So these are some things that will need to be kind of thought through. So one of the ways in which this will all shape up is also in terms of creating like a low code COE. And that is a very common way for organizations to take this journey forward and then have their low code thing started. That would make sense.
Yeah. I followed that. One more follow-up question here on this. See, you showed something with respect to AI-based transformations while you are doing a digital transformation on low code, right? As in you do scanning happens and automatically the UI gets generated. So see, there are specific AI ML tools as well, right? So how will AI ML features embedded inside these tools versus typical AI ML, as in specific AI ML tools? How will the market move ahead with respect to this aspect?
That's again a good question. So see, if we look at the applicability of AI, right, in this whole space, in this whole low code and digital transformation space, so there will be 3-4 areas, right? I mean, so one area is around decisioning, wherever you have decisioning happening in terms of your the predictive decisioning or adaptive decisioning, or classification, or understanding a large set of unstructured data and then trying to interpret and do things, etc. So those type of decisioning is something that will be category number one. Second is in terms of your natural language processing, from understanding large sets of voice inputs or text inputs, and then trying to make sense of it to be able to extract the entities and then try to automate the process. So that part of automation part of it is the second piece. Third is in terms of engagement, right? I mean, where you have conversational bots, you have virtual agents, etc., where you can actually also use to cut down on your customer service effort and then amplify that engagement part of it better. So you can see that there's a lot of progress that's also happening in the market very quickly. That's why I see this as a low code being the baseboard for innovation. It's when you look at the Legos, right? Lego set. So you have the blocks and then you have the baseboard. So a low code should be like a baseboard where you can actually plug in all of these AI innovations into it. So for instance, if I'm not going to compare products here, like say, I'm just for hypothetical example, if today Google has a very good handwriting AI, right? I mean, where it can read the handwritten documents well, and then interpret that better. Tomorrow there is another competition, so you should be able to quickly shift that particular piece to a different service, and then still continue the use case from there. So that type of modular design can be enabled through low code, and then we can weave many of these innovations into the process very quickly there.
Okay, I got it. One final question from my side, as in, see, there is as in how overall low code platforms are perceived in the market, right? As in, there are a set of no code tools also. We talk about citizen developers also. So, as in, one perception in the market is, as in, once you start using a low code tools, the amount of investments that you need, or you may not need pro code developers beyond a certain point of time. So do you have a point of view on that, as in the camouflage of the no code, low code, and the pro code platforms?
Yeah. So see, just from a definition point of view, just to categorize this, right? I mean, in terms of no code, low code, and the regular ones, where you have absolutely no code at all, where you just have to drag and drop, and then you can start to create and get the output for the application. That would be no code. Where you have close to about 20 to 40% coding, right, for achieving your outcomes. That would be low code, and the rest would be the rest of the platforms. Now, coming back to talk about the type of people, right, and the citizen developer question, right. So see, it's not that the professional developers or the coders are going to go out of business. So there is more than enough work that is there. I mean, there's actually the other way around. There's severe shortage of talent in terms of the professional developers, right? So some of the statistics that I was referring to is there is this whole demand of about 500 million apps that we need to build by in the next 5 years or so. So which is an enormous number, and the shortage of the developers are going to be also playing a factor there. So what the professional developers are going to do is to move into the higher order tasks. They're going to be moving into more critical projects, more complex projects within the organization, and they will be playing that enabler role for the citizen developers, where they will be looking to build these frameworks on top of low code to say build things like integration services, APIs, data backbone, etc., so that the low code developers can use this to configure their applications, then to kind of build things from scratch. So that's the role that the professional developers are going to play. Right. And one more question that you asked was in terms of the perception. So see, there is a balanced perception in the market, right? I mean, as far as I see this, it is not that the low code is going to change the existing software development paradigms completely, but at the same time, people are excited about this in a way that they will see that this is going to augment and amplify the productivity part of it, right? I mean, so that's the way they look at it. I mean, they can actually involve more people. The pie is going to get bigger. That is the way people are starting to look at this whole thing.
Okay. Yeah.
I think we had Mahesh also waiting to speak. Sorry, Rajesh, does this answer your questions? Can we move to the next?
Yeah. I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah. This.
Okay. Okay. Hi, Mahesh. Okay, he's connecting to audio. Oh. Probably a point problem. Mahesh, do you want to put your question on chat? Let's see. No, I think he probably have. Okay, he's connected. No. Okay, I think we've had this one that is already there. I think you touched upon it. What kind of governance is needed for low code?
So let me elaborate a bit more on that.
A bit more until Mahesh comes in.
Yeah, sure. So when we talk about this whole governance aspects from a local perspective, there are multiple levels that are needed here, right? So first is in terms of your intake itself, the intake governance. Like you need to choose the right use cases for it. That's very important. I mean, you should not be overly ambitious in terms of the type of use cases that you are looking to solve for. Second is there has to be a lot of delivery and architecture governance, design and architecture governance, right? I mean, so things like you need to have the right tool, right practices, etc., to be followed as part of your development. There is also a tighter control during the delivery process in terms of what patterns to follow, the security, the architecture, the integration part of it that needs to be reviewed and governed very frequently. And then, of course, we spoke about the data and the security governance. So that part is also something that will need to be taken care throughout.
Okay. So I don't see any other questions coming up. I still don't know if Mahesh can unmute himself. Be good to have his question. Okay. See, there aren't any more questions coming in. But so do you want to wrap up then, Ashok?
No, I think, yeah, I think
you had everything to say.
Yeah, I think I've covered most of what I wanted to say, and it was really good interacting with everybody. And thank you everybody for listening in. And I hope this was a good use of time.
Okay, Monica says thank you too. Monica Martinez. And yes, of course, thank you, Ashok. It was a very, very informative session. And especially it gives us a lot of pointers and something that people would like to build their low code strategy on. So it's a good pointer and a very informative session. Thank you again. And please stay on to listen to the other presenters. And for our delegates, we have a little gap now till 11:05. And I'm sure you will like this time to assimilate all your thoughts and all the ideas you've got from Ashok. And we will come back again at 11:05. But stay connected. Thank you, Ashok. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We are on to our second presentation now, and we have Varun here who would be talking about how to use low code in algo trading. Varun is the content and is in the content and research team at QuantInsti, and he will be talking about how to create a strategy for algo trading. He'll tell you more about himself. So over to you, Varun.
Thanks for the introduction, Deera. Hi, everyone. So welcome to the session. So this is Varun. So I have a master's degree in financial engineering, and I've been in this algo trading industry for the past 8 years. So I started as a manual trader. So slowly I turned into an algorithmic trader, and I worked as a global macro analyst and algo trading strategist. So as Deera was saying, so currently I'm working at QuantInsti. Basically, my work is to create strategies and create content for the team. So let me start my presentation. I'm sharing my screen. So today's topic is algo trading with visual programming. So in this session, so I'm going to start with a brief overview of algo trading. So to the attendees who is not an algo trader or who are not into trading, we'll get a basic idea of what algo trading is. And we will also discuss the need for algo trading and why algo trading is in such demand these days and how we transform the industry. What exactly is the need for algo trading? And then we are going to discuss about how the challenges of algo trading will be attended by visual programming. And we are going to discuss about a visual programming platform called Blueshift. And then we are going to discuss a basic trend following strategy. And we are going to see how we can create this strategy using our low code program. And at the end, we're going to analyze the same strategy and also discuss a bit on risk management. So let's start with a brief overview of algo trading. So basically, when it comes to trading, so initially started as a manual trading business where people analyze the markets and take trades manually. But over the time, due to advent of technology, there was a mix of software and finance market and algo trading for that. So as a definition, so algo trading is a method of executing orders using automated pre-programmed trading instructions. So as a manual trader, you're going to do the research by yourself and you're going to decide what kind of trades you take. But when it comes to algo trading, everything is pre-programmed at the same time, everything is automated. Now let's see what is the basic structure of an algo trading system. So just like any other software or most of the softwares, the first part of a algo trading system is data. So there are several types of data an algo trading system requires. So the first one is the price data. So when it comes to markets or any kind of assets, be it cryptocurrency or be it stocks or be it forex, be it commodities. So the first data you're going to pump into your algo trading system is price data. And following that, the second most important data is fundamental data. So what is fundamental data? So basically, let's say Apple. So you're creating an algo trading system for Apple. So you're going to give the price data of Apple at the same time. You're going to give fundamental data of Apple, like income statements or quarterly statements, balance sheets, etc., which fundamentally defines a company. Or you can also say corporate statements. And you will also combine economic data. So Apple belongs to US, so US economic data or macroeconomic data of US, such as inflation numbers, interest rates, or industry-specific data, etc. And you'll also use news data in algorithmic trading. So we'll use NLP, or we can also use some basic word reading or sentiment analysis algorithms to study the news. So for that reason, we're going to use news as a data to the algorithm, and also social media data. As you guys have already observed, so these days, even in social media platforms like Reddit and Twitter, so most of the stocks are trending. So let's say there is a news regarding Apple and people start tweeting about it, like what is their sentiment? Are they buying it or they selling? So understanding social media data through your algorithms helps you to understand the public sentiment of the stock. All these are achieved with the help of data APIs. So generally price data is given by a broker. So the platform you're trading with, so they provide their data APIs, and there are also external data providers. And coming to fundamental data, economic data, news data, there are data providers who provides you with these kind of APIs so that you can plug into your algo trading system. So this is the first and important part of an algo trading system. So the next one is to model a strategy. So once you have your data, now the next question is what kind of strategy you want to deploy, or what is your hypothesis, trading hypothesis. It could be as simple as buy Apple whenever it releases quarterly statement, or it could be as complicated as study the news articles using natural language processing on Apple, use deep learning and give me trading signals. So it can range, it can be very simple, it can be very complex. It can be mathematical also. So for example, it starts with trading hypothesis, and using trading hypothesis, you define certain rules. If this happens, buy this stock, or if this happens, sell this stock. So these rules are used to model trading strategy. As a common practice, traders across the world use technical analysis. So for the initiative, technical analysis is a concept with which you analyze stocks and take trading decisions. And then you can also do statistical analysis and mathematical models also. So entire quantitative finance is based on statistical and mathematical analysis of economy and stocks. So you can create certain models as a part of your strategy. And using this, you define your model. So as a second step, first you get the data. Second, you define your trading strategy. Once these two steps are done, so before trading, you backtest. So this is a common practice in the industry. So whatever idea you have, you first backtest. Backtest, as the name says, you implement the idea in the historical data. For example, I observed that, let's say I observed every Wednesday Apple stock is going up. It's a simple hypothesis, but just because I got an idea or found an observation, I can't just go ahead and buy Apple every Wednesday. Rather, I should backtest the idea. For that, I pump in the historical data, let's say last 20 years of Apple data, model a strategy with this logic. The logic is buy Apple on Wednesday and backtest it. So run the strategy on the historical data and see how it would have performed. So with this, I will get an idea whether my hypothesis or the strategy is profitable or not. Once I get the confirmation that it is profitable, I can move ahead. So for backtest, you use historical performance. We will study historical performance and then move to the next step, which is execution. So this is again a complicated part. Theoretically or an idea wise, you can intuitively understand the process, but when it comes to real execution of this part, so it requires lots of complex coding and lots of infrastructure as well. But fundamentally, execution is just that you're sending orders to the broker or the exchange to the broker. So once you got the idea of your strategy and you are good to go with the strategy. So let's say the same strategy, buying Apple on Wednesday. So on Wednesday, you intimate your broker or directly send a buy order to the exchange. So that comes under execution. And either it can be manual execution. For example, these days, for apps like Robinhood, etc., are widely used by traders or normal public or retail traders as well. So once they decided on a trading strategy, they can open the app and manually execute it, or they can also go for automatic execution. Or you can use some certain softwares and scripts and execute it automatically. So even in algo trading systems, first 3 steps can be automated. And there are many trading firms which use algo trading systems only for their backtest and research. But when it comes to execution, they might go for manual execution. But algo trading also provides you automatic execution. So for that, you need an access to trade API. So what is a trade API? Basically, since you want to communicate with your broker or an exchange to place your order, that communication happens to a trade API. Just like we had a data API to get the data. So we have a trade API to send our particular orders to the exchange or the broker. So this is the execution step, and the last step is risk management. So as a last part, or rather an important part of this process is risk management, means you need to define your risk parameters before you start trading. So that's why risk management is an integral part of algo trading system. And most of the times the success of an algo trading system depends on the risk management. So this is the process of algo trading system, and the risk management basically starts with capital allocation. Like how much of your capital you want to allocate to a particular trading strategy or a particular stock And then it ends with defining risk parameters like what is my maximum risk, or what is my expected profit. Let's say you bought Apple at $100, maybe you can limit your risk at $90 and you can limit your profit to probably $130. So that they are called stop loss and take profit, where you limit your risk and also take profits as soon as the target price is reached. So this is the entire process of algo trading system. Now that you've got a basic idea of what algo trading system is, let's understand what is the need for algo trading system. Like, why is it there? Why is it required? So as a manual trader, so basically let's say I want to trade 50 stocks. So I used to be an intraday trader in London Metal Exchange, where I used to control like 4 to 5 contracts every day manually. So it is a challenging task because trading starts with monitoring. Means you need to continuously look at charts, continuously look for inventory reports or macroeconomic reports, and try to gauge the sentiment and then take the position. So first step is to monitor all the data. Second step is to understand the data and try to come up with a trading strategy. And the third step is to execute it. So all these things will be done by a single trader, like manual trader like me, like I used to be. So now when it comes to algorithmic trading, all these processes are automated. So you need not just sit and do all monitoring, research and trading by yourself. You can just write scripts so that algorithm will monitor multiple assets across multiple markets. So at the same time, if you have a strategic idea, you can deploy the strategy across US markets, Asia markets, Europe markets, that too across multiple assets like stocks, cryptocurrency, commodities, etc. So there are many instances where there are statistical strategies which kind of work in multiple assets and multiple markets. So if you have such idea, you can use algo trading and automate the process so that everything happens without your intervention. So this is the main need for algo trading. This is the reason why the algo trading is such important in this kind of markets. And the second one is faster response to market events. For example, especially when you're trading Forex or commodities, so market reacts very fast for inventory news or macroeconomic reports or commodity specific reports or interest rate reports, etc. So as a manual trader or as a retail trader, so you may not be faster to respond to the market, because by the time you get the report, understand the report, and then try to take a trading decision, already the move would happen. For that reason, algorithms are at a higher hand. So they respond faster to the market events, not only to understand or attend to the market events, but also to trade the particular market event. So again, so this is why there is a need for algo trading. And as humans, we are emotional beings. So as a manual trader, if you are a manual trader, you might already experience this. Some of your trades are driven by your emotion. So we may be emotionally connected to a particular stock and take losses, or you may be emotionally charged up and take higher positions, etc. So with algorithmic trading, it will keep check for all these kind of things, because you already pre-program the trading rules. You pre-program like, if this event happens, buy $100 worth of it. So there is no way your emotions are involved. And there is a reduction of errors as well. So as human, there could be calculation errors, or there could be fat finger errors while you're placing orders, etc. So when you use algorithmic trading, there is less chances of these errors, unless there are some errors in your algorithmic trading code. Absolutely, there is no chance of human-related errors. And there is low maintenance as well. So as a human, you can't trade 24 hours. So even though there are certain markets which are open for 24 hours, like cryptocurrency, Forex, etc. So there is no way a human can trade or react to 24 hours with the same kind of focus. So with algorithmic trading, if you have an algorithm or algorithmic trading system, you just need to design it once, and there is no maintenance or such. Maybe you will update the algorithm or your strategy once in a week or once in a month. Other than that, there is absolutely no maintenance for your algorithm, and that too they can work 24 hours for you. And this is an important step, execution at best price. For example, as a manual trader, as we were discussing, there is a lag between you creating a strategy and implementing it. And even if you implement, by the time you place an order, other traders around the world might have already realized the same strategy or the same logic, and they would have taken the price higher and you would miss the bet. So for that reason, algorithmic trading, there is a need for algorithmic trading, and which also helps you to execute at the best possible price. And last but not least, strategy backtest. As a manual trader, be it a technical analysis strategy or be it a hypothesis you come up with, like we did, like by every Wednesday. So to test it, you have to go through the historical data by yourself. You need to go through lots of CSV files or Excel files, or you need to go through lots of charts and understand how it performed in the historical data. But with algorithmic trading, if you already coded your backtester, it's very easy. You just need to punch in your logic and then it will do your backtest in a couple of minutes. So algorithmic, that's the reason backtest is an integral part of algorithmic trading, and there is a need for these kind of softwares or scripts that test your idea in the historical time frame and give you what kind of performance you can expect. So now that we understood the need for algorithmic trading and have an idea of why the algorithmic trading is there in current markets, let's see what kind of skills are required to create an algorithmic trading or be successful at it. So first of all, you should have finance knowledge. So at least a basic level of finance knowledge is required. That is given, but on top of it, you need programming knowledge. So most of the traders, for example, if it comes to high frequency trading, they use C, C++. And if it comes to medium frequency trading, high frequency trading, when I say high frequency trading, so it is the scenario where you place trades like probably you place thousands of trades in a second. But when it comes to medium term trading, maybe you place orders once every minute or once every 5 minutes. So generally intraday traders place orders once every 5 minutes, once every 10 minutes, etc. So intraday traders can use Python. So there are many intraday traders that use Python for their algorithmic trading. So, and people also use R. R is a statistical programming language for their algorithmic trading research. So you would need programming skill, and of course, with beginning programming skill, you can't create algorithmic trading systems. You should have advanced knowledge in programming. They should also be good at data management, because every second huge amount of data is pumped into your system when you construct your algorithmic trading systems. So you need to have good data management skills. At the same time, you need to have required architecture like networks and servers, etc., to create your algo trading system and also to maintain it with the best condition. So without these skills, it's not possible to perform algorithmic trading. So this is what's stopping lots of retail traders or people who had no programming background to start algorithmic trading. For example, especially after the pandemic or during pandemic, there are lots of people who wanted to do algorithmic trading because lots of people started learning about stock market or crypto trading, etc. And they want to trade, but since they have no programming experience, they were limited to manual trading. And there are lots of people who started learning programming as well, just for the sake of algorithmic trading. But it has a steep learning curve. So initially, it's not going to be easy for you to just pick up a new programming language and then implement it at this scale. So for that reason, so there is a definitely need for some help from the tech community for this. So as we were discussing, so the main challenge is steep learning curve. And in addition to that, it's capital intensive. Let's say if you are a very talented programmer with a good experience, maybe you can create several modules of algorithmic trading system by yourself. But that's not the case for most of the people. They might have to hire the freelancers or probably give the project to certain companies to create their algo trading systems, which is capital intensive. And even if you are able to create all by yourself, but the data, getting the data, managing the databases, etc., is a capital intensive task. And on top of it, algo trading system design, especially the strategy design, is a slow development process. For example, as a manual trader, if I observe something, like let's say I've attended Tesla event and I understood that, okay, since Elon Musk is saying so and so, and you observed some market data, you want to just go ahead and buy Tesla. So you can do it as a manual trader. Maybe it will take 10 to 15 minutes for you, but you can do it. But as an algorithm, to study all this information, to go through videos or go through the news and make sense of this, so it is going to be a challenging task for an algorithm. But it is doable, but it's going to take lots of time and effort from the side of algorithmic trading designers. So for that reason, it's a slow development process. So these are all the challenges that the current algo trading industry is facing, or at least from the point of view of retail traders or beginners who want to get into algorithmic trading. On the other hand, there are people who are into trading for past decade, who are good traders, but they want to automate their strategies. But again, these are the hurdles there is. Even though they are good at trading, just want to expand their markets or just want to expand their areas of trade, they have to come to algorithmic trading, but steep learning curve and capital intensive nature and slow development process are the challenges they're facing. For that reason, there is a need for alternative like no-code platforms where a trader or a retail trader need not involve in coding anything, but they can only focus on creating strategies. And for example, any no-code platform that trying to solve these challenges must keep retail traders in mind, because even though most of the trading volumes is not from retail traders, but if you just understand the statistics, most of the traders are retail traders. And as I was saying, most of the volumes might come from institutional traders, but in a numerical way, there are lot many retail traders than professional traders. So if you are creating a no-code platform, so you should keep retail traders in mind, study their use cases and try to cater to them. And also it should be easy to use. So ease of use is very important thing when it comes to even a small app development. But when you took up a project of creating a algo trading system, so ease of use is very important thought you should keep in your mind. And also you should have some pre-built customizable templates. So what I mean by this? So for example, I'm a trader, let's say, and I have no idea of algorithms. I have no programming experience. Now, when I come to your no-code platform, you can't expect me to create everything by myself from the beginning. I expect you to give me some already customizable trading strategies or already pre-built algorithmic trading systems so that I can modify them and implement my idea. Because as we have seen, there are 6 steps in algorithmic trading system, but most of the steps are common for all algorithmic traders, but the strategy would change for everyone, or the data they want to use might change. So if there is a pre-built customizable template or templates for goodness, I can just modify the strategy and keep remaining variables static. I can create my trading strategy or algo trading system easily. So for that reason, if you are creating a no-code platform, should make sure that you should have a pre-built customizable template. And the most important thing, it should have complete functionality. For example, there are a lot many low-code platforms or no-code platforms for algorithmic trading that popped up in last 2-3 years. But most of the platforms are limited in their functionality. For example, there are platforms only does backtesting, but they don't or they can't provide you a venue to execute it. Or there are platforms which has no backtesting functionality, but they can give you a trader API so that you can code your strategy or design your strategy and implement it. So most of the no-code platforms or low-code platforms are limited. But if you are creating a no-code platform, you should definitely make sure that it has complete functionality. So for this reason, we at Quanting's team launched Blue Shift. So it was launched almost 3 years ago. So where we used Blockly from Google. So Blockly, most of you must already know. So Blockly is a interface where you connect blocks in a sequential order to populate a code or to put forward your logic of the code. So we have used Blockly because of its ease of understanding and intuitive way of representation. So for the same reason, we have named our platform as Visual Programming, because it's intuitive visually. And using this Blockly from Google, we attended all the challenges that an algo trading system designer might encounter. And also we try to solve all the pain points of a retail trader who is learning coding or who is trying to create their algo trading system. And in addition to that, as the name says, you need not have a single line of code. You need not write any code. And also technical analysis, since this is pretty famous across retail traders and also in institutional traders as well. So Blockly has already pre-built variables or studies for technical analysis. You just need to select the respective block and drag it into your system. And you can also do portfolio management using our Blue Shift Visual Programming. And you can also do machine learning, and there are already features, customized features like financial features available in our no-code platform and also models. So you can just use them in the form of blocks and train your model and deploy it as well. So let's go through a basic overview of our platform. So let's understand the interface. So this is how our no-code platform looks like. So as you can see on the left side, so this part is where you create your strategy. So right side, this is the part where you analyze your strategy or do performance analysis of the strategy. So let me explain you one by one. So these blue blocks, so I'm going to call these blocks from now. So this blue block is used to define initial settings. For example, you can decide what dataset you want to use or what market you want to trade. Let's say if you want to trade in foreign exchange market, you can select foreign exchange. Or let's say if you want to trade in stocks like Apple, you can select US or NYSE, etc. And there are several initial settings that basically defines your strategy. For example, maximum order per day. So let's say I'm creating an algorithm, but I don't want my algorithm to place more than 100 orders per day. So I can limit it, and I can also limit the quantity per order. Like let's say you don't want your algorithm to place or buy more than 1,000 stocks of Netflix. So you can limit your quantity per order. Similarly, there are other options as well. So this is the initial settings. So this is the first block you're going to fill to create your algo trading system. So the next one is, now there are 4 steps. So once you fill the blocks for these 4 steps, your algo trading system will be ready for you, and you can actually backtest it and take it live as well. So let's understand these steps. So the first one is define universe. So as we were discussing, the first part of any algo trading system is data. So you're going to define the assets you want to trade or the markets you want to trade. So that's the first step. And as a second step, you're going to define your alpha. So alpha means like how do you want to generate profit, or how do you want to generate money? What kind of strategy you want to create? So just like in programming, you create all the variables related to your strategy. For example, earlier I was saying, let's say we take an idea of buying Apple every Wednesday. So for that, I can define certain variables, like a variable named day, which tells me what day it is, and a variable named stock, which basically saves the stock name, etc. So whatever variables you have in terms of model or strategy, so you add it in the second step, which is define alpha. And third step, you define trading rules. Now that you define your strategy, now you define your rules. So coming to the same example, if my strategy is buying every Wednesday, so in the second step, I define my variables like day, which stores Wednesday. In the third step, I define a trading rule by using those variables. So to be exact, I would say if today equal to Wednesday, buy Apple. So as simple as. So as a third step, you define your trading rules. And as a last step, you define your risk parameters. So if you want to have stop loss, you can place your stop loss here. And if you want to have particular type of orders, you can place your orders here, or you can define the type of orders. So that's it. There are only 4 steps that are involved in creating a trading algorithm for you. But now that we got a high level idea, how do we do it? Like we know the flow, but how do we do it using the box? So the left side, you can see a list of functionalities. So these are a compilation of variables and built-in functions. So which basically these are comprised of particular blocks. For example, if I open define universe, I see 2 blocks. So I can just drag those blocks and use it wherever required. So for example, you can see they are color coded. So whatever blocks that can be used in this step 1 will be color coded with the same color. Similarly, for define alpha, they are color coded with the same color. So I'm going to show you an example as we move forward. But as of now, let's see how the process is. So as we were saying, the first step is defining universe. So you just go left and see, like get the menu of blocks available in define universe. So we have 2 blocks here. First is set universe 2 and select assets. So as the name says, we can use these blocks to set our trading universe or asset universe. So for that, I just drag this block into my interface, and I can just fit it here, fit it in define universe. And as a next step, I will select assets, this particular block in define universe, and then drag it to here again. So now I have set the blocks required for defining universe. Now I'll select the stocks I want to trade. Let's see if I want to trade Apple, Tesla. So I can just click here, type in Apple, Tesla, and that's it. I have defined my universe. So this is, as we were discussing, the first step of algo trading system design is to define data. So here we define what kind of data I want, or what universe of stocks data I want. So second step is alpha, defining alpha. So for that, you go to define alpha, as the name and color code guides you, and you define particular variables. Earlier we were discussing, if I'm deploying a strategy where buy on every Wednesday, so I click on create variable and create certain variable with the name day and just drag it here. So here, this is an example of a technical analysis strategy. For that reason, there are many blocks, but then simply, if it is just a matter of buying on first of every month, etc. So you can just create variables and drag it to define alpha. Don't get intimidated by these many blocks. I'm going to take you step by step as we move forward. But right now, I just want to explain you the interface of Crucial Visual Programming and how we achieved everything with not a single line of code. So the third step is to define trading rules. As we were discussing, trading rules are nothing but actions or a set of instructions to be taken to employ or deploy this particular strategy. So for example, my strategy is to buy on every Wednesday. My trading rule says, if today is Wednesday, buy Apple of this quantity. That's it. So for that, we can use particular blocks under defined rules. So once you set your blocks here, this is how it's going to look. And at the end, you follow the same process. You just follow the color codes and then fit the blocks that are required, and your trading system would be ready. So first step is to create your trading system. But as we have already seen, creating this is not enough. You have to backtest it and study the idea in the historical time frame. For that, on the right side of the same platform, so you have this window. So as you can see, there are 5 options, particularly dataset, start date, end date, capital, and run. So once you have defined all these blocks, so you need to select options for this. So you need to select on what dataset you want to run this. So we have here, we said US equities. Again, we need to select US equities here if you want to run this on US equities. Let's say if you want to run it on US futures for the same stocks, you can select that as well. They are available. And then you need to give the starting date of the backtest, like from what date you want to test this idea. So maybe you can, if you want to test it for last 1 year, maybe you can select October 19th, 2021. And as an end date, you can select today. So if you have done that over this 1 year, it will run this particular logic, whatever logic you give. Let's say if the logic is buy on every Wednesday, so it will buy on every Wednesday possible between these dates with the capital, or let's say here is $10,000. So it will take $10,000 as its capital, and it will deploy your strategy in historical data. So once you click on run, so we have filled the details, and once you click on run, so this is how the backtester looks like. So it is still running. So that's why you see 61%. But then it will give you details like what are the returns and some statistical or trading analytics like alpha, beta, sharp, and drawdowns. So with this, you can have a basic idea of how your strategy would have performed had it released in the past. For example, here you can see the blue line represents portfolio, means the current portfolio or the cash you have, and the orange line represents benchmark. So benchmark, for example, for US markets, S&P 500 or SPY is a benchmark. So as a trader, you want to make more money than a benchmark. So that's why it gives you comparison to the benchmark. So as you can see, the strategy performed better than the benchmark. And you can also see how much money it made with the kind of capital it had. So once the backtest is done, it's going to give you complete results. It's going to show you complete backtest results and from the beginning date to the end date. With this, you can take a decision if it is beating the benchmark and if the returns are 68% in just less than 2 years or less than 3 years. This is a good strategy. It's making like almost 20% per year. So if you want to take it live, with just a click of a button, you can do that. So again, just above this particular window, you have an option called Go Live. So if you click on Go Live, as we were saying, like we were discussing the structure of algorithmic trading, where there is an execution part. So execution is an important part because even though you deploy your GPU, even though you backtest your strategy, if you can't automate execution, it's not like you haven't really used the power of algorithmic trading. So that's why we have this particular module in the interface where you can directly take this strategy live. So once you click on this button, it will take you to this particular part of the software where if you want to go for live trading, we have several brokers, and if you want to go for paper trading also, we have those. So let me give you a difference between paper trading and live trading. So let's say you have for the same strategy, buying on every Wednesday, buying Apple on every Wednesday. So you have done your back test. That means you have tested the strategy in the historical time frame and got decent results. But there is a saying in algo trading or trading, like historical performance doesn't always translate to future performance. So your historical performance may be completely different from future performance. So for that, you have to do forward testing. You can do paper trading. So paper trading is a technique where you don't really use your money, but you will use just numbers, or you can say fake money, and release the strategy in live. Maybe you can release a strategy for paper trading for 3 months, and after 3 months you can see how it performs. So if the results are same as its historical performance and if you're happy with the results, then you can release it in live with real money. So to understand this easily, paper trading, there is no money involved, it's just numbers, but it's going to take trades in real time. So for the next, if we release in paper trading, for the next Wednesday, it will wait for the next Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. Let's say when the market opened, it will buy Apple, and again it will buy Apple on the next Wednesday, but without using any of your real money. But when you release the strategy for live, you're going to connect to your particular bank account. I mean, you need to top up your trading account with your real money, and it will use that real money as a capital and deploy the strategy live. So currently we have these brokers already integrated with us. So if you are from India, you can use Master Trust, and if you want to trade Forex, you can use FX. If you want to trade in US markets and equities or US market, you can use Alpha. And if you want to deploy strategies on cryptocurrency market, you can use BitBNS. Currently, we have only paper trading functionality with BitBNS, but so this is the way a strategy is deployed, and you just need to give the capital you want to deploy it on and set some basic parameters. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to explain you with a basic strategy, but as of now I just want to show you the interface. This is the live trading interface, and once everything is set, it's going to take you to this screen where your strategy is live. So it will show the current amount that's there in your account, and if it started to trade, it's going to show the daily P&L as well. And you can go to my algo and understand how your algo performed and what's the code for the algo. And whenever there is a trading alert or whenever the strategy took a trade, it's going to give you a trade alert as well. And this is so this is a dashboard where it will show you your net profit and current cash value. So this is about Blue Shift interface. Now let's see, like I'm going to take you to the visual programming of Blue Shift, and let's deploy a basic strategy. But before that, let's understand a basic strategy. So let's start with a trend following strategy. So if you're already into trading, you must have already known about moving averages and creating a trending strategy with moving averages. But let me explain it at a more basic level, even though you're not from finance or algorithm trading background. So here we were discussing about creating a strategy. So first strategy, let's say, let's create a statistical strategy using moving averages. So average, so if you have 100 data points, you take the sum of those 100 data points and divide by 100. But when it comes to moving average or simple moving average, it is different. So let's say 20 moving average. So instead of adding all the numbers, I only take 20 recent values and take the average. So this is a rolling calculation. So that's why it's called moving average. So simple moving average. So on the chart, you can see these are called candles, which represent the price data of a stock. Let's say Apple. And this blue line indicates 200-day moving average, means each data point of this blue line is a average of last 200 points of Apple, 200 price points of Apple. So as you can see, this blue line is just going up. So this indicates that the stock is going up, and you can see price is also going up. And this line, the green line, this is 50-day moving average. So here we are using two moving averages and trying to create a strategy to take advantages of movements in Apple. So that's why the name is simple moving average 2 SMS. Here we calculated two simple moving averages with the price data. Now these are the variables. Now what is the strategy? I mean, what is your trading rule? So the trading rule is whenever the small moving average crosses the long moving average and goes up. See here, as you can see here, 50-day moving average is below 200-day moving average, but you will buy only when 50-day moving average crosses above 200-day moving average. So this is the place where you buy, and you will sell when the opposite happens. So you will close your position when the particular 50-day moving average falls below 200-day moving average. So this is the idea of a basic trading strategy, like using moving averages. So this is simple enough. So let's see how we can deploy this strategy using our Excel programming platform. So before that, let's just get more details of the strategy. So as I was saying, so the name is moving average crossover. So let's understand the parameters. So I was saying, like, you need to create particular variables. So we can create a variable called MBA, which indicates simple moving average. So we are taking 200-day moving average as long-term moving average and 50 as short-term moving average duration. And now what is a signal? Like, what is the trading? You will buy Apple, or you'll buy whatever stock you selected. Short-term moving average is greater than long-term moving average. At the same time, we will sell the stock when short-term moving average is less than long-term moving average. So this is about the strategy. And for our practice, let's take Apple, Tesla, and Netflix and deploy the strategy. So we were, let me just go. Yes. So as you can see, this has 4 steps: defining universe, define alpha, define trading rules, and define order parameter. So for the strategy we have written right now, let's see how to construct these 4 steps. So yes. So as a step 1, so you will define your universe. So we have already seen how to select the stock. So we will select these 3 stocks. And as a second step, as a part of defining alpha, we are going to define 4 variables. So we are going to define a variable named long-term moving average, which is going to be 200-day moving average of Apple. Similarly, short-term moving average with 50-day moving average of Apple. And we are going to define 2 conditions: long condition and short condition. So again, I'm just repeating the condition. Short-term moving average greater than long-term moving average. Then the long condition will be true. In other cases, it will be false. So the short condition will be true when short-term moving average is less than long-term moving average. So these are the first 2 steps. And next, you're going to define trading rules. So I made it simple. So we will buy when the long condition is true, and we will buy with 20% of the cash available. Similarly, we will sell when short condition is true, and we will sell with 25% of the cash available. So let's define these as trading rules. And let's just repeat this. For example, when you define a trading rule, algorithm will check for this rule. But when should it check? Should it check every minute or should it check once in a month? So we need to define that as well. So we need to schedule this particular check. So let's say every day, 5 minutes after the market opens, our algorithm will go and check for these conditions. If these conditions are met, it will take a position. If these conditions are not met, it will not take any position. It will wait for the open of the next day and again do the same checks. And just to employ risk management, and let's just keep stop loss to 5%. So let's go to Blue Shift and understand how these steps are performed. So for that, let me go to blueshift.quantindustry.com. So we're going to take questions at the end of the presentation. I see in the chart there is a question. So we're going to attend this right after our presentation. So once you go to blueshift.quantindustry.com, so you can see this particular window where you see the logo and strategies, documentation, and community as well. So initially you need to create your account, and after that you're going to see this kind of a dashboard. So let's create a strategy. To create a strategy, click on create strategy and give a strategy name. So for example, let's say since we are doing moving average crossover test, let's name it as moving average crossover test, and then select strategy template. So as I was discussing earlier, if you are creating a no-code or a low-code platform, you need to make sure it has ample number of templates so that user can easily modify these and create their strategies. For that reason, even our Blue Shift Visual Programming has number of templates with already pre-built strategies. Let's pick any of this. I'm going to pick a most basic one, buy and hold NYSE. So this strategy name indicates that you are just buying and holding a particular stock or a list of stocks in your stock exchange. So I'm going to take this template and I'm going to edit it so that you can understand how to create a trading strategy. So here we have two options. Either you can build visually or you can code. So right now, since we are focusing on only visual programming part of Blue Shift, I'm clicking on build visually. But if you're good at Python and you're comfortable coding, you can click on code my strategy. You can directly code your strategy. As of now, let's build it visually. So as we have seen earlier, so this is the interface of Blue Shift. So I can zoom like this. So with the basic, if I click here, I'll go to full screen. So let me delete these blocks which are already there in the template so that we can create this from scratch. So just like we have seen in the presentation, we have these blocks. Hope this clearly visible. So the initial settings, one defined strategy, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. So let's create our strategy. So I'm going to take you to this PPT. So first step is to define the universe. So before defining, let's here US equities were selected. You can select any of the data set you want. So we just selected US equities. And maximum orders per day, let's not limit this algorithm now. Maximum quantity per day, let's not limit this as well. Set long only. Here you have two options, true or false. If you click on set long only as true, the algorithm is going to take only long positions. It's not going to take short position. For the people who don't know, let me explain what a long position and a short position is. So long position means you're buying a stock. So if I say I have a long position in Apple, it means that I bought Apple. I'm holding Apple. I can say that as well. But when I say I shorted Apple or I have a short position in Apple, this means I have sold Apple means even though I don't have Apple right now, I can sell Apple and I can buy Apple to close a loop. For example, what is a loop of transaction? You buy something and you close something. But you can do it other way when it comes to trading. You can sell a particular asset right now and close it later. Let's say Apple is a $200 right now, but I believe Apple is not worth $200, and I kind of, on my analysis says Apple is going to fall to $100. But I can't make money with this hypothesis because I'm predicting that it's going to fall. So by buying, I can't make money. Only way I can make money is by selling at 200 and buying back when it fell to 100. So this phenomenon is called short selling. So if you want your algorithm to take only long positions, you can click true. But if you are comfortable that your algorithm is taking both long and short positions, you can click false here so that your algorithm will trade on the both sides. So set slippage to dash per trade. Basically, slippage, again, it is a technical term. So for example, if I want to buy Apple at $100, if I place an order at $100, let's say market order, I might not get order at 100. I might get my order may get filled at 100.5 or let's say $101. So that $1 difference is called slippage. So I'm not keeping any slippage right now. And commissions. So basically, you pay commissions to your broker. And so for that, you have commissions. And in Forex, it's called pip cost. So that is these are all not filled right now. So let's just leave it like that. So let's go to the important part where you define your universe. So as we have seen, we want to define these three stocks as part of your universe. So for this, you can go to define universe and just drag this block, set universe to. So once I set this here, I can again drag the second block, which is select assets. So now I'm going to select the assets I want to trade. So we want Apple, so I can just select Apple. And I want Tesla. And I want Netflix. So I can just select the particular list of stocks and my first step is trade. So now the next step is to create your strategy, or rather define the alpha, where you define the variables that are integral part of your strategy. For example, in our case, these are all the variables that's going to be useful to create my alpha. So I'll define my alpha. So first one, we are going to create a variable named long-term moving average and define 200-day moving average. So let me just do that. So to define alpha, just need to click on define alpha and create a variable. So let's create a variable long-term moving average. So and just drag it here. Now we have just merely gave the name of the variable, but we also need to define the variable. So I mean, give a value to this particular variable named long-term moving average. So we want 200-day SMA. So SMA, again, as we were discussing, simple moving average is an indicator. So it's a piece of calculation. So in technical analysis, they are called indicators. So we already have all these indicators ready in our interface. We just need to import them. So for that, you can click on alpha function. So alpha function has all indicators ready. So it depends on type of indicator you want to use. For example, if your calculation is like time series calculation, you can click this. Let's say if you are involved into pairs trading, which is one of the most deployed algorithms in the industry, pairs trading is very famous. So if you want to do that, you can click here. But now our calculation is based on indicators. So for that, we can click on select indicators. We can just drag this block and set here. So what we are doing was we defined a variable with the name long-term moving average. Now we are storing something in that variable. So that is simple moving average. So just click here and select simple moving average. So you can select simple moving average and we want to give 200. We want long-term moving average to be 200. We just give 200 and submit. So now this is done. So similarly, we want first variable is ready. Now we want to have second variable, short-term moving average. So we follow the same step. We create a variable with the name short-term moving average, short-term MVA. So I'm just copy pasting the name. And once this is ready, we just drag it to here and follow the same step. You save this particular indicator into short-term moving average. Since we want simple moving average, so we just drag this and select the indicator simple moving average. So this is how a no-code platform is, or a low-code platform is, where the user will not code, but rather he is clear about the trading logic or the flow of his algorithm. But he will just use interface like Blockly, like the blocks we have, and create his algorithm from the ground up, step by step in a sequential manner. So for short-term moving average, we want 50. So let's just create this. And two variables are done. Next, we want a variable that's going to tell you whether this happened or not. So I want my long condition to be true when this particular thing happens. Short-term moving average is greater than long-term moving average. So for that, I do the same thing. I create a variable with the name long condition, and I set my long condition here. And here I want to check whether short-term moving average is greater than long-term moving average. For that, I should go to logic. So logic has the blocks which does logical calculations. Math has the blocks which does mathematical calculations like sine, etc., sum, square root, etc. So since I just want to logically compare this, I drag this. And here I want to compare two things, short-term moving average and long-term moving average. So we already have short-term moving average variable created. So we just, you can just pull it here. And I want this to be greater than my long-term moving average. So this condition is done. So here we have a variable long condition, which is going to check whether short-term is greater than long-term. If this is true, long condition will be true. If this is not true, this is going to be false. Similarly, I need a variable that's going to check for short condition. So I'm going to create a variable short condition. So we are setting the variable. Now we are storing particular value in it. So we follow the same step. We get the logic block where it is comparing two variables, which are short-term moving average and long-term moving average. So if short-term moving average is less than long-term moving average, I want my short condition to be true. So second step is done. So we have defined all the variables. Now the next step is defining trading rules using these variables. Now you have the tools. Now you need to define the rules. So the rules are enter long when long condition is true, but trade with 25% of the cash. So let's say you have $10,000 in your account. If long condition is true, you want your algorithm to take $2,500 and buy these stocks. So for that, so you can just follow the color code. It says blue color define trading. You can just go to define tools. So you have 4 blocks: enter long, enter short, exit long, exit short. So right now we will use enter long because we are setting a long condition. Now enter long for when do you want this algo to go long? We want this algorithm to go long when long condition is true. So you just need to drag long condition. So if long condition is true, you want it to do something. What is it? You want it to buy the stock. So you want it to place an order basically. So you can go to actions and you can see list of actions that can be done. So we want to place an order. So we will just click here and define what kind of order. So you can select portfolio fraction with target method 0.25. What it does is it targets to place an order which is 25% of the cash value you have. If you have $10,000 in your account, so it's going to place a long order for these stocks. We have given a list of stocks. There are 3 stocks. So it's going to take 2,500 and place order for these 3 stocks. But at the same time, we have one more condition where if the opposite of this happen, or if the short condition is true, we want to sell the stock. So we will repeat the same step. So we will go to action. So we will go to define rules, enter short first. And when do you want to enter short? We want to enter short when short condition is right. So we just need to select short condition. And what do we want to do? We want to place an order. So we will go to actions again and just drag the order. And we want to place 25% of your account value. So since we are shorting, we give minus 0.25. So it's going to take a short position, or it's going to sell the stocks which with 25% of the account value. If you can see, we have mentioned here, we want to schedule this step. Now that the trading rules are defined, we need to schedule it. Like if you are coding, you might write a for loop. You might create a for loop where every day the logic is like, if today is let's say Monday. So once today is done, the next day the loop will start and it will perform all these steps. So in our case, it's very easy. You just need to use a scheduling function, like scheduling block. So you can go to scheduling and you have several options for scheduling. So the first one is schedule action at. So when do you want to schedule this? So we already gave a particular condition. We want our algorithm to check these rules every day, 5 minutes after market open. Let's say if market opened at 9:30 a.m. At 9:35, we want our algorithm to go and check whether the long condition is true or short condition is true. So if these conditions are true, then we want to place an order. So for that reason, we will select this schedule date, schedule time. So let me put it here. Okay, we want to do every day. We don't have a date, so let me just go to scheduling again. Yeah, we can select this. So schedule action at. So when do we want to schedule an action? We want to schedule 5 minutes after market open every day. So again, you can go to schedule and you can select here. You can select, there are like 4 or 5 options available. You can select this particular one where schedule date you can view every day. In schedule time, you can view, you have several options every minute. If you view every minute, every day, every minute, it's going to check for these conditions. If you want to keep it with respect to market open, you can click on market open and view the time. So if you do 0 and 5, 0 hours, 5 minutes. So it's going to check this condition 5 minutes after the market open. And what are we trying to schedule? We are trying to schedule these actions of entering long, entering short. So we just need to put it under do. So this scheduling block, inside the scheduling block, we have these actions. So let me repeat what's happening. So every day, after 5 minutes after market opens, it will do these steps. What are these steps? It will check if the long condition is true. If that is the case, it will place an order with a 25% of the cash value available. So this is a long order. It will place order in the selected assets. If the other condition is true, then it's going to place a short order for 25% of the cash value available. So the third step is done. So the last step is to define the order parameters. So the order parameters, here we have stop loss. So we want to place a stop loss of 5%. That means we don't want our algorithm to make more than 5% loss per order. So for that reason, you can just click on see the color code. You can see the color code, order parameters or define orders, and you can select stop loss here. So before that, first you need to click on set order parameter, and then you can select stop loss time. So we want to give 5%. 5% is a stop loss. So we have several options: percentage, price, or we can give a price as a stop loss, like $100 or $90 as stop loss, or we can give particular move as a stop loss. Let's give percentage. So percentage belongs to the portfolio value. I mean the loss you can make. So if you do 5%, we can also give 10%. So there is no standard way. So it depends on your risk appetite. So if you do 10%, whenever a particular trade made 10% loss, it's going to stop the trade and exit the trade. It's not going to wait till a short conditions. So this is how you create a strategy. And so let me just see, if you want to generate the code for this strategy, you can click here at view code, and it's going to generate code for you. So if you are good at Python, you would have created a similar code. So if you're not comfortable coding, you can just use Blockly and generate code. And without code also, we can move forward. So the next step, as we were discussing, once the strategy is ready, the next step is to backtest it, means understand how it performed in the past. So let's just select the data set as US equities, and let's start from 2020. Let's backtest from 2020. So let's test it for 2.5 years, and let's test it like we can just test it till there. And capital $10,000. Let's use $1 lakh. So if you click on run, it's going to apply this condition on these particular stocks across the selected time period. So let's go ahead and do that. So doing this in coding is a complicated process because you need to generate, first of all, you need to have your backtester ready. You need to create your own backtester. Then you need to create your own data manager as well. So because right now the system is automatically managing the data and selecting and slicing the data, preparing the data for you. But if you are doing it by yourself, you have to have those piece of softwares or algorithms ready with you. And it's going to take a couple of minutes for running these across this 2.5 years time frame. While it is doing its calculations, I can take you through other strategies or other templates as well. So currently, okay, it just started. So it started doing its analysis. As you can see, this is dynamic. So the returns and other metrics are changing, and you can see the plot populating dynamically. So as we were discussing earlier, this is a comparison between a benchmark and the portfolio. So currently the benchmark is S&P 500 by default. So portfolio is a combination of stocks we gave, which are Apple, Tesla, and Netflix. So let's just wait a minute so that it will confirm the backtest. So we started with 100K, so it went till 130K, dropped back to 92K. Remember, we had a stop loss, so for that reason our losses will be limited. And because portfolio, like if you see the benchmark went from 100K to almost 68K, but our losses were limited. So then you can see a good up move where it went up till 227K from 100K, and it's kind of consolidating around the same time. And so now backtest is done. So apparently our strategy produced 97% returns in these 2.5 years from January 1st, 2022 to 16th October 2022. And it traded in these 3 stocks the university was selected. Now, this is just a basic backtest. If you want to get more statistical results or want to know complete analysis of the backtest, you can click on new backtest. So it will open a similar window to the quick backtest we have run, and it will ask you to confirm the data set, start date, end date, and capital. So as of now, let's just keep these unchanged and run the backtest. So you can see here the backtest has been queued. You will receive a notification. So you will get a notification here saying that status of it automatically populates a name to your strategy. Change it to queue. That means currently it has queued our backtest. Now it is running. So currently our backtest, whatever you have seen here, which took a couple of minutes to populate, it's going to do the same thing but at the back end and trying to create more statistical analysis of this strategy. And once our backtest is done and it is ready to show the results, it's going to notify us again by saying that the status of the strategy is completed. So let's just wait for 30 seconds for that. And I'm going to show you how to populate complete results or full results for this. So if you click on it, it's going to take you to the screen where it's calculating status is still running. So let's wait for a minute so that it completes its backtest. Meanwhile, let me just review the steps we have discussed at the beginning and explain how we have achieved this particular thing. Yes. So this is still running. It's going to take a minute. Meanwhile, let's just revise this. So we started by saying that these are the important parts of an algo trading system. And let's see how we created these in the last 15 minutes. So first we defined the universe. So the first step of a trade system is to get the data. We have defined the universe in our visual programming where it will get the data for us. The next step is to design your strategy or define your trading hypothesis and define your trading rules, etc. So this was, again, we have done it in step 2 and 3. We have created variables and defined conditions on how the strategy should be deployed. And next step is backtest. So we already run a quick backtest and see the results, where the results were basically profitable. We made more than 95% in 3 years, in less than 3 years. So that's the backtest, and we can also go for execution. So let's see how it is done. So as you can see, the status is complete. So that means the backtest is done. So if we click on it, it's going to take you to full backtest results. So earlier we have seen a short window where you have seen this plot. Now it's going to show you full backtest results, means complete details. So I'm going to take you through all the details that we are going to get here. So doing this programmatically is again a difficult task because there are lots of calculations involved and it's quite dynamic. But without writing a single code, using this low-code platform, we're able to create this. So the basic understanding is using 100K as a capital. We increase the capital to 197K in less than 3 years. So these are the basic performance metrics. So if you go to tier sheet, so tier sheet is just visual representation of different performance metrics. So you can check, like for example, here we have a distribution of the returns, and we have monthly returns heat map as well. So for example, this is the most profitable month. Oh, sorry, this is the most profitable month. And yeah, you can check this as well. And there are many variables or many performance metrics you can see. If you are already into algorithm trading or quantitative finance, you can resonate well with it. But at a most basic understanding, you can see this. So number of all trades, so the total there are 37 trades, out of which 15 were short and 22 were long. So we discussed what short trade and long trades are. So these are the statistics. So out of it, so 32% are profitable, or like 0.2%. It says like 20% are profitable for shorts, and 40% are profitable when you take a long. So generally, Apple, you can see Apple is a stock which went up in this time period. For that reason, long trades got more profit than short trades. And you can actually see all the statistics. So this is the power of full backtest. You can also see the transactions, like what are all the trades that happened, at what time it happened. For example, on the January 2nd, 2020, bought Apple. 82 shares of Apple at this price, and on the same day it has bought Tesla, Netflix as well. And these trades are repeated every month. So whenever the condition was met. If you want to see the code, you can click on code again. So this is it about the backtest. So this is the full backtest. And if you want to take the strategy live, you can just click on go live. So once you click on go live, first it will check if the code needs any correction, etc. If there are no issues, then it will show you no changes needed. You can proceed further. So you can just click on execute. So this is a similar window I was showing in the presentation where you're just few steps away from going live. So initially you need to do some settings like initial risk parameters is again comes under risk management. So whenever you have a strategy or a good trading system, you need to define your risks. So first you need to define the maximum risk you are allowed or you are capable to take. If you go 30, that means you algorithm whenever you make 30% of loss, or whenever your cash value declined by 30%, it's going to stop the algorithm. And again, order limit, like maximum number of orders sent in a day. So if you do 1,000, if there are more than 1,000 signals, then it will limit your orders to 1,000 and the size of order as well. So it's not going to take more than 10,000 shares, but in any stock, it will be size limit as 10,000. So you can just save it and then continue. Then the next step is to select your broker. So you can just, these are all the brokers I am associated with, so that's what they're showing here. But as a fresh account, you can click on add broker and select whatever broker you are associated with. You can also open free accounts in Alpaca or BPNS or FXCM, etc. And you can connect them to the blue sheet here. Right now, I can, since this is US market stock, so I can click on Alpaca. So select broker and I can give capital. So I can give the same capital. Okay. So I can give an end date, like how many days I want my algorithm to run. So probably a couple of days. So let's run it till Friday. Continue. Next is auto confirmation mode. Maybe you can select auto execution. When you select auto execution, whenever a trade signal is met or a trade condition is met, it's going to take a position. If you select one click, then it's going to give you an alert. And once you confirm the alert, it's going to take a position. Let's go for auto execution. Then you need to, you need to read the terms and conditions. So you can go through the agreement, and once you are okay with it, you can click on I accept. And as a last step, you just need to click on review, check all the things that are important, like starting capital, risk settings, etc. And if you're happy, you can just close it and click confirm. So this is how you configure a live trading system. And with the details you have given, our blue shift visual program console will be opened and it's going to start communicating with your broker. So if you go to console, it's starting. So this is the dashboard. If you go to console, it's starting basically. It's trying to communicate with the broker. So it's going to take a couple of minutes to do the handshake with the broker. And once that is done, you can check your algorithm here. So this was the algorithm I think I deployed sometime back. So if you go to trades, it's going to show you all the trades taken. Currently, there are no trades taken. That's why it's showing the trades. You want to check the code of the same. You can click on code and it's going to show the code of the strategy you have created. And this is a Pythonic code. So, and yeah, so control is still updating, but this is pretty much how you can deploy a strategy like without writing complex pieces of code and worrying whether there is a faulty code or a problem with code, etc. And yeah, this is a web-based application, so you not install anything. You can just log into your account and do all these things. So let's go back to the presentation. So that's it for this session. So basically, we have understood what an algo trading is, and we had a brief overview. We understood what is the need for algo trading and how the transition of the manual trader and algo trader would be. Then we understood the main pain points of a person who want to start algorithmic trading or who is already a trader but would like to convert into an algorithmic trader. And following that, we have discussed how a low trading platform should be and how it can attend these pain points. And following that, we had a kind of a demo of a blue shift visual program, deployed a trading strategy. We even backtested it and released it live. So it's going to take orders once the market opened. And so now let's go to question and answers. Like we can start a question and answer session. So if you guys have any questions, you can post it in the chat.
Hi, Varun. Gautam here.
Hi, there's a question here.
Yeah, I've got 3 questions put up there.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I'm going to hog a bit afterwards. But let's have these first 3.
Yes.
And then we let others get in and have a chance.
Okay.
So my first question, I also want to see, how do I see it on chat?
Yeah, I can see. Let me read it out. So the first one is, yes. Okay, first of all, thanks for your questions. And so API interaction with the broker, if an order cannot be executed, they computed, followed by new order can load as well. Okay, then computation followed by new order.
For
So
various
basically,
reasons, the order cannot be executed. You know, either the exchange has done something or they couldn't get the same price. So they feed you back and it has to come as a feedback.
yes,
And then
yes,
you
yeah,
have to
there would be a
decompose.
feedback, and you're going to get notified in our platform itself. So let me just show you.
In Blue Shift, you can accommodate that.
Yes, yes, you can get it. So let me just show you what's happening here. So the console has started and basically had its handshake with the broker Alpaca. That's why you see the capital also changed. So now if I go to trades, currently there are no trades. So listening for new trades, its market is not active. But once the trades started to come, so it's going to show you the current status of the order. Okay, let's say you placed an order. If it was successfully executed, you see successful execution. But in case if there is no successful execution and there is an error or order cannot be executed because of the price.
Okay,
For
so
example,
let's assume, let's accept that it's possible. You don't have to show me that on its own. I've got that. Shall we move on to the next one?
yes. That's right. That's right.
Okay, so the next question was, you see, how do you get real-time price data? The backtest is fine, you have the data.
Okay.
So the real-time price data, of course, can be two ways. One, it actually, the actual price happens in the exchange. But
That's right.
through broker, you get it back as well. Because
Yes.
after all, they're executing, they get it back.
Yes,
But also, the thing is, they can often make mistakes. We had at least real-time data from Thomson Reuters, now Refinitiv, where afterwards they said, oh, we had a glitch and we had a mistake, but it doesn't help. So the question is, should we therefore do a check both with getting data from the exchange directly and also through the broker?
Okay, that's a very good question, and this is one of the basically pain points of an algo trader, because the data is important, the quality of data, and also if there are any latency issues from the data provider, again that's going to be a difficult situation for you. So when it comes to Blue Shift, we have data providers for us, and we're also in talks with interactive brokers. So pretty soon we are going to have interactive brokers connected to our platform. So again, the ownership will be with the broker. So when
Sorry, did you say IBKR, Interactive Broker?
That's right.
Okay, good. I was going to ask a question about that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pretty soon, don't want to give any date, but then pretty soon it's going to happen, and you can see interactive broker. If you have an account with interactive broker, you can just create your strategy using visual programming and release it in that. But the quality of the data, of course, interactive brokers has high quality data, but without endorsing anyone. The ownership lies with the interactive broker only. So if there is a problem with their data, then again, you can specific interaction. If interactive brokers gives you can get a notification here. Without that, even we don't know, right, whether the data is broken or not for comparing with anything.
Okay.
But then, if there is a problem with the broker, you're going to get an information since you are the customer with the broker.
I think that would relate to the main question. It was simple one that you gave examples of 6 brokers. Interactive broker was not in that, but these 6 brokers, they are India only or India and global?
Correct. See, this is actually cloud-based implementation of Blue Shift. So there is a desktop-based implementation also with Hybrid Spy. You might have heard about it. So if not, Hybrid Spy is a desktop application where you can type your code, create your code there. And with that, we have other brokers as well, like Robinhood. But with the cloud-based integration, the one which I've presented right now, we have only Alpaca. So with Alpaca, you can go live for US markets, or if you want to go for paper trading, you can also do paper trading. But pretty soon we are going to have interactive brokers with us, so that's going to cover more markets in US.
Okay. My final one. So I mean, for instance, in India, my colleagues trade through Zerodha.
Okay,
now,
that's good.
Then I think I don't know if they're attending it. We can get on India only, and going outside is the question. Anyway, let's leave it there, and let me hand it over to you and other people who might have questions.
Thank you, Gautam. Such a good question.
I'll come back again afterwards.
Yeah, sure, definitely. So,
Okay. Let's see what else we've got. There's one from Shuraj said, can we backtest options strategy on Blue Shift?
options functionality, we haven't released that functionality yet, but yeah, that is in the pipeline. So there is no solid deadline, but then we're hoping in a couple of months, at least by December, we're going to have options in our Blue Shift platform. But so that is in pipeline, and I think in a couple of months you're going to see options in our Blue Shift, and you'll be able to backtest options also.
Okay. There's one previous, maybe you have already covered it. Does Blue Shift support crypto trading?
Yes, so Blue Shift supports crypto trading as well. So yeah, as we were discussing earlier, so we have a broker, BitBNS. So using BitBNS, we have data from BitBNS. That's our data provider and also paper trading API provider. So if you have a cryptocurrency platform, cryptocurrency strategy, you can deploy the strategy using your Blue Shift, and you can also do research. But right now there is no live trading functionality for crypto through Blue Shift, but you can do your paper trading.
Okay. I don't know if okay, Gautam needs to come back again. So over to you.
I could go many more questions. I think you mentioned at the beginning, which is quite good, that it cuts out emotion. But
Yes.
people don't get emotional about their trade. I mean, it's to do with psychological biases. Now, in the end, you cannot take it out. Now, if you are doing trading, either hourly or even end of day, once a day, you still get slightly concerned about emotion.
Yes.
And the real risk, what people maybe immediately stated in academic literature, is not the downside risk, but the dynamic risk of drawdown. People are absolutely afraid of drawdown. Now with that backdrop, if you go to your chart, can you show me the chart? I wanted to ask you something.
Oh, definitely.
When you showed back test, and you had with the back test, you made 198% return or something.
Yes.
If we look at the chart.
Let me just take you to that.
Yeah, no problem.
So I might have to go.
Oh, is it too difficult?
No, it's not too difficult. So it's already said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here it is. Okay,
yes.
okay. Hold on. In my opinion, we have this black test as well, but they don't really tell you the full story. I'm sorry to say. I tell you why. You see, people don't start on the date you showed. Sometimes in July, we do this too. But suppose they come sometimes in January 2021 in the morning, and then they find that in the next 6 months, his money has been going really down. And if you compare that against the benchmark from January 2021, you'll be doing pretty bad, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, so that is the question. And indeed, one of the things we try to do is to people starting every month. And what happened to them? Ultimately, you have to give your ongoing distribution of your wins and losses, not just for one particular starting date.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. So what you said is right, because the way we schedule this strategy is like just check the conditions every day. So that's going to have its downfalls as well. Just like any strategy, it's going to have periods where it has its drawdowns. But then and on top of it, I'm just supporting your case and just adding one more thing. It cannot give you complete picture or exact picture, because we are doing backtest. We are not impacting the market. So when you place an order, it's going to impact it. And again, backtest, when we are doing backtesting, in backtest, we are not fiddling with the algorithm anymore, or we are not controlling the algorithm. But in real time, yeah, there are many instances where you might release your algorithm, but then the next day, probably in this period where you're making losses, you might try to change your risk, or you might try to change your capital, or etc. But then coming to the strategy, like these are all the things that happens during execution or during the maintenance of a trade or a ongoing. But when it comes to trade logic, when I want to see how my trade logic would have performed, so this could be at least a near practical implementation of it. Or this is at least a data point for me, so that I can see, okay, this is what happened. But again, when you talk about changing the risk metrics or changing the logic, so that's there anyway. So that depends on the trader's discipline, etc. Maybe, but then that's one reason for emotional trader.
I've got a completely tangential question. In your EPAT, do you actually give a couple of lectures on this at all?
Regarding blue shift?
No, my question is, executive programming algorithm,
Understand.
in which do you actually show this and talk about it?
Yeah. I think I can transfer the message and make sure that this point.
No, I'm just asking. I'm not. We are in CSAF, something else. Okay. So EPAT, is it included in there? That's my question.
Included in blue shift? Are you asking whether blue shift is included in EPAT?
Workshop or this steps? I mean, I know EPAT has got training in Python, etc. But do you have this at all?
Yeah. So even this is there. So this people, even EPATians use this. Okay,
that's good. I mean, that's the question I had. I want to talk to Nitesh about making it available to the people who are on CSAF course.
Because just want to add to it. Currently, there is no subscription fee for blue shift. This is free. And we already have all the tutorials, etc., documentation, and we have a pretty active community as well. So any CSAP students, or in fact, for the matter of fact, anybody who are interested to explore this can explore this and use it at its full functionality. And if you guys have any doubt, you can post it in our community. You can click on community and create a new post. So in a couple of days, you're going to get a reply. So that kind of support is there.
Yeah, let me tell you why I'm asking. Actually, some of my colleagues who have done the CSAF course, they can come in and tell you. I mean, Suraj, for instance, asked you a question, and I'm not sure if Yash is there. They all have been trading. Now, the question is, there are students who join the course, they have that problem which you just explained, steep learning curve, and many of them have no experience. So, but at the same time, we want them to do practical work. So my point is that by making it available, they can shy off from practical. Because, okay, so that was the point.
I'll definitely pass it to Nitesh. Mr. Nitesh,
sorry?
Yeah, I will inform this to Nitesh. And
we are talking to Nitesh. Okay, let me hear from my colleagues who have done CSAP course. Suraj and Yash, who is doing it. Is Yash here? Hello? Not sure. Suraj? He has disappeared.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. This blue shift is actually really useful for people who don't have coding background. For example, I never had coding background, but trying to learn. But as you said, the learning curve is really steep and it takes a lot of time. So it also shifts away the focus from the market when you're learning. So, but then that's something which we have to do. But yeah, this I think we can focus more on research as well. I actually posted one more question, like you have certain inbuilt functionalities here. What if like we come up with something of our own or want to do our own research?
So currently, one thing I could think of which is missing is fundamental data. So currently fundamental data is missing, but when it comes to technical data or statistical data, every parameter is available and it is extensively researched and added. But if you feel like something should be added, you can always drop an email to pointer.quantity or blue shift, and that will be added in a pipeline. So you can either leave a community query with the functionality you want to have, or you can also leave a email to blueshift.quantity. So that will be taken into consideration.
Varun, I think your functionality of pressing a button and getting the code out, code generation is fantastic, because that's exactly it. I've been a programmer for most of my life. I can't program now, but I know been to various cycles of programming. And indeed, that was one of the thing about high-level programming like Algo, C++. You could generate the assembly code and click a button and play with it. Okay.
Thank you.
I've got one more question and I'll stop.
Yes, yes.
But I want to find out who of my colleagues are there. We have system development team is supposed to be here. So
Okay.
let me ask if Cristiano is there. Cristiano? Or has he disappeared? Or Alessandro? Or Christian? Are they there in the list? They probably got...
Hello, Professor.
Hi, who is that? Alessandro?
Hello.
Hi, Alessandro. Hello. Oh, he can't talk.
Oh, we just heard him. But
What happened?
okay.
Good.
Hello.
We can
Yes.
hear you, Alessandro.
You can't hear me.
I
Hello?
can hear you as well. Maybe it's
Yeah.
problem with Alessandro's side.
Yeah, they often have that. No, my thing is, Varun, whoever listening, well, let me tell you, we have a system called Trade ACS, which has got very nice functionality just like yours,
Okay.
you know, maybe more. And Alessandro is the guy who is doing in the background, you know. It
Okay,
shows
okay.
backtesting about trading.
Okay.
We could probably have a session and perhaps see if there's any scope of joining force. But I don't know if they're coming back.
But you can always contact Prodipta. I think you know.
Yeah, we can have a
Prodipta
separate
Ghosh,
offline
Yes,
thing. Okay,
yes.
so my final thing is, you know, trading is like gambling. You are like a gambler. You say a lot of pockets stashed in your back pocket, money stashed in your back pocket, and you have gone to a casino or a blackjack shop. So my question is, in another context of gambling, like that of horse racing, the same concept can it not be applied? Same sort of tools.
So you want to apply
like
similar
gambling.
tools to horse racing?
Gambling. You will get gambling strategies.
Let's see.
Hello?
So
Hello.
I guess.
Yeah, who is that?
It's like
No,
Alessandro.
okay. Carry on.
So coming to your question, I haven't gambled myself, but so anything is a statistical or a quantitative analysis. So you can actually create something for that, like maybe do a statistical study. But I haven't come across any platform that could help you do that. But probably you can create your own studies. But yeah, similar things can be done, of course, because fundamental concepts are similar in certain way. So there is chaos theory that works, or game theory that works, which is common to gambling and markets also. But it has a differences also. But it all depends on the analyst who is creating certain case studies and research.
Well, the market of gambling is enormous. Like in finance, the gambling market is humongous, and indeed many of our, this is going to Unicom, they're clients of algorithm, the agile and DevOps tools of users are from the domain of gambling, because they simply offer this sort of not strategy making facility, but facilities of reporting, etc. Anyway, I'm done. Anything from anybody else? Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this question.
Okay. So thank you. I think it's Dira's time to thank or whatever.
Sorry, I couldn't come in. Thank you, Varun. I think it was an experience of going through step by step, and I'm sure it's of immense interest and value to people who listened in. We haven't got any more questions right now. So we stop a little early, and we'll be back at 13:10 for another session with Bruno on data management. So stay online, but please do come back. and we'll see you at 10 past. And once again, thank you, Varun.
Thank you, Deera. Thank you.
It was great presentation. Thank you. Bye.
Yes.
Welcome back, everybody. And we are on to our third workshop. This is with Bruno on data management. So I'll leave it to Bruno to take over from here. Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me well, Deera? Is it okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
I can hear you. Oh, okay.
And the
Perfect, then.
picture is clear.
Okay. So I'm going to share here my screen so we can kick off here with our workshop. So the third workshop today, which I will be giving, is focused on data management in low code. By data management, think about data migration, exporting of data, importing of data into low code, migrating data between low code environments. And we'll be talking about the difficulties, what's different in low code, and what challenges will you face in low code to do this data management, like data migrations, moving data around, and best practices in identifying the best solutions for you to work with. I have a lot of practice in one of the top low-code platforms that exist. It's OutSystems. So most of the examples and the demonstrations I will be giving will be around this specific low-code platform vendor. But the subject that I'm going to talk about is generic. So it's something that it happens and it's impactful in all low-code platforms. So without further ado, so OutSystems and all other low-code platforms basically bring into your development cycle wonderful things in terms of IT. So it's low code, so it's faster, it's more efficient development. And when you look at number one, top of the line, enterprise grade low code platforms, like in this example, OutSystems, you get powerful automation, you get AI, you get embedded security, you get DevOps embedded into the platform itself. So basically we have all of these advantages, but one of the gaps one of the difficulties that you have in this platform and the others is that they don't provide out of the box. So when you acquire the platform itself, a solution for bulk data migration between their environments. And you may ask yourself, why is this relevant? Why would you need to migrate data? I mean, perhaps many of you are programmers or have been working in enterprise-grade projects, but it's always good to have here remembering some notes about why do we need to migrate data. Well, one of the main use cases for migrating data is the use case of picking up data from your production environments and copying that into your lower environments. This basically allows you to improve the quality of the development that you are doing. Why? Because all the programmers, when they are developing their applications in low code, if they have good enough data, they will probably face situations that if they don't have that data, they will not face. And so problems, errors, bugs may creep into and up to the production environment. So when you want to have a high performance team, one of the things in terms of DevOps that are talked about is getting your programmers, your development teams, and also your quality assurance teams having good enough environments to perform their tasks the best that they can. And this includes giving them an environment with good enough data for them to develop, for them to test, for them to validate that there are no errors available in the product that is going to be shown to your clients. Now, this is increasingly important. I have here a couple of quotes from 2 studies, and notice that one of them this year, I took it in purpose for almost 10 years ago. And in 10 years ago, and this is like a lifetime in IT development, nobody was talking about, or very few people were talking about low code 10 years ago. And even then, people were saying, well, I may retry an app or an application or a browser or a link a couple of times, but if it doesn't work, I'm not going to repeat and try it in another way and try to find out why it's not working. What we understand and the focus that is increasingly perceived by everyone that is developing and in low code in particular, because we develop very fast applications, is that we develop applications very fast, is that the customers and the clients have an increasingly less tolerance for bugs and problems. If something doesn't work, they say, this doesn't work, I don't care, I'm not going to retry this application. I'm not going to retry to buy the product I was buying online in this store. There was a bug, I'm not going back there. It's wasting my time. So the attention span is getting much, much lower. Besides this component, in terms of getting better, in producing better code with less bugs, with better performance and so forth, there's also the issue of the effort that you put in your teams in testing and validation of the software you are developing. Low-code development is usually very, very fast. But if you have a testing team that is not very fast, then you have a bottleneck in your development. And people who are working with DevOps have a very high conscience of this. Now, this quality assurance work is in your testing environment, this validation of what you are developing is actually an investment, and you can do things like regression testing and test-driven development and use other frameworks for validation. I believe Unicom will have tomorrow in the event several things talking about testing in low code and testing automation in low code. But one of the issues is exactly the investment you do in doing this testing. And I have here a study by IBM that more than one fifth of the investment in software development and quality assurance was being spent on data management. So the time you take to understand what data do you need for testing, what data do you need for development, getting the testing cases created, and then performing those test validations, all that data management component is actually 1/5 of the whole investment in the software development and Q&A. This by an IBM study. So it's quite important for the efficiency of your development operation, the issue of data management. Now, I'm going to list a few scenarios where migrating data is actually quite useful, and it's very perceivable the advantages that you have in deploying these types of operations in your DevOps. Now, the one that I was just mentioning is that the quality of what you are developing basically will increase. People will not create the testing, or even your developers will not create those records saying user 1, user 2, user 3, user 4. They will basically work on copies or anonymized copies or scrambled copies of data that exist in a production environment with all the different types of data or different corner cases that the final users of your applications come up with, which we all know are basically the best people to invent things that nobody thought would be possible in applications that we create, is the final users. They always come up with situations we were not thinking about. And so when you can bring that into the lower environments, you basically improve your development quality. As I was saying in the previous slide, you will also reduce the effort that you put in testing. So this is a direct return on investment on having this data migration process in your DevOps cycle. Is basically saying, okay, the guys that are doing the test cases, now they have production-like data available. So my testing effort of creating the use cases, and if you are working with enterprise level, several teams, you probably already have specific area and specific people devoted to creating and doing UAT. Then you can ask them and see the time that it takes them to invent and create in the OutSystems environments the correct test cases to validate some application feature that you are deploying. Well, this is a way to reduce that time directly. With this previous task, what you get is you get less errors in production. And bringing to what I was saying before, this basically allows you to have a better application, happier users. Less errors means less support. So all those tasks related to, well, whatever support application you use, if it's Jira support or any other remedy, all that time spent by your support team will be less because you'll have less errors. So it's not only an issue of, okay, I will have less bugs, less problems in production, happier users, you'll sleep better, but even the effort that it takes in terms of support, man hours of correcting things, and we all know it's always best the sooner you catch a bug, the best, in terms of investment that you do in your development. So here you also have a direct return on investment, probably a bit also easier to validate, which is how many test corrections are you doing, how much effort are you doing in correcting production errors, and believing that if you had those situations in the lower environments, you could basically don't have those man hours spent in that regard. This without looking at, as I was saying, the clients' involvement with your application and the way that they like it and keep using it. Now, this fourth issue that I am showing here, fourth useful scenario, is actually something that I think for the past 2 or 3 years, every year I've had 1 or 2 companies coming to us and with problems regarding this, because they were not doing performance testing. And as we will see in the rest of this presentation, there are several challenges of having good data and good data in good volume in the non-productive environments in low-code platforms. And so they were not worried about that, and they kept growing their dedication to the low-code. So more applications, more features, and like I was saying, at least once or twice a year, so already 4 or 5 clients have come very urgently to us, because what they did was they developed something. That something entered tests, unit testing in the development team, went into product, into UAT, it was tested okay, went into production, and it broke the environment. In one case, it even made it impossible to check out from an online platform. So they noticed there was an error when, after half a day, they had 0 things bought in their online store. So they said, what is happening? This is not common. And then they went, and what happened was that the application itself, because the data, well, that one that I'm remembering was actually quite an error in the specifications, which basically said that a certain list in the checkout would have a list of all the products, and all those products, basically what they in the development and quality environment, they had like half a dozen products, so people just selected the product they want and went forward. But in production they had several thousand products, so in a combo box it was impossible for a user to select the product that they wanted to check out and to buy in the portal. But other situations happen for things like they put something in production environment that slows down the environment so much because the volume of data is so much, like a certain database query, a screen that is not correctly built, that doesn't filter correctly the information. And so what it happens is people, when they pass through that, they start consuming resources of the environment, and basically it will break the whole low-code environment that it's working on. And they say, oh, now we have to very fast revert what it is that we did, see what the problem is, get good volumes of data in the pre-production environments, test everything again now with performance testing, and guarantee that I'm not breaking the environment in all future releases. And that the performance of the environment, which also in terms of user experience is ever more important. Most people will not stay for more than a few seconds in a web page or waiting for an app to do something. So this is actually a very important, once you reach a certain threshold of volume in your applications, to test also in terms of performance. Now, with everything that's going on in terms of geopolitics, security is, well, actually security for the past 10 years and cybersecurity in particular has always been growing, and its importance is always, it's never gone downward. It's always more important, always more important. And one of the things that happens in security testing is when you want to do like penetration testing in your applications. And to do penetration testing, you could say you want to do like white hacking of your production environment, but that may not be such a good idea if you have or if the attack or the penetration test may break the environment and you are breaking your production environment. So many times what you can do is basically have a parallel environment that has all that data that is similar to production, and in that environment then you do all those validations in terms of cybersecurity. Obviously, it's important to have those volumes of data, that variability of data, those corner cases, that quality of data to perform these tests. Now, one of the I would say, common one-time uses of data migration. So no longer the previous cases were use cases, useful scenarios that were recurrent. So basically, once you deploy this in your DevOps, in your processes, you'll keep doing that with a certain frequency. Now I'm going to use cases and talk about use cases that are things that you do probably just once, or once per application, or once per situation that arises. One of them is if you are starting to use low code in your company, you'll start to notice the advantages of low code. And so you'll probably want to have as many applications, systems, front ends as you can in your low code platform. And what will happen is you will start to shift older applications. And we see in, well, any type of organization that has gone through the past 20 years in any type of digitalization of their processes, that they will have application in Lotus Notes, they will have applications in PHP, they will have applications in Java, they will have applications in Ruby on Rails. So they will have different technologies that popped up, mainly web-based technologies for their internet. Many of them are not, or they may not be like their core applications that they will present like a home banking site for a bank. That's like a core application. It's their front end for the clients. But after that, or behind that, you may have like hundreds of smaller applications, internal applications for their internet, to do things like risk analysis, to do things like human resources management, to do things like space. For example, now during COVID, things like the secretary space, reserving secretaries in an open space to the amount of people that could be in that open space. So several applications that could be quickly or in older times made in Lotus Notes, for example, which was an older low-code, let's say, type of development or citizen development that was available. Or even I found clients that have things like Excel, really magicians of the Microsoft Excel, and they sometimes even have core back office, core to the business back office processes based in Excel. And suddenly it's a huge risk to have something like that, because it's based in Excel. So you may want to say, no, I don't want this legacy application in that type of technology, which perhaps it's not even supported formally by your IT, but it's something that a guy that has done 15 years ago, and now lots of departments depend on that. And somebody says, look, now we have this wonderful low-code platform. It's very fast. That application you are using, I can build that in 6-7 screens, and tomorrow I will have that built. Because most of these legacy applications are actually crude applications, very simple. And since it's back office, even the user interface does not need to be something that complex. But then somebody in the business will say, okay, you build the application, but I need to have that data of that application brought into the new application. I need to have that legacy data brought in. So you need to migrate data in that case. The other way around also, many low-code applications, you may have issues or difficulties, and after this, I will also show you how hard it is to get in the low-code applications to understand where that data is stored. And so when you want to have an analytic solution, for example, running an internal business intelligence solution that you have, or you want to, and also notice that your low-code applications many of times are the front end of the business. So they are in many situations, not for all technologies, but in many situations, they are used as something that it's very fast, it's something that you put in front of the client, it's something that you put in front of internal areas. So it's like the interface of choice. It's fast to develop and so forth. All those advantages that I was mentioning in the beginning of low-code, and everybody here in this workshop, I believe, already knows. So they get the data. It's the source of the data. But then if the data is stored inside low-code and you say, oh, but I have this data warehouse, now a data lake that I want to get this information in to run this business intelligence application, to do some analytics on that. Well, how can you get that outside of your application into your low-code application? Very hard. We'll see more details about that. So this is another useful scenario. Backing up specific data. Usually in low-code, you back up the full database, but for compliance issues, I've had companies in the insurance sector in India, in Singapore, well, mostly Asia actually, but also in the US, speaking about, I need to back up just this specific data for compliance. I need to know at this time, this data was this, at the other time, this data was something different. And I don't want to do a full database backup of hundreds of gigabytes. I just need this specific information to be stored for compliance. And so getting that data out for these kind of reasons is also very relevant. One of the things you will find when you start to increase the size of your practices, of your environments in low-code, is that suddenly you may have in the same low-code platform applications that are critical to your business, together with applications that you will use, I mean, for invoicing once a week, applications that your human resources use, but if they are down for a couple of weeks, it's no issue. So you have all these different priorities, different urgencies, different criticalities of applications, all in the same low-code platform. Well, this is not the best practice for developing in low-code. Segregation of different pipelines. So you are able to have one pipeline of your DevOps specific for the critical applications, business critical. This cannot stop. This has to have an uptime. This has to have disaster recovery. This has to have performance. And then the other ones, which are internal, which may be down for half a day, 1 week, and your business keeps running without any issue, separated from those. And when you are separating things from one low-code platform into 2 instances of that low-code platform, you need to separate the data also. So you need to migrate data also. So this is a list of why do you need to migrate data. One of the things I didn't mention in the beginning, if you have questions, keep posting them. We'll answer them at the end. Okay. Now, next part I would like to talk about, now that we understand why it's relevant, why it's important, why would we need to do this data migration or export or import, is what's the difficulty? I mean, digital systems exist for, I mean, the .com bubble burst 20 years ago, 22 years ago. It was in the 2000s. So everybody is used to producing code for web pages. Okay, now we have web 3.0. But I mean, this happened from the first version in many of these use cases, at least. So where's the difficulty and the challenge that low code brings to this data management, to this data migration? Well, what happens is that in low code, the data isn't easily identified and neither manipulated. Why is this? Well, in low code, because it's low code, you are programming not specifically in high code data manipulation instructions. Where do you store? Where do you want to create? But you are using that in an abstract interface, an interface that is visual, that is low code, and as such, the platform has to interpret what you are doing into something that ends up being persisted or executed in a database system, a relation database system, as with any other tool. It can be a SQL Server, it can be Oracle, it can be Postgres, it can be MySQL. It depends on the low-code platform you are using. In OutSystems, for example, they use either Oracle or SQL Server. You can deploy the platform with either of these relation database management systems. But thing is, it needs what in low code you don't say, I want to insert this record with these values into this physical table in SQL Server. No, you say, yeah, I have an application that may have a module that has an entity. This entity has these attributes, and I want to insert some attributes into this entity. And you don't have any idea how that data is persisted in the database. There's a layer of metadata, an abstraction that says you can just work in this business way, talking about entities and attributes and things like that, and you delegate to the low-code platform everything that is the high-code manipulation of SQL instructions, of creating tables, columns, foreign keys, dependencies, blobs, constraints, and all of that. So that's why it's low-code. You work at a higher level. So you don't have this reach, which means that if you want to do data migration, creating your own scripts, or if you want to do that with one of the dozens of ETL tools that exist on the market, that you say, oh, I need to migrate data from SQL Server into Oracle, or between two instances of SQL Server, and you have dozens of ETL tools to be able to do that. Same thing for Oracle, MySQL. Well, you have some dedicated to some sorts of databases that are cross-database. But the thing is, you have lots of ETL tools, but they all, just like if you do the scripts manually, will basically give you lots of issues, lots of problems, lots of challenges and difficulties. To name a few. Well, you'll have something which is an exponential effort that our human mind is not ready to understand and to, well, intrinsically evaluate. We can understand it. I'm going to try to explain it today. But taking it into the field, one thing is you understand it. Okay, this is an exponential growth. But when you go into estimating that, you very easily fall into a linear pattern, because that's what our minds are prepared to do. It's saying, if I'm migrating one table, then if I'm migrating 10, it's 10 times the effort, and it's not. It's an exponential curve. Your probability of having errors, because of the high complexity underlying this and other factors like the speed of the change that in low code happens on the across the level, but in the applications that you are doing, being it in the business specifications, in the deployment times, and obviously all of that propagates to the lower levels of the of your infrastructure, so to the database itself. All of that will increase your probability of errors, and errors in low code, if you change things like that, they can be critical. They can break your own platform, and things start to happen. You start to ask yourself, why is this happening? This is not a regular operation. The platform should not behave this way. Like I was saying, in low code, you are used to doing agile development. I mean, you don't need to, obviously. One thing is the platform, the other is the way that you do your development and what methodology you use for that. But continuous changes, it's one of the strengths, is the fact that you can develop, prototype fast, change things. And obviously those changes will impact the scripts or the ETL tools that you use, and they should be able, if you are doing that manually, you'll have issues with continuously having to update and validate and have more effort and more errors in that. Now, one of the things that low code brought and tries to bring to the current ecosystem of IT is saying, well, we have a global scarcity of human resources working in IT, of developers and all the other capacities needed to develop applications and IT systems. And low code tries, and many times succeeds, in saying, okay, I can reconvert persons to work with low code from other areas, from other technologies that are no longer being used. Well, if you are going this path of manual scripting and having to understand things in depth, you'll have these human resources and knowledge availability issues. And sometimes it's like you are continuously requesting those things. So you have even things like in your project management, issues of getting the resources, even if they exist in the company with all the knowledge that is needed. The thing is, are they available at the time that you need them? one of the things that can be very important, again, is performance. So we are talking about migrating. Are we talking about migrating like 3, 4, 5 tables of data with a few hundred megabytes of data? Or are we talking about hundreds of tables, all interconnected, with hundreds of gigabytes or even 1 or 2 terabytes of data being migrated? And that's quite different. And so I've had clients that have come up and saying, look, there are some things we cannot migrate because it will take us weeks to migrate in terms of executing the current scripts that they had manually built at the time. So in short, why can't you do it manually? What is the challenge? What is the difficulty? It's these 3 points. It's the slower time to market that you get. It's the higher risk that you have of things going wrong and even breaking the environment. And obviously attached to all of this, the higher increased costs. Now I'm going to go a bit in depth about this and go through in detail on these topics that I was mentioning. So, meta model. What is a meta model? A meta model is basically the specification that the platform has on what kind of persistence, because I'm talking about meta model can be many things, but in this specific context, it's the specification or a model of a model. So you have your database model, and then you have a model of that database model. And the platform, the low-code platform, will use that meta model, that model of the database, which itself is a model for your database. I think everybody knows this. So you build a database as a model of something real. So you say, I have a table here that's my client's table, and I have a table here that's the invoices, and the table here that's the products. So you are modeling your real life, let's say it like this, into that database structure. And what happens in low code is that you are creating a model of that database model. So the platform with that meta model can basically automatically create the physical database structure that is needed to persist and do the operations, copy, update, delete, that you need on the data. So in a typical database, what you have is you do direct read and write commands. So you do direct SQL to the database. Your developer or your DBA has a direct access to the database. It's they that defines, the developer or the DBA team that defines the table names, the structure. You may even have processes to say table names will follow this structure. The fields of the tables, the columns will follow this structure. You may even have internal processes in terms of development about this. And the developers can use any ETL solution of the dozens that exist on the market to migrate data, because they know all, they have access to it, they are the ones that define that. This is high code, typical database. Now, a low code database, like I was saying, what it happens is that those read and write comments pass through the low code platform meta model. So the guys that are developing, they do not have a direct access. They don't even know what are the table names or the physical structures of the underlying persistence layer. They don't know, and they don't need to know in OutSystems where that entity called client or the entity that they call invoice, where that information is stored, how it is stored. It's irrelevant for them because they are working at low code. They are working at that higher level. So there is no direct extract, transform, and load solution to move this data. Low code will even give many times business names to these objects to facilitate the adoption, to do citizen development, to be able to more easily be used by people who are not technical people, but are business sensitive people, and so, or even sometimes just logical people, that they can work with those business names of the objects instead of going into the tables, instead of understanding where that data is persisted. So this meta model impact is basically what brings the difficulty in the data migration. Giving you some examples. And I'm going to, like I said in the beginning, I'm more used to the OutSystems platform. We've been working with it for over 18 years. And so my examples are around this. OutSystems platform is the #1 low-code platform defined by Gartner. And so I think it's a good example of what low-code platforms do and how they operate. So think you have your OutSystems platform. And in your OutSystems platform, you say, okay, I'll have this application for clients onboarding, and I will have this application for invoicing clients. I will have this application for the clients to buy my products. So you have these different applications built into your low-code platform in OutSystems. Well, in the platform metadata, there's a table called OSIS application, in which each record is one of those applications that I was just mentioning. So a list of all applications that exist in that instance of that platform, that OutSystems platform, is kept here inside this table. And each record has a name, which is the name of the application, the description of it. It has a flag saying if the application is active or is no longer active. So you can basically say this application is no longer active and it's no longer available to be used in that environment. And it has an ID and has lots of other columns besides this. This is just some of them that are inside this application table. Now, for organizational purposes in OutSystems, just like when you are programming in other high code languages, you have like packages and structures, so you can group information and classes, things like that, interfaces. In OutSystems, you have something called modules. And so you can basically have related to an application and say, oh, this is my invoices module, but it takes my invoices application, but it has this module to some data about the invoices itself, but then I need to have like a workflow for approval, and I will put that workflow and all things related to that workflow in another module for the approval process. So you can basically organize mentally your information and logically, not only mentally, but logically in the low-code OutSystems platform, separating things by these modules. And the modules themselves, the list, just like we had a list of applications, now we have a list of modules that exist in this environment. So all modules that exist in this environment. And so they are stored in this OSIS eSpace application table, sorry, OSIS eSpace_eSpace table, and they have, each module has its own ID, it has its own name, an SS key, which is a variable ID. It has an indication if it is active or not, and so forth, several other columns besides this one. Now, when you are creating those applications, the developer is going to say, oh, I'm developing an application here for invoicing clients or invoice approvals. So I want to have an object, it's called invoices, and I will need an object called client. And I may need an object called product to say what is the invoice about, and the client is connected to the invoice, and things like that. So each one of these entities, we call them entities, but it's one of these objects, but in OutSystems we call them entities. So is stored in a physical table. The list of these entities are all stored in this physical table. So this is just a list of entities, again, with a name. But here, in this list of entities, because entities will store information, there's also the information of the physical table name. So when the developer is saying, okay, I have this invoice, the platform itself is saying, okay, you are creating this entity called which is invoice. Well, let me store that data into this physical table name. So I have in this OSIS entity a list of all entities in the environment, And in each row, in each entity, I say in this table, which is the physical table name where the entity's data will be stored. And I have all other types of columns also, inclusively saying if that entity is active or not. Now, as I was mentioning, if this is an entity, for example, to store an invoice or to store a client. And so an entity, this object has to have values, has to have information. And what kind of information would we say that an invoice has? Well, an invoice could have a total amount, would have a list of other attributes, for example, like the tax value, the date of the invoice. Well, all of these attributes that developer is saying, oh, I'm creating an entity that is called an invoice, or here, like I'm saying, I called an entity called a client. I will give these different attributes to this entity. The client has a name, an address, a contact, etc. Well, all these attributes must also be stored in the metadata. And so I have a table which is connected to the entity. So I have here a column called entity ID that says, oh, this attribute belongs to this entity. And I have a bunch of other attributes also, inclusively if this attribute is active or not. And this will be relevant because if an attribute is not active, perhaps then there is no column for it in the database. Or perhaps there is, because it's a legacy. And perhaps there, when you create a new attribute with exactly the same name, the platform may choose to add a new column with a different name. But you don't even need to know what that different name is because you are talking always of the attribute name. So the attribute name can be contact, and then you have in your physical table a contact, then you have a contact 2, and a contact 3, and a contact 4, and you don't know which column it is correct. But in the metadata, when you analyze that, you say, oh, it's just this that is active. The others are not active. So this one is the column where the active information is being stored. Now, I'm speaking about this. I hope everybody is with me. We are talking about the here in this type of structure. This perhaps you are feeling, okay, this is simple. Well, let's complicate things a bit. So you are migrating data from one application and you need to identify the physical tables and the columns for that application. I mean, I'm migrating my client's application, my client onboarding, electronic KYC, and I want to migrate all that data into a lower environment. How do I do that? Well, I have to identify for this specific application all the physical tables and all the active columns of those physical tables that that have the data I want to copy to another environment. So in OutSystems, you have to do things like go into that list of applications, which you select one of these rows, see all the modules that exist in that application. You have, this is an indirect connection, so you have to go through a couple of other tables that I didn't mention here. From this eSpace list of modules, you will basically identify all the entities and you'll filter them by those that are active and see in those entities the physical table name that we saw in a previous slide and see which attributes they have that are active and which columns identify in the physical table name to those attributes. And so you can have, okay, this is what you need to migrate to your destination. Obviously, there are more things. This couldn't be as easy. So you have things like, when you are talking about data structures, you have things like foreign keys, connections between entities. Like I was saying before, you have an invoice and you have for that specific invoice, you have something like a client to whom that invoice was emitted to, was sent to. So all those connections must also be defined in the meta model. And so you have to go through different types of connections from one entity to another to be able to basically match and say, okay, this entity connects to that other entity. So if you are exporting data, for example, to get an analytic solution to deal with it, you have to maintain these foreign keys working with one another. So you have to look into this metadata and make it work. Just the same in the destination as in the source. Or even if you are migrating data between instances of your low-code platform, you also have to guarantee that everything works okay. If not, you start to have strange errors in the platform. Here we have other types of connection, but obviously this is not the end. So everything gets more complex because this is low code, and you have basically, if you try to understand what the platform does, and usually there are hundreds of thousands of man hours in developing these platforms, there are lots of structures or definitions that the platform does for you to make it easier for the user of the low-code platform to do its job, to do its programming. But that means that there are complexities underlying that are abstracted, so at the low-code level, you don't have to deal with them. But they are there for performance reasons, for logical reasons. Those complexities exist in the metadata in the way that the platform persists its data. Have here another example. In OutSystems, static lists. Things like are common across all environments, like a list of countries, a list of currencies. These are lists that are usually dealt in a static variable or static class or something like that in high code. In low code, you have static entities. Okay, perfect. They have the exact same types of features. But the way they connect, the way they are defined in the metadata, slightly different. So you have to look into that metadata in a different way. You have to understand that underlying complexity of the meta model when you suddenly have something that is a static entity and not a regular entity. And when you are doing that migration manually or using an ETL not specific for the platform you are working on, you have to, which is basically the same thing, because then you in such an ETL you have to go low level into the specifics of the structure of the database. Then basically this forces you into understanding this metadata. What is the problem around this? I mentioned this in that resume slide in the beginning, but the challenges are this complex meta model. So what this means is that all that I've been explaining, and I'm not going to repeat that, but just to give you here the conclusion, which is low-code platforms are usually, and all that I know about, highly sensitive to their metadata consistency. And they have to be by design. Why? Because they are supposed to work based on this meta model so they can abstract you, the user of the platform, from all these complexities of programming. And to do that, they have to resort to internal rules. In the case of OutSystems, defined here. In other platforms, they may even be defined at code level. Some platforms that are, unlike OutSystems, that you can, well, quit at any time and you get your .NET C# code in your database and you can use it and detached from OutSystems if you want. Automatic generated code, not so easy to maintain, but you don't have, how they call it, you are not locked in into the platform. You can at any time detach and have access to the code. Other platforms, you don't even have that kind of access. And so they are dependent on their methodologies that they implement to be able to give you the low-code interface. And if something happened that you break the logic in that platform level of metadata, well, then you get erratic responses because the platform obviously is not prepared for somebody to, it's like you going to the engine of a car, pulling out a few screws or changing some wires and saying, oh, this is supposed to work. And I don't know, I just put gas on it and it should run because I'm putting gas on it. Well, no, you've changed something that you were not supposed to change. Going through those topics that I was listing, you'll face higher costs. The human mind and the preparedness for exponential growth. We have internally this easy way of just linear estimating the cost of doing something. So we even have a saying to well, here in Portugal, it translates, literally translates to something like eating an elephant with a spoon. But it basically means you have something large and you chop it up in small pieces, and then you start dealing with those smaller pieces. Well, when you are estimating, you do the same thing. You say, okay, I have like 1,000 tables to migrate, or 100 tables to migrate, 100 entities. And well, I will just estimate the first 10 and then multiply that by a factor of 10, and I have my general estimate, perhaps with a smaller additional point. But that's additional point that I think of adding is just because I'm not very sure about that estimate. But if the effort grows not linearly but exponentially, then basically I will completely miss, in terms of expectation versus reality, what were my estimates. And this is what happens, because the number of relations between entities, when you add or when you double the number of entities, doesn't double. It basically is an exponential growth. And you add lots of other things. You add things like circular dependencies, self-references, unique fields, other types of constraints, other types of data. So lots of other corner cases that will add to your effort. What this leaves is basically, the conclusion is that you will take a higher time to market. So you estimated something to take 1-2 weeks effort, and suddenly you are in the 3rd and the 4th week, and it's still not done. Another added risk here, or a problem, a challenge, is that this is low code. So usually development doesn't stop, which means that the developers, well, they keep adding new fields or removing and adding them back or doing other changes that in the low code level, and so in that visual interface, they may even remove a field, and then 1 week after you say, oh, you removed this field, and they say, oh yes, it's right, I will add it back. But in the database, it's no longer the same column. Now it's a different column, even though the field has the same name, or it can be, depending on how the data, the low-code platform works, and other conditions also. But the issue is, you are talking in different languages, and they are keeping the development going. They are keeping to correct bugs. They are keeping to do perhaps minor releases. They are probably working in an agile low-code way. So they cannot wait 2-3 weeks for everything to be working and to do this data migration. It's a waste of effort. And so basically, changes are mandatory and suddenly have to happen, and then you have to go back into your scripts because they no longer work. Obviously, all this difficulty has a higher probability of errors. And here I would like to bring something up, which is the conclusion that I'm going to reach in a couple of slides forward, which is you should look into products. And if I go back, you see that time to market of a product, you deploy the product and you use it. And you don't need to waste time creating scripts. So the time to market to deploy a product, obviously it depends on the solution you are working with, but it can be minutes or it can be a few hours, perhaps some learning if some products are more complex, but it will be much, much faster. Same thing with errors. So if you have a product, obviously products are also software, so they will have errors also. But thing is, if they are a product, so if they are not like customized to you or something that somebody sells saying, okay, I have this, but I will deploy it in your environment and I will configure it for you. So it's like more like an accelerator of software. If it's a general product that you go into a marketplace, you acquire it, you deploy it, and you use it, well, then that's something that is product development, which is not something made specific for you. That means that all references that exist, all the other past executions of that product have made it grow. So all problems that past clients had, you are no longer going to have, because the product has adapted to those corner cases, has adapted to those situations. It has evolved to guarantee that it works also in those corner cases. So obviously there may be bugs, but and situations that you may be perhaps the first one to identify or to have something very strange in your low-code environment that no other client of that product had, but you will not have the problems that everybody else that came before you may have encountered, because the product has evolved to correct those and to be able to respond to those situations. I already talked about a bit the allocation, the expertise needed. So data migration is in itself a project if you do it manually, and you will need specific resources. So you will need somebody that understands this low-code platform, whatever it is you are using, in depth, to be able to, well, basically give you an understanding of how that platform works and tell you what you need to look at the database layer. We'll need somebody, which may be the same or a different person, but sometimes it's a different person that is, and many times it's a different person that is a good SQL developer. So to do the right queries, it's not the same thing to do a query in Oracle and in SQL Server or in Postgres or in MySQL. There are different things to take into account, not only the SQL instructions, but even the way that you build the explain plans and so forth, especially in terms of performance, because you may end up doing things, if you don't have the expertise needed, that take lots and lots of time to execute, even not making it possible. Performance is something that is actually very relevant as your enterprise grows and as you have more data to migrate and to copy and export and import and everything. One other thing is that I was talking about different situations, but there are other things you may do while you are migrating data. For example, those recurrent use cases of DevOps copying data into the lower environments. So situations like that, you may need things like data anonymization, because you don't want to copy data and have in non-productive environments that data. Perhaps you may have some security risks here in Europe, GDPR, that you have to take into account. So the need of data anonymization during migration. So you never have in the destination environment real data, can be something very relevant. Things like data filtering. You have 1 terabyte of data in production and you just want to have a maximum of 500 gigabytes in the destination. Okay, you need to apply filters. Doing things like unmanaged scheduled executions. Most low-code platforms have business processes, workflows, and you may want to migrate those instances, that data, those events that happened in them. You may want to do things like incremental migrations. You migrate something today, your production into your quality environment, and when you repeat that tomorrow, you want just to copy the delta, the changes that happen in production, replicate them in your lower environments. Things like primary key integrity. So you may have situations where you have systems interconnected with your low-code platform, so integrated, and you need to basically, when you are testing in your quality environment, some keys, they are actually keys you use to those migrations, to those integrations with the foreign non-low-code systems like SAP or an ERP that you have, or a CRM platform, or an invoicing, whatever. The external, not low-code platform. And you need to keep those integrity keys when you are copying. So, because you are also copying, for example, in those other platforms, the production data to the lower environments. And so you want to have it all working also when you copy the low-code data into the lower environments. And as I have these examples here, but basically performance is something very relevant. I've already mentioned it several times. And in this case, well, I'm proud to say that this application is one that we do for OutSystems, and it has been validated as the best performance available. So, as a resume of what you should do when you are faced with this challenge of data migration. Well, the first thing is, as you understand my point of view, is use a product. Don't do in low code manual data migrations unless you have the resources and you are doing very simple migrations of half a dozen tables, not very connected ones, with a manageable level of scripting. And so the first thing you should do, and I'm talking about comparing tools or validating the tools that you need, is go after their features and capabilities and match those to your needs, to your use case. You may find different features and capabilities in different tools, and so this is you will only discuss and analyze things after you say, okay, this is something that makes sense for my use case. So giving here examples in OutSystems. If you have a huge database, hundreds of gigabytes, performance is probably an issue. Don't want to wait 2, 3, 4, 10 hours to do a migration, and perhaps in the last hour having an error and having to repeat everything. So it's important to be the fastest possible. If you are migrating 80 megabytes, 100 megabytes, perhaps not so relevant, the performance. Because even if you take 5 or 10 minutes to migrate that instead of 30 seconds or 1 minute, you can live with that. Features like what I was talking of, incremental migration. Do you need differential migrations? Are you doing something that you have like a pre-production environment and you need to keep updating it every night with the differences that happened in your production environment? Updating records, deleting records that were deleted in production, and creating new records. Or is this something that you say, no, that's not a need for me, I can just delete the whole quality environment and copy everything again? Well, if that's the case, then you don't need such differential features like delta or incremental migration. Primary keys integrity, I talked about this in the other slide. So if you're doing multiple sequential differential migrations, or you have to have references to other systems and you need to keep this primary key integrity, well, then DMM is the only tool currently in OutSystems that does this. You'll need it. But if not, then perhaps other solutions could be used. Importing data from OutSystems, from non-OutSystems sources, so from those legacy applications, the same thing into OutSystems. Well, if your use case is not this one-off use case of, or if this is not something you'll take advantage of because you don't have this need, again, this is a differentiator. You will look for differentiators in the tools and you will match if this use case matches, just like the export one, matches your needs. Are you getting data out of OutSystems into an analytics environment? And for example, in OutSystems, it happens a lot. People are in the OutSystems PaaS cloud. The access to the database, it's not like on-prem where they can look it up. It's in the cloud, managed by OutSystems. So they can basically don't worry. The client does not need to worry about scaling of the environment, database, versioning and updates of the OutSystems versions and everything. But then they have an issue of how can we get that data into other solutions that aren't OutSystems, into my data lake, into my analytics solution. Well, then a feature that helps them, even if they are looking at other features like the copying data between OutSystems environments, well, perhaps this feature will be useful also for the data warehouse people. So you look into all of this. We have here another one. So yeah, migrations of BPTs, workflows, and notifications and events and emails that are connected to it. I believe well, our solution is also the only one that does these types of migrations. And so it's from here that you basically compare and see, okay, what it is that I need with what it is that the tool gives me. And then you say, okay, this matches my needs, then I can look into the second vector. The second vector is that I was talking about of reducing your risk, reducing errors. And the way you can have, obviously, you can do things like if the vendor gives you a trial, you can ask for a trial license and you try it in your environment, validate that it works. But another way to, and what I was talking before is, well, check that other people have used it and see the reviews that they give. See the use cases that are published around that. Do they match your use case? What are the experiences of other people using that tool? This is a bit of common sense. Here I will only add specifically for OutSystems that OutSystems has its own marketplace, which is quite nice in this regard because good or bad reviews can be posted there. If you go just to the vendor's site, you'll probably just see good reviews. But if you go into the platform site and the distribution of the vendor solution isn't, not all low-code platforms have that. OutSystems does. It has the Forge, which is kind of its own marketplace where code can be shared and tools can be shared. And you can go there and you can see the reviews that they present. And in this way, you can see good and bad reviews because anybody can go there and post a review. And the people that put the software there, they don't have a saying if the review is kept there or not. It's the platform vendor that moderates that. And so the review is saying, oh, this was a problem, this didn't work in that way, or I had issues with support, or I asked a question that they took 2 or 3 days to answer, or something like that. Then that review will be there and you will manage your expectations of using that tool. If you have no reviews, well, then you also manage your expectations, perhaps looking at that people are not reviewing it, so perhaps not so many people are using it. So the conclusion that I'm reaching is basically if you are doing data management, data migration, data export, data import in low-code tools, platforms, use some tool to do it that has been pre-validated, that has gone through your current use cases in other clients. Check the features that it has to match yours. Check that it's an off-the-shelf product and not something that is done specifically for client A or client B, or that has been adapted to different clients, because that means it's basically just a reusable piece of code, but it doesn't have that background of saying multiple versions and all previous errors are corrected or incorporated for future releases for future clients. And look at the performance, look at these issues across the board. Now, remember to post questions. What I have next planned is basically show you a live demo. Let's see if everything goes all right. Around here, our data migration manager, which is the tool that we have to do data migrations, data exports, data imports, data deletions, data scramblings and anonymizations, doing platform health checks, comparing data in different environments. I will talk about the Forge marketplace, which is where you can see and acquire and download into your OutSystems environment. The access control, that it basically uses the OutSystems access control, but this is a component I didn't mention before, but you should make sure you are editing data, you are changing data. So be secure in who has access to the tools to do this. We use OutSystems own controls, and we'll talk a bit about that also. How you set up the component after you deploy it. I'll do a migration configuration. DMM basically does you do a configuration of what it is you want to do. Then you can execute that configuration as many times as you want. So next step is doing this live demo. I hope everybody is on board. Okay, let me just skip here into the pages that I want. And okay, sharing. Where is it? It's over here. Sharing. Okay. So what I have here, If somebody is not seeing my screen again, please alert me. What I have here is basically the OutSystems Forge. So this is the low-code platform, and this is the Forge, which is their marketplace where you can basically share assets, and in this case, where you can also download and install into your OutSystems environment our data migration manager. It's currently being deployed together with a second tool in another module. Remember that I talked about organization of modules inside components. And there's like a second module focused on performance in OutSystems and SLA control. How can you control your SLAs of your OutSystems applications, and do a drill down or a bottom-up analysis of performance of your applications, have your operations receiving alerts if those SLAs are not being complied with. But now today we are focusing on the other tool, which is the data migration manager. How do you deploy it? Well, you can go and directly deploy it into the OutSystems Service Studio, which is basically the environment where you develop in OutSystems. So this is like a direct, if I had the Service Studio installed in my computer, if I was an OutSystems developer, I just click here, and inside my development environment, I would have the tool installed directly. I can also download the file and then manually load that file into the OutSystems environment. After doing this, I have to set up the access. I'm here going to our user manual, and to tell you that we use the OutSystems security access. So the platform itself has several things related to controls to access its applications, and we use that. So people just need, after deploying our application, they just need to give to the users that they want to have that specific access to our data migration manager, this whole, which is DMM operator. And the user that is given that, it's then able to log in into DMM. So we use the OutSystems standard authentication methods that are across the whole application, the whole platform. When you log in to the application itself, so to the DMM, so you have that, you just put the user in the first page that it shows you. It's a dashboard. You have our performance advisor here in the middle, our data migration manager, and here a possibility of doing a health check on the database where this OutSystems environment is running. Down here we have several other tables, several other information, some in pie charts, some in here about the number of columns, number of tables, volumes that exist in this current database. When I want to access Data Migration Manager, just click here in the middle, and I access this specific application. Now, to finish the configuration, all I need to do is come here into the settings, and well, if I'm using a free or a trial version, well, a free version, I don't need to activate anything. In a trial or a subscribed version, I need here in the online activation to put the license ID and the password. Besides that, to do the settings, what I need to do is basically to finish the settings so I'm ready to use the application. All I need to do is here in the settings to create direct database connections. If I'm, for example, using OutSystems on top of SQL Server or Azure SQL, in top of Oracle, or until OutSystems version 10, it was possible to deploy the application MySQL also, so I can also use that. And I can create here the direct database connections to the different environments that we have in OutSystems. So like a connection to my production environment, or a connection to my quality environment, or development environment. Now, if you are in a situation where for political reasons, compliance, or you are, for example, in OutSystems PaaS, their cloud, you don't have these direct connections. So what you do is in the source environment, you don't have, because OutSystems does not give you direct database connection in their PaaS, platform as a service, their cloud. So what you do is you install DMM in the source environment, and in the source environment you define this REST API key. This makes it so that in the source, the DMM installation will deploy REST APIs with read-only permissions, but that will give information when the key is sent. And then in the destination environment, you will basically create a connection of the DMM REST. For example, if your destination is your quality environment and you are copying data from your production environment to the quality environment, you go into the quality environment and say, I want to read information from my production environment. And you put here that server of URL for the REST API. And you put here the token that was in the box below, that was defined in the production environment. And then you create this connection of the REST type, just like I have this one here. And then you will copy information from this REST source, production source environment into your current quality environment. How do you do that? Well, after doing these settings, and these are all the current options that we have. In a couple of weeks, we'll have another one here. You can keep up in the Forge and see it. You just need to say, okay, my use case is migrating data from production into the lower quality environment. Well, I will start by selecting the connection to my source. Since I am in OutSystems PaaS Cloud, as you see here in the URL, I'm using a REST connection. And I'm going to copy that to my runtime, which is this current quality environment that I have. After selecting the source and destination, I clicked to go forward, and automatically the DMM selected from both environments all the applications that exist in both. So here in my runtime connection, so in my quality environment, I have over 200 applications, but over only 55 of them exist also in this other environment. So the DMM filters that and says, well, if you want to migrate from one environment to another, you have to have the same application in both environments. Actually, it doesn't need to be the same application. Well, it needs to be the same application, but not the same version of the application. So you may have an application in the quality environment that has actually more modules, more entities, changes in the screens because some features that you are going to deploy and haven't reached production yet, but that's not the problem. The DMM will just copy what it is able to copy from production into the quality environment. You can search by, and I have here a testing application, and basically you can select what application you want to copy. Remember that I showed you that in OutSystems, the applications have connections to modules that have connections to entities, and it's the entities that store your business information in the persistence layer in the database. So I select the application. From the selection of the application, I have a list of modules. From the list of modules, I can see a list of entities that exist. When I select one entity, DMM automatically detects the dependencies. So it will say, okay, this entity has a foreign key, has a dependency to another entity, and that entity has a dependency to another entity. And it will go through that whole tree of dependencies to guarantee that when you migrate data, it's consistent. And you don't need to worry if it's consistent or not. DMM guarantees that. How? Looking into that metadata layer that has everything specified about your application. But just like you develop in low code, now with DMM, you also migrate data without coding. I will select here all entities. Notice that I have 75 entities here, and it selected 76. Well, because one of these could be either in this other module, which is it is not, or it could be in another application, which it is. And you see it here already selected. So those dependencies can be to other modules or can be to entities in another applications. And so all of them, DMM goes through and puts in this selected list, again, to guarantee the data consistency. In this final configuration screen, you can save the configuration to use it later and just say, okay, I have it here in my configurations. And upon looking at it, I will say, and I want to use, well, let me see if this one is valid. Yeah, looks like it is. And I can jump into here and see, so I can save it and see it in that list. I can download it and upload it. I have those enterprise features that I was talking about, like PPTs, deltas, incremental migrations, and other things. And I have a list of other configurations I can do. I can do things like write any where clause, for example. I can do things like setting up specific columns, for example, currency table. I can say, okay, I want to, independently of the data that exists, I want to say here that this currency or the currency and the country, in this case, both were already selected. I will use this as unique mappers for the information of this entity. So I'm mapping this entity through these two columns instead of its natural IDs. Or I can do things like, for example, let me see if I have here, I have a person entity, yeah. And I can come here and say, oh, I have some special actions, and this is our persons, this may be sensitive data. Oh, and I'm going to anonymize the name, and I can come here and in the birth date, I will scramble that information. The scramble basically works by detecting patterns and basically scrambles the information around. So if you have like an email, the information still looks like an email. Anonymize just creates a hash, like it's shown here. But the scramble, what it does is it picks the information and scrambles it around. So if you are scrambling an email, it may have like the first part of one person's email, the second part of another person's email at a third person's company.com, for example. And it will scramble the information around, creating new data, but data that looks real. This is very good for testing purposes, for that initial use case, if you remember that I mentioned, of having the UAT team spending less time creating test cases, because the information still looks real. It's no longer real, so there is no longer a confidentiality issue, but it still looks real. You do all these configurations, save it, and then, well, you just continue and go to the final confirmation screen where, okay, this is production into this testing environment. So I can do this, and yeah, I want to execute this migration. What the DMM will do in this situation is it will basically, it will do a bunch of pre-preparation tasks and launch a timer in OutSystems asynchronously. So I can leave this screen if I want. I can go back here, and then I can come here to reports and click here in this option of execution status. And clicking here, I will go back into that dashboard. And that dashboard page is basically being refreshed, I think, every 30 seconds, being updated in these gauges, these graphics here. And they are saying, okay, I'm migrating 82 from 3 entities already migrated. I have 82 total, half a million, exactly 500,000 records, and 160 megabytes of data, of which 107 have already been migrated. And here you have an overall in this environment, and you can see, well, this one, that something that I was doing 7 a.m. this morning, which was a similar migration to this use case, and it took 6 minutes to do this migration of almost 1 terabyte of data. Highly interconnected. Sometimes it's not only the size of the data that impacts performance, it's also the level of interconnectivity between that data. So if you have data that with lots of dependencies between itself, with lots of references between itself, circular references, self-references, reference to other applications, references, all of that makes the explain plan in the database, the scripting that is automatically created by DMM and then run, more complex, and so more time consuming also. And also we are using here a REST connection, so there's an overhead in terms of network, which if you had direct database connections, you would not have. Even so, 5 seconds to migrate it, almost 1 terabyte of data, 5 minutes is not that bad through an API calls. Yeah, and basically this was it. Other features that you have, they follow the same pattern. So you always start by selecting in which database you want to work on. Here, for example, in the Scramble. Then you select in what application. For example, I have 209 applications here in this environment. remember that I previously said only 55 of them were common between environments. And but you select in which application you want to work on, and then you go and you can do whatever it is in the final configuration scheme. In this case, this is a scramble, so you can basically do those options to scramble directly. If it was exporting, it would be similar. Data deletion is exactly the same thing. So it follows always these steps that are defining where you want to work on, which database, which environment, define the entities, the applications, or the modules that you want to work on, and then do the final configuration. Like in the deletion, you can do filters. In the data migration, it's all those options for scrambling, for filtering, the enterprise level options, things like that. Going back into our presentation. Where are you guys? So that's the end of my presentation. I will have now, I believe, something like 10 minutes for Q&A. Any questions until now? Let me see here if I can see.
Just checking to see where we have in the chat, probably.
Well, while you are waiting, perhaps I can do some general presentation of who am I, because I don't usually like to do this in the beginning, because most people think, oh, this is not that relevant.
No, it is.
Oh, we already have one, right? No, it's thank you.
Yes,
thank you, Monica.
No
And so InfoSystem is basically IT consulting firm. For over 25 years that it exists. Now it's part of a bigger group. It was the original group company. We are based in Portugal, but also we have offices in London, in Munich, and in Boston in the USA. This product, which is our DMM, like I think I mentioned that we've been working with OutSystems since 2004. And currently it's being deployed in 14 countries. Latest one was Bahrain in this August. And we have over 30 clients with recurrent subscriptions. So for those use cases where the clients recurrently use for DevOps, for copying data into lower environments and things like that, for backups. And then there are the others that are just using it as for one specific project, like they want to go from on-premises into the cloud environment of OutSystems, and so they just need it for a few months. And so I'm based here in Portugal, Lisbon. Come and visit. Today it's not so sunny as it usually is, but this lasts basically 3 days. So yesterday I had sun. Today I won't. The weatherman says it will last 3 days, so it means that tomorrow there's a good chance that it will be sunny again. Because usually they say that it will not be, but we end up always with sunny weather, great beaches, great food for those that like good food. And we have also lots of, we have people from India, from Goa, great food also from there. I just like spicy food, so we have lots of restaurants from there. And also from Africa, from the Caribbeans, from Brazil. So we are very welcome. Come and visit us. You are very welcome to come. We have here the feedback. Okay, fill in that feedback if you like the presentation. So we've been along for quite a while. We've done lots of projects, in lots of geographies, in highly regulated industries, like for example banking, defense contractors, also, even without systems, are our clients. And if you want to reach out, well, this is our general contacts. You can use them anywhere in the world. And well, thank you very much. If you don't have questions, I don't think we've have in the Q&A? No?
No, I think we can. I think I've gone and lost myself.
Okay. No, I'm checking and you don't.
Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Bruno. And then
Thank you all.
And it's good to know about yourself, as well as mainly the pitfalls and the problems and the challenging of migrating data. I think it's absolutely very useful, and it was a very interesting talk. And thank you, and thank you to
thank you all for the
also.
opportunity.
You're welcome. We have a little time now till the next presentation, which is at 15:15. So there is a lot that you need to put together, all the thoughts and ideas that Bruno has given you. So let's make use of this little time, and I'll see you back at 15:15. Thank you.
If you want to reach out to me or ask for the presentation, feel free to also do that. And I can send over the presentation or clarify any questions that come up afterwards.
Okay. We also have a recording of the days. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye to all.
Thank you. Bye. Welcome back, everyone. And we are down to our last workshop for the day. And we have Marino, who's going to talk about how to build, he's going to show us how to build a citizen developer community. So Mariano, it's over to you.
Thank you, and thank you for having me on today. Good afternoon, good evening, depending on what time zone you're in. I'm over in the States, so it's still morning for me here, but wanted to, again, thank you all for the opportunity to present today, and I wanted to walk through in this session how to build a citizen developer community. We've done that at my current company, and so I'll provide you a little bit of context as to why we wanted to do something like this. And when we talk about citizen development, we really think about it in terms of low code and some of our low code platforms that we have at Grant Thornton. We really try to stay at a very high level because of our colleagues and the kind of roles that they play in our firm. And so I'll go over that and what technologies we use, and also the steps and our journey over the course of the last year. So for today, really what I was thinking about covering is providing you all some background and context around the why. Why did Grant Thornton decide to pursue a low-code builder community, and how we've evolved over the course of the last year. We actually celebrated our 1-year birthday a couple of weeks back. And then we'll go through the step-by-step aspects of how we built it. So gaining leadership support, how do we develop a cohesive strategy to expand and build upon what we're creating for this low-code developer community? How do we create an outstanding experience for our colleagues, and what are the different areas that we need to address in order to make it successful and continue to receive funding for this program? And then lastly, like technology, very agile, how do we refine and adapt our approach to make a better experience for our members as they go along in this journey with us? So from there, we'll close it out, just do a quick review, and definitely open up the floor for some questions. I actually will have some poll questions throughout that will fire off here. So just be on the lookout for those, and definitely give us your feedback and thoughts for these poll questions as they pop up on your screen. All right, moving on. So the background and the why. But before we jump into that, I want to get a sense of, from our first poll question, of why did you choose to join this session? It'll help me kind of hit on some points in particular, and see, where are some areas that we should target. So that poll question should appear on your screen just now. And yeah, just choose one of the single choice questions. We'll see the results, and then we'll go from there. So I think the poll launched here. Okay. So Dear and Kumar, I'm able to see the poll question, but I'm not able to select an option or submit and see results for some reason. Or maybe if I open the poll screen here. There we go. Okay. So I'm seeing a response here of, I want to make my existing community more successful. That's great. That's definitely something that we'll give you all pointers on how we've done it. If there's any more responses, definitely provide some here. We'll see how those come along. So we'll give it one more minute. Okay, great. So definitely we'll go through some pointers on how we can improve your existing community. But before we jump into that, I want to give you all some background about Grant Thornton and why we decided to pursue citizen development and low code. So we are a professional services firm. We really focus on tax and audit assurance services for clients. We also have an advisory arm that's part of our core services. And as kind of a disclaimer, this is focused on the US Grant Thornton. We do have an international firm and firms all over the world, including the UK and also in India. So we do have firms all over the place. So the name might be familiar, but for the sake of this presentation, we'll focus on the US firm. So we're a pretty large company, about 10,000 people, or getting close to 10,000 people now. And again, providing professional services to a whole suite of clients across the tax, audit, and accounting space. And so the reason why we decided to start this community is because we're seeing a lot of patterns emerging in our industry, specifically around citizen development, low code, and just technology in general, and really closing the gap between the traditional IT delivery department in corporations and the business of side of things. So the people that need to deliver solutions with technology. So according to reports from Gartner and the Project Management Institute, we're going to see a 4x of citizen developers in large enterprises by this year. 80% of products are going to be moving outside of the IT organization, and products can be big or small, right? But really moving out of the traditional way of developing and sticking within the IT organization. And the number of apps that are being built in low code are going to exponentially increase to almost 500 million in the next 5 years. And so Grant Thornton as a firm recognized that this is a pretty big opportunity for us to attack and address as a corporation. We had a very segmented low-code delivery apparatus that was very much focused on our IT center of excellence that works with low-code. We also knew that there were people from across the enterprise that were delivering solutions on their own, and we had no governance and no visibility into what people were delivering. So it's not necessarily that we don't want people delivering solutions. We just need to know what they're delivering, particularly in such a heavily regulated industry that is the accounting and audit industry, particularly in the United States. We also want to enable colleagues to build their own solutions. So for a couple of reasons on that front. The first is, for those of you that have developed solutions in technology, usually the structure is a product owner, maybe a product manager in some situations. You have your development team, maybe you have a scrum master / project manager, depending on what organization you're in. And usually we spend a lot of time discussing requirements and translating requirements between the development team and the technology teams and our business teams. And so we spend a lot of time in that area. Oftentimes requirements are wrong. I'm sure you all have experienced that. We have to do rework. And this increases dramatically in a highly specialized industry like the tax and accounting and audit industry in the United States. We have an extremely complicated tax code. It is an extremely specialized profession. And so building technology solutions around this profession is very difficult. And so we wanted to enable our colleagues to be able to build, almost in a sense, micro solutions that address their day-to-day problems in low code and hopefully help them save time and provide more quality using technology and speed up the way that they do work using automation and technology. And last but not least is making our firm more nimble and responsive to our clients' needs. So there is legislation that comes down from the US government very frequently changing tax codes. And so we have to act fast to make sure that we're able to provide our clients the best services. There's also regulations passed in terms of transparency and for audits. So we have to be nimble and responsive to those needs, but also we have a very competitive market. And so what we've seen in the market and what our leadership has seen as well is that our competitors are jumping head first into low code, and we need to make sure that we're keeping up with them. If you see here, just some headlines that I've pulled in the last couple of months of our competitors or who people in our industry, what they're doing with low code and the partnerships that they're forming and what kinds of technologies they're applying to create better solutions for their clients. So for us, it is extremely important for us to, keep up with our competitors, make sure that we are providing a value proposition for our clients and continuing to win work because of our quality, our customer service, and also the way that we use technology. Naturally, there is a connection between speed and technology. And so particularly when it comes to automation and automating things using low-code platforms. And so our clients, we have to find ways to differentiate ourselves, and our clients are really looking at, better, cheaper, faster. And obviously that's ripe for technology. And so that is the reason why we've decided and created Full Stacks, which is the name of our citizen development community. Kind of some anecdotal things here of the reason for the name. First of all, obviously full stack development, we're looking at things from top to bottom. Oftentimes when you're building in low code, you're building very similar to a very traditional application, but you're looking at, you're just building a little bit faster with a simpler interface and in some cases pre-built integrations and things like that. We also have a marketing approach where we have X's in all of our products. And so that's why we changed it from a CK to an X. So moving on, moving to the first step. That was some background for the group on why Grant Thornton decided to do this. And so the first step when we decided to launch this community was gaining our leadership support. So of course we use some of those statistics that we just discussed around low code in the industry, our competitors jumping in. But at the end of the day, you do need leadership support in order to make this happen. Not only is it from an investment perspective, but leadership support and integration into the structure of the way the organization works or performance is evaluated is key. And you can't do any of that without leadership. And so we needed to really sell them on the idea, make sure that our leaders made this a priority. We kind of made it seem urgent in some cases that we were going to fall behind, and that we already were falling behind. And so that kind of helped us a little bit. But that's critical, is gaining leadership support. And so how do you do that? The first thing is you need to look at the the spectrum across all the different benefits that low code brings, not only the IT department, but also for the enterprise and the organization in general. But we also like to take it a step further. We're, again, in a highly competitive, highly oversaturated industry where poaching and retention is an issue. And so for us, we really see low code as an opportunity to separate ourselves from our competitors, but also help our employees develop new professional skills and hopefully make their jobs more rewarding, because they're either not spending a ton of time having to copy and paste data from spreadsheet to spreadsheet because they can automate that, or also maybe finding a new passion and developing a new interest in technology. So I'll go from left to right here, but for the company, what are the benefits that we're seeing? We're seeing faster development of solutions. Again, that kind of relates to the conversations that you're having around requirements. Those really get cut down in half when the expert is actually also able to build this solution. We're also able to automate workflows a lot easier and a lot faster than ever, creating more opportunities for innovation across the firm, either connecting the dots for solutions or connecting people together to deliver more cross-cutting solutions for our clients. And then lastly, it helps the bottom line. As we all know, you don't need to invest in expensive development teams. Again, time is money. And so the more time you spend on a project, the more you're going to spend. And also you don't have to set up all the infrastructure and platforms behind traditional IT development. Now shifting over to our IT department. So that was also a big part of the convincing for us as we launched this community, was convincing our IT department that it was okay for them to relinquish some control over the delivery of technology solutions for Grant Thornton. And the way that we did that is we really tried to look at how it could free up capacity for our IT department. Currently, our IT department is extremely overburdened, or was extremely overburdened, with needs coming from the business. And not only is it on the custom development, what we call high touch product delivery, but also for our center of excellence that's delivering in low code. We have requests coming from all over the business, backlogs grow, and of course, resourcing isn't evaluated as quickly as your backlog is growing. And so we really needed to figure out a way to free up some capacity for our IT delivery centers within our IT department. We also wanted to let them know that we were going to provide an opportunity for them to understand what was being built. We had to acknowledge and look kind of internally and really understand that there was things being built regardless of whether or not the IT department knew or liked it. And so we had to acknowledge and help them acknowledge that there was shadow IT occurring at Grant Thornton in these low code platforms. But we wanted to place a process, not necessarily an overburdening governance process with a super fancy and precise SDLC. Not really. We just wanted to have an understanding and incentivize people to share what they were building. And it wasn't necessarily only for governance and privacy and security issues, but it was also because we were seeing a lot of rework of solutions being built in low code. When you open up these platforms to people from across an enterprise and you don't have them communicate, the likelihood that people are building the same solutions in these low code platforms is high. And so again, rework that impacts the bottom line. And then last but not least, we wanted to also kind of take away the negative connotation that IT risk and governance has over over an organization at times. And so we wanted to elevate them, bring them to the forefront of discussions, and really build out a minimum viable governance process that was logical and made sense for the needs of our colleagues and for the organization in order to continue to develop low-code solutions at the speed at which low-code, kind of benefits an organization, but ensuring that we're still having the quality and controls to make sure that, for example, if somebody typed, hit a wrong key on a workflow and somebody's entire audit workflow broke, that we weren't having repercussions on that, and ensuring that we had accurate services and bills for our clients. And last but not least, looking at our colleagues. So countless of studies show that employees that are happy, employees that have a sense of autonomy, a sense of ownership, perform better. And so we felt that by creating this community and allowing individuals to learn technology, build technology on their own, and creating an ecosystem for them to be able to build in this technology would hopefully elevate their professional career and also give them that sense of ownership over their builds and have a really clear part in the value that they're providing either their client or their team or the firm in general. We also wanted to offer an opportunity for people to not have to wait to deliver solutions, and essentially at the drop of a hat be able to identify a problem, have the skills to build it, and address it immediately. So really looking at a 2-week turnaround between idea to delivery. We also have internal recognition systems that we wanted to leverage for this community and saw it as a benefit to expand usage of that. We worked with our human resources and people and culture departments to create a program around that as they were launching that up. And then last but not least, it's never a bad idea to democratize technology and solutioning across the firm. We really saw that some of the best ideas came from the strangest places. And so we wanted to ensure that everybody had a say in technology, experience with technology, and really contributing to the way that we delivered work to our clients. So what is citizen development in our framework? Again, I touched on this a little bit in our last slide, but we really it's all about speed. It's all about cost effectiveness, efficiency, and trying to limit the amount of dependencies that we have between our different groups. We were seeing we were having a very difficult time with the requirements conversations, as I'm sure a lot of folks have had. We were seeing a lot of teams throwing things over the IT wall and hopefully just hoping that IT resolves things. And this was really reducing our ability to collaborate and ability to deliver excellent solutions for our clients. And so creating a standardized infrastructure behind these low-code applications, and then hopefully equipping our colleagues with learnings and different events and programming to help them expand their skills in these technologies was the approach that we wanted to take. And that was the way that we sold leadership on our mission to bring citizen development more broadly to Grant Thornton. And this was another area that we really focused on, is time. And so we really saw the benefit of our community focusing on this no-code, low-code development, and really equipping them through training, through certifying, and through enablement communities and practices to hopefully increase the amount of productivity that the firm had as a whole. So really selling your leadership and focusing on the bottom line, because at the end of the day, they're running a business and they are trying to, bring profits to whoever their interested parties are. That's extremely important. And also appealing to the different concerns that we're seeing across the economy. We had, I think it was more broadly than the United States, but in the United States, we were having a big problem with resignations and retention. So we really tried to hammer that with our leadership to get their buy-in. And then also it was very much around upskilling workforce, separating ourselves from our clients, from our competitors, providing better services to our clients, and really focusing in on the strengths of Grant Thornton as a firm, which is delivering excellent customer service and excellent quality in the way that we do work. Quality is an extremely important factor, and technology obviously has a huge role to play on that front. Before I jump in, I want to take a step back here and give you all a picture also of how this fits into our broader technology ecosystem. And so that's another part that we need to discuss with our leadership, and that you need to have a conversation with your leadership in order to make sure that they're bought in. So one of the worst ways that you can go establishing organizations, in my opinion, is just planting a stake in the ground and creating your organization with just inherent siloing in it. And so we really wanted to find an opportunity of right off from the back of how we could integrate with an existing product or an existing service that Grant Thornton was providing, and really connect our community to an already established product or mechanism through that. And so again, kind of going with the X theme, that product was Alex. And so Alex is our internal innovation engine. Anybody from across Grant Thornton can submit to this product. This product then ingests the submission and is able to route that submission to different teams within Grant Thornton as a whole to solve that problem. And so the initial reason why that product was developed was because Grant Thornton was a very siloed organization across business lines. And so the hope was that by centralizing all these business lines into one product, one interface, and one set of objectives and accountability measures, that we could better solve problems that were coming in internally or also externally from our clients. And so when we started the community, this was something that we really wanted to focus on. We wanted to see how we were potentially able to plug into this already existing product. So again, really focusing in on the value proposition of the community as it relates to this broader foundation that the firm has already established. And so Alex essentially here is like a quick overview of what it is. And by the way, this is all built in low-code platforms. So essentially it's a submission form. And then from there, it kind of goes into an ingestion engine that then routes based on the submission. What is the right team to address that in the quickest amount of time? And it also takes in information at real-time information of what the current state is of these different delivery teams based on capacity, based on resources, based on expertise, based on all kinds of data that is currently happening. And then from there, they kind of get pushed through our traditional SDLC dependent on team. And then it's all visually transparent across the board for our users. And so again, figuring out what was the opportunity here to integrate into this system. Was there an opportunity for the community to contribute to as a solution delivery partner for this system, and hopefully be able to generate some sort of return on investment, whether that was through time savings or through revenue generation because of this community. So really the thinking behind this approach was we're having our leadership take a risk and investing in this community and help us stand up this community and putting it into their performance plans and strategic objectives for the year. How do we then turn around and show tangible return on investment for that commitment from our leadership, so that we could then demonstrate the tangible value that full stacks and our citizen developer community provides? So as you're thinking about starting a citizen developer community, really figuring out where that fits into the broader organizational model, but also at the end of the day, recognizing that business is business and your leaders are going to want to see a bottom line return on investment and some sort of difference making in their company's day-to-day, whether that's a more talented and upskilled workforce, whether that's happier clients because you're able to deliver solutions faster through low-code automation, or whether that's through better retention because people are more engaged and colleagues are more engaged in their work because they're doing different things rather than just staring at the same exact products or services or whatever they might be doing every single day, day in and day out. And so here's like a brief overview of how the model works overall. So as we plug into the Alex product, the business problem comes in. We now stand up this new delivery center within that Alex can push ideas to. And for us, it was really based on complexity, but also the type of technology that could potentially solve that problem. It wasn't necessarily that we were trying to box in ideas into technologies, but also just trying to figure out what was a complement to the solution, or a complement to the problem, and then we would deploy that. And so our goal as a community was to bring our colleagues from across the firm that ownership and tighter coupling between value delivery at the firm when it comes to technology and the democratization of that coupling essentially between the value and the firm employee. And then at the same time, expanding the use of the different platforms that you see on the bottom right, which I'll go here into detail in a minute. And also we had some backing again with data. So just a quick fun fact, I think there's been over, 3,000 submissions into the Alex product from across the firm. 25% of those submissions are solved with low code. And so huge opportunity, and just a diverse set of solutions that can be built throughout our entire low code platforms that we educate and facilitate and enable through with our citizen developer community. So I want to launch the second poll question here, and just get a sense from the participants of how bought in currently is your organization's leadership into low code. Are we seeing a lot of buy-in, or are you seeing some resistance here? And maybe depending on the results, we can kind of address some of those concerns. So let me click around here and see if I can see the poll. Okay. I'm not able to see the poll quite yet. There we go. Okay, so we had, I think, a couple of responses, and they're somewhat bought in. And that's a problem that we faced the entire way through our journey here. So when an organization is someone bought in, it probably means that there's the overarching benefit and there's the understanding of the benefit. And this is talking from my experience anecdotally. What I've seen is they obviously see the upfront benefit of what low code can provide. There might just be reservations potentially on the governance side of things. And this is something that we saw a lot on our journey as we were trying to establish this. The first thing was, how do you do O&M on low code solutions? When somebody builds a solution and leaves the company, who maintains that solution? Or we've seen issues with security, we've seen issues with selecting the right platform, and a bunch of whole other situations potentially dependent on your organization. I think for the way that we approached any reservations was, first of all, when it came to governance, technology, security, all that stuff, the fundamental argument that we had was, listen, people are going to be building these things anyway, if you have the low code technology, and they have access. And that was kind of the situation with us with Microsoft's Power Platform. It comes as part of our enterprise licensing. And so everybody, if they figured it out, was able to build in them. And so what we addressed there was, again, and I'll talk about this here in a minute, is how do we incentivize people to let us know that they're building things? And so we created a program for that to then incentivize people to let us know when they were building something. And so we have this entire backlog and library of all the different scenarios that people have used low code to solve. On the O&M side of things, that is still a problem, and I'll be totally honest though, that's still a problem that we're trying to solve. We have a pretty good way of working so far. It is based on documentation, and we figured out a pretty good way of documenting low code, not through a super robust set of user stories and acceptance criteria, but more so at a high level process diagram and a process definition document, just to explain what the process is supposed to do, and what the intended goals are and all the points of contact. But we also have hooked it into our HR system so that when somebody is leaving the company, we actually reach out to them automatically using an automation that was built in a low code platform and ask them if there's any other documentation related to these builds that they absolutely need to provide, or if there's any knowledge transfer that needs to be had. And so some people follow through with that, others do not. We're still refining that process, but that was definitely a concern. But by building these processes and these controls into your organization, our leadership became a little bit more bought in. The other part, I guess, is upfront is investment into low-code technologies. I would recommend to look at a bunch of studies compared to the cost of traditional IT development versus low-code. Some companies don't realize how much cost reduction there is by just acquiring a low-code platform and training a set of users versus building out an entire product team to then and hire developers and whatnot to then build custom products. So if it's in relation to investment and things like that, that's a different conversation. But would love to hear from the group in the Q&A session if there's any specific scenarios that you all wanted to discuss with getting your leadership more bought in. So step 2 is, once you have your leadership buy-in, or at least somewhat bought in, is developing your strategy. And I do want to hit on the fact that the conversation has to be very continuous between the executors of this program and leadership team. You do want to keep them very involved in your journey. And you also want to be extremely transparent about the state of the program and where it is today. So we actually established a steering committee for our group that meets on a monthly basis, where we discuss progress against our objectives, what our strategy is, ask them for feedback, ask them to lead certain programs and charges that we have over the course of until our next meeting. And so keeping them continuously involved and also having them feel a sense of ownership to the community is going to set you up for success. But at the end of the day, you're essentially running a startup if you're starting this from scratch within your organization. And so for us, that was a really interesting struggle at certain points when it came up, when we started looking at how we were attracting members throughout the initial start of our journey. And so here on the screen, I have the Rogers Innovation Adoption Curve. And so this is a pretty popular model that's been shared around, and kind of shows how innovative technology or disruptive programs get adopted. Obviously in a traditional bell curve, but there is an inflection point between the early adopters and early majority at around 17% adoption, if you look at it with your organization as a denominator, where you can see a very big shift where it becomes an innovation program into a mainstay at the organization. And so we really focused our first year on awareness and getting people signed up for our program, and just pushing all the different programs that we had at our members. And so within, I think, the first couple of months, we had about 500 members, I believe, which was a massive spike, and there was marketing pushes behind that, a lot of leadership buy-in. And then we started to see a little bit of a lag after that initial excitement. And innovators, we kind of shifted from innovators to early adopters. And that's pretty normal. And what we had to do was really focus on not only awareness of the program across the entire company, but also the what's in it for me. A lot of people call it the WIFM. And so we were combating a really difficult situation. Anybody who's getting involved in our low-code citizen developer community is doing this on their extra time. And so we could not get agreement from our leadership to let us dedicate out of the 40 hours, official 40 hours that individuals are spending working a week on client site. We could not convince our leaders to give us 5 hours where people could focus on innovation and technology development. And I totally understand that. At the end of the day, the job that they were hired for is delivering solutions for clients or some other job. And so we really had to find a way to convince individuals that spending a little extra time a week on low code, innovation activities, technology opportunities would be worth it for them in the long run. And so we really had to shift our mindset. We had to figure out what were the areas or things that we should focus on to help our members understand what is the best way that they can get the most out of low code in our program. How do we not lose engagement as we transition from the innovator stage to the early adopter phase? That was also something that we struggled with. We saw we essentially had a bell curve within our innovators group. We had the top 10% of individuals that were showing up to every single meeting. They were building everything. They were trying new trainings, trying new technologies, solving new problems. And so how do we make engagement, how do we raise essentially the engagement of our average member, or the person that's not able to necessarily commit 10 hours, but they can commit 2 to 3 hours a week to the program? And then also, how can we increase our adoption and our enrollment by targeting specific opportunities within our business lines? So for example, we saw a really large opportunity that we were missing out on when we were hearing stories about client delivery being super extensive because they were using spreadsheets and copying and pasting and very manual processes and maybe some tools that weren't fantastic at the time. And so we saw a really big opportunity there of zoning in on those types of situations and injecting low code and different technologies into those situations to hopefully turn some heads and do some convincing to show, hey, this, by changing the way that you operate, spending a couple hours a week just learning how to use these tools, you could drastically reduce the amount of time that you're doing manual tasks and hopefully focusing your attention on other tasks like building a better relationship with your client or focusing on tasks that can't necessarily be automated or have to be more evaluated on through a human lens. And so that was a big part of our mindset shift as well. It wasn't just this high level organizational aspiration. We actually had to get on the ground with our colleagues and really, in a sense, roll up our sleeves and show them the benefits of these technologies. And when you're first establishing this community, that took up a lot of our time. So something that you need to account for. Going back again to the innovation curve and the 17%. We are now, a year later, we are almost at 17%. I think we just hit 1,600 members out of the 10,000 just this last week. And so, as you can see, it's taken us a year to get there. But we've also made changes to the program, and I will go through that in the reflection and adaptions adapt areas, and talk a little bit about the different programs that we're doing more tactically to adjust the way that we approach innovation and technology adoption with our members. So we're still not quite even a year in past that inflection point. We're probably still in the early adopters phase. We're not necessarily a mainstay at the company yet, but we do have a greater, a more diverse set of members that are contributing more than 2 to 3 hours a week, and also have created a better incentive program for them to really hit on that what's in it for me. So taking a step back into your strategy, You also, and this sounds very high level and also very not necessarily tactical per se, but it's really, really important to establish a mission, purpose, and vision for your organization. This slide right here, this information is we put on pretty much all of our resource pages. It's on our collaboration sites. It's on our team sites. And we review this on a weekly basis with our team, internal team. And is really a guiding set of principles for our community. So our mission when we established this was to democratize emerging technology access and centralize delivery of those types of solutions at Grant Thornton. And we really wanted our mission statement to be aspirational because we felt like it would help motivate not only our internal team, but our leadership and also our members to collaboratively achieve this mission together. And then we wanted to really be really clear about our purpose. We wanted to bring the firm to the cutting edge of technology delivery and professional services. We were hearing a lot of stories about people doing a lot of manual work. And so we wanted to find automation and technology opportunities to help our clients have a better experience working at Grant Thornton. We also, in an industry that is extremely risk averse and not really considered the most innovative industry in the space, we really wanted to find opportunities to drive innovation from across the firm. As I mentioned earlier, there are ideas that come from every corner of a company that could potentially be massive opportunities for a company. And so by opening up the ability for people to bring ideas and problems to a centralized location with that Alex product, and then interweaving a delivery mechanism where we could connect more of our colleagues to those submitted problems or even encourage them to build them themselves, we were hoping to drive better innovation. And at the end of the day, kind of going back to our specific selling point of technology and quality being interlinked, we wanted to improve the quality of the products that we were delivering at Grant Thornton. And I will talk a little bit about how we did that tactically with the use of bug bashes with our community. And then lastly, it's your vision. What do you want to be, or where do you see this program going? For us in our company, we have these things called business resource groups, or BRGs, which are essentially communities within Grant Thornton where you can network and find colleagues with similar interests. So for example, we have a young professionals business resource group. We have a working parents business resource group. We have an LGBTQ plus allies resource group. And so we also wanted to essentially become a resource group for technologies and provide our colleagues go to outside of their traditional work schedule, opportunity for them to build relationships, meet new people, and also just have a better experience at Grant Thornton. This was particularly important because we started this program still in the heat of the pandemic, right? Last year in the summer, we were still, at least in the United States, locked down. The company was still all remote. And so we were seeing a lot of detachment from the enterprise, from the employees, right? You weren't going into the office, you weren't building relationships. And so we were seeing a detachment, and we were hoping that our vision was essentially for this program to be their opportunity to kind of reattach to the organization. And so I don't want to discredit the importance of the mission, purpose, and vision statements as guiding documents for your internal team, but also for all of your stakeholders to follow. And definitely encourage you to spend some time creating this, make it aspirational, but also hold yourself accountable to this. And so you'll see here when we talk about our objectives and key results, a lot of it is tied to our mission, purpose, and vision statements for this community. The other part that you want to focus on is what are your offerings? And these are the offerings that we offer for our citizen development community. If you're wanting to build one in your organization, it may look a little bit different. But what we really saw was an opportunity for our members to learn new skills. So we wanted to provide more frequent training, certification, and learning opportunities for our members to develop their technology skills. Certifications, professional badges are very important. They help a lot with your resume and your professional development, and also make you a more desirable candidate on your engagement, or to be staffed on an engagement. That's kind of our working model. And so that was really important for us to convey, and that's probably what we heard the most from our feedback from our members. If you're familiar with the way low code traditionally operates, learning is very siloed into that specific platform. And also it's not necessarily, there's not a communication medium or an organization that is charged with letting everybody know across the organization what learning is available to them. Of course, you have learning management systems, but a lot of that is on the employee side, on the initiative front, to go and see what's on the learning management systems. So we really wanted to focus our initial offering around learning, centralizing all the learning that we had across all technologies, but be more proactive about learning opportunities that exist in these platforms. So we actually just started inviting everybody that was a member to our different learning sessions. And we host a learning program every week, whether that's through a vendor paired learning program that we worked with that vendor to create, whether that's one of our colleagues showing other members of our community how to build a solution in one of these automation platforms, or whether that's conducting some sort of boot camp to get people certified in a specific technology. So that was definitely, from our members, the top priority for them, and essentially the cornerstone of our community. Another area that we wanted to focus on is getting support from experts. And so a lot of our low code platforms, they have community centers, right? You go on community, you can post your question, it gets upvoted. There's a lot of crowdsourcing functionality there. But what happens is that you lose the ability to have context for the problem that you're having. And so in a highly specialized industry like audit, accounting, tax, especially in the United States, where there's a lot of tax codes and a lot of specific things that you need to do, it's very hard for one of our members to be able to post on a general community site for support in one of our technologies and get the answer that really helps them take their solution to the next level. And so we wanted to offer an opportunity for our colleagues to be able to find like-minded experts in these fields where they could talk shop essentially with these solutions and say, hey, I'm having this specific tax problem with this specific type of tax return, with this specific form. I'm trying to build a automation, this platform. Have you ever done this before? Versus just saying, hey, I need to transfer data from this place to another place. How do I do that? So that more specific targeted support we saw as a need and wanted to address that with the community. The next thing is innovating with technology. So not only is it support or learning, but we also wanted to make it fun. And so we host hackathons where they're sometimes open-ended, sometimes they're boxed in, but places where we pair people up randomly to solve a challenging problem over the course of a couple of days. We host, a lunch and get them all kind of engaged and prizes and all that stuff. And we saw that as a very rewarding opportunity to innovate with technology. And on the other side, we also did it with bug bashes in kind of a different way. In order for us to in order for you to improve the quality of your software, you need to test it, right? But what we wanted to see was a couple of things. First of all was edge case testing. So if we released a product to a bunch of people who wanted to break the product, you're going to get edge cases. So we would encourage people to click a button 10 times and see what happened. Do weird things with character counts and other edge case testing that you might not see, or try to drag and drop a file here and then remove this, and all kinds of edge case testing. And we opened that up to our community for their help. We recognized that we had a community of technologists who were interested in technology. And so we wanted to kind of show them other sides of technology like testing. At the same time, one of the side benefits of that is we got more exposure for our products at the company. So now not only were we building more quality products, but now we had 500 people who had tested that product and know that that product is coming down the road and are able to then communicate it to their teams like, hey, there's this really cool product that I tested that's being built. So you're almost developing like an internal marketing mechanism as well for your products. And then last but not least, again, going back to colleague benefits is building your network. At the end of the day, your network is extremely important. Your personal brand is extremely important at Grant Thornton. I'm sure that's the same case at some large companies as well. And so you're able to meet people from across the company, not only just in your team or within your business line. You're able to collaborate with people from across the company. One of my favorite stories about that was, and I'll demo the build marketplace here in a minute, but was an associate, so a first year, first level, entry level position, working with a manager who I think been at Grant Thornton now for 5 years, working together to build a solution together. And one of them was in our public sector practice, and another one's an accountant in tax. So they were able to build a relationship. They were able to learn from each other, and built a great solution that I think saves like 20,000 hours a year for one of our HR representatives. But it's that kind of network building that I think an opportunity like this or a community like this can offer your organization. And so these are just some pointers of the offerings that we have. You might need to evolve this based on your organization. You might add, you might subtract. But at the end of the day, what we saw what fit our community's needs was really focusing around learning, making those opportunities more accessible, and centralizing all those learning opportunities into one place where folks could access those and expand their skills. So another poll question here, the third one, just out of curiosity, how many low-code technologies do you have in your organization? We'll jump into here what our technology landscape looks like within Grant Thornton here in a moment. But yeah, just curious how many low-code technologies folks have in the organization. So if we can launch that poll, that'd be great. All right. I think we can maybe close that poll now. And we're seeing 2+, so 50-50, 1 to 2, and 2+. Okay. It's an interesting, and this is also an interesting part of what we needed to do when we started up and thinking about our strategy. We have 7 low and no code technologies in what we consider our tech stack. And so we really need to prioritize which are the ones that are most used and which ones are the ones that we need to throw the most resources and support at. But also it helped us make determinations around what are the areas that the company should be investing in. It seems like 50% of the poll respondents have 1 to 2. That's a lot more manageable than 6 to 7. And so at the end of the day, again, it ties back to return on investment. So, and it's also very, very dependent on contract structure. But the mandate from our leadership team was we cannot have cold, unused licenses for some of our platforms because they're very expensive. And so how do we increase usage of these platforms? And we also need to be able to deliver solutions in these platforms that create some sort of return on investment. And so when you have, that's one of the lessons learned, I think, from our initial year was I wish we would have focused on 1 or 2 sessions or 1 or 2 technology areas, because that hopefully would have helped us really target and zone in on specific needs of those technologies and really structure a governance process and infrastructure around those technologies that would be more conducive to delivering solutions. But you need to kind of manage and deal with the hand that you're dealt. And for us, it was these 5 to 7 different technologies, which I'll cover here in a minute. But that's great. That's great that you all have technologies already in use. It's kind of building that infrastructure around that technology and hopefully having more people use it. So kind of taking a step back is putting these goals and objectives on paper and communicating this with your leadership. And this is all part of your strategy. So we use the OKR objectives and key results framework for our goal setting and planning. It's a pretty popular methodology. There's hundreds of goal setting methodologies, but this one's very popular specifically in technology. I know Google uses it, Netflix. I think it actually originated in Google, but Netflix, Amazon, a bunch of these other large tech companies use it. And so since we were in tech, we felt like this would be a pretty good framework for us to use. And so we used it to set our objectives. And so you have your high-level objectives that are tied to your kind of overarching mission, vision, and purpose. You then measure key results against those objectives. And so there is a data component to that and collecting data around that. You then have your initiatives that address the objectives and the key results. So there you have to drive work through these initiatives, and all of our initiatives are then tied to our objectives and key results. And so before we start any project, that's the first question that we ask: what objective does this tie to? And so that helps you with the structure and maintaining kind of maintaining connection to your mission, vision, and purpose, but it also keeps everybody on the same page. One of the things that we saw a lot at the beginning of our creation of this community was a lot of people wanted a say in where we were going with the community. And so for us, our kind of litmus test for any request that was coming in from across the company was, how does this tie into our objectives and key results? And so, and then we plan our initiatives from there, and then from there, what's its priority? And we check in on a weekly basis. So our internal team, we have 4 individuals that help run this program. We have a learning expert who helps us build all of our learning programs. We have a communications and change management expert that helps us with all of our communications and media and all that stuff. And we also have a QA person that helps us with all of our testing programs. And so we meet on a weekly basis. We open up our objectives, key results, and initiatives that we have going on. We discuss priorities. We check in on our key results, and then we do a quarterly reassessment with our steering committee and kind of check in on where our key results are, and then we adjust and tweak as needed. And so from there, we develop our objectives and key results. And so I'm going to give a quick overview of the objectives that we've set out for this year, just to give you all an example of how this works. And then hopefully you're able to take this framework and adapt it to your own community if you want to start one and deliver one yourself. And so for our first objective, it ties into increasing the average members' engagement with our community full stacks. So for us, kind of coming back to our first year, we were seeing a big concentration of participation from our top 10% of members, but we weren't really seeing the same engagement from the average kind of majority of our membership bell curve, right? So we really set out to increase that persona's engagement over the course of this fiscal year. And so I'll talk about this here in a little bit, but we established a membership engagement program. And so we scored that on a 0 to 50. And so we read that as a key result. We wanted to also look at, again, the what's in it for me. And so increasing technology certifications that are eligible for promotion. And so kind of making that connection, right, of hey, if I get certified into this technology, I can get promoted. So that's the what's in it for me for that individual. And is also a big driver for individuals to get certified or learn new technologies. And then we also wanted to increase attendance at our bug bashes. That was something from our product leadership team. That was a big initiative. We were seeing not necessarily issues with quality, but opportunities to improve the quality in our software products. And so we correlated that strongly with the attendance at the bug bashes and making better test cases and use cases or edge cases for our products. And then last but not least is increasing our participation across all of our business lines to that 17%, from 17% to 20% threshold. So kind of passing that inflection point of early adoption to early majority. So the other one that we wanted to focus on for this year, and it was another objective that we had, was reducing the time it takes members to begin implementing solutions with low-code technology. Fundamentally, what this comes down to is competence. For those of you in the audience that have interacted with low-code technology or have built in low-code technology, the great thing about it is that the learning curve isn't that steep for most platforms, but there is kind of a place and time where you kind of are ready to deliver solutions on your own and don't need the hand-holding that you maybe once needed. There are some exceptions to this situation where there's people that are go-getters and just kind of jump into a platform, figure it out, and just start building, and they don't necessarily care about their confidence. They just want to learn how to build. But for the vast majority of our members, there was trouble with them kind of getting over that point where they were comfortable and confident in their ability to deliver solutions on their own. And so we really wanted to focus an objective this year on just that, is how do we create better learning programs, better opportunities for members for that confidence level to increase faster. And so we did that around use case libraries, which we've created so that folks can see what their colleagues are building and kind of say, hey, like if so-and-so in my practice can do it, so can I. Or even having the opportunity to reach out to that person and being able to see how they built it. We also wanted to create better learning, more cohesive learning programs that kind of took them through what are called professional badges, which is a combination of different learning classes together that then generate this badge. And so you can achieve that comfort level a little bit faster. But we also wanted to have a leadership initiative to have more people using these technologies in their client engagements and situations. And so we agreed with our leadership team and our steering committee that at least 10% of engagements and practices should be using one of these technologies. So we try to facilitate kind of individuals going at their own pace, but at the same time, we try to create an environment with leadership buy-in where people, in a sense, were forced to take initiative. So to use the idiom of taking the horse to water, we had different mechanisms of taking the horse to water, and then we kind of had the leadership support to, make the horse drink the water in idiom term. And then last but not least is our third objective, and we like to keep it in threes because it's kind of short and easy to, kind of pick up, but is increasing the amount or value of ROI that our program is delivering to the firm. So at the end of the day, that's what our leadership, that's what they care about. And it's not personal, it's business. They want to know how much ROI this investment is creating. And so we do that through our builds marketplace. We do that through testing. We do that through adding applications to our technology stack. And so we have our key results associated to this. And this is something that we measure every quarter and have opportunities and initiatives this year to increase that ROI. So that's also a really important objective that we have. And so if you go back to our purpose, mission, and vision and tie these all back, these all kind of relate to where we want to go, right? So reducing the time it takes for members to begin implementing low-code solutions, that's kind of becoming that day-to-day outside of your traditional job area vision that we have. Or creating more solutions that brings Grantor into the forefront of technology and professional services, right? So that kind of relates to the ROI and the value. So tying all of your strategies, mission, vision, purpose statements, OKRs, all of those together is going to set you up for success as you build out your community. And the last but not least is being radically transparent about these. We flash these at every single one of our meetings. These are on all of our dashboards. Everybody knows what our OKRs are. We just had our Q1 review because our fiscal year starts a little bit differently. And there were some key results that we did not hit. And so we needed to have a frank conversation as a team of why we didn't hit it. Were we too ambitious? Did we not address it? Did we not have initiatives that address those key results and that objective? And so we had to refine, adapt, change as we moved into Q2 here. So definitely being extremely transparent about these objectives, really staying the course, focusing on that's going to set you up for success because you're going to receive a lot of noise from outside of the organization trying to influence and impact the way that the community works. Next is the more tactical side of things, which is creating the experience. At the end of the day, again, really touching on the what's in it for me. That's really big for us at Grant Thornton. When this isn't your full-time job, we really need to create an exceptional experience that not necessarily separates, but makes our colleagues want to participate and kind of give them that FOMO, fear of missing out experience as well. And so here are some different strategies and tactics that we've implemented to help with the what's in it for me. I'll our marketplace here so you all can take a look at that. But just a bunch of like different, and also a lot of learning that we did. And so we'll start with what we started with last year, which was our Pathways program. And so what we did was we looked at we were going to have people who maybe weren't super confident with learning or with technology and just wanted to learn about these opportunities. And so we had a pathway for learning. We also had a pathway for tester, which was for individuals that didn't want to necessarily be building solutions, but wanted to just test and be more aware of the software that Grant Thornton was building internally. And then we had our builders, who were individuals who just wanted to focus on building and building only and building solutions, and that's it. And then we had our full stack individuals who wanted to do it all. They wanted to test, they wanted to build, they wanted to help with learning, they wanted to be champions, et cetera, et cetera. What we were hoping to achieve with this Pathways program was, first of all, less pressure on our colleagues. Technology can be intimidating, particularly for individuals that don't work in technology on a day-to-day basis. And so we wanted to create an opportunity for them just to dip their toes in the water and get involved and understand what was this technology and what was low code. We also wanted to create a little bit more structure around the expectations. And then lastly, we wanted to provide them more value. And what this translated to was this member journey. They would join, they would attend their first event, maybe get introduced to some technology as a learner, and then they would then go ahead and maybe participate and dabble in a bug bash where they would test technology. And then they would develop a comfort level and then build their bot, their first automation and low-code platform. They would participate in our different innovation programs like hackathons, or maybe get badged in a license or in a technology, and then eventually work their way up to essentially that confidence level where they can build on their own without any sort of guidance, and being able to solve a problem on the spot when it was seen in their day-to-day with one of our technologies. And we kept the expectations pretty low, right? All you had to do was attend a couple of events, spending 5 hours building a year. But we had a lot of issues with this model. The reason was kind of partly our fault. We didn't have the infrastructure to facilitate the transition. So it created a lot of confusion between essentially leveling up. Our members expected to come in as learners and level up to a full stack member, and we did not create that pathway for them. So it really wasn't a pathway program. Also, we weren't mature enough to have all the tracking mechanisms to be able to track this member journey. And so we had to refine this and adapt this to better suit the needs of our members. And through a lot of pulse surveys, through a lot of conversations with members from across the community, we're able to refine this, I think, into a better program this year, which I'll cover in the next session here, which is refining and adapting. I do want to touch on real quick the technologies that we support. This is important context to kind of paint where our community lives. So these are the 7 technologies that are considered part of our community's tech stack. The first one is Alteryx. It's a pretty popular data automation and processing low-code platform. A lot of drag and drop. It looks a lot like Appian, if you're familiar with that tool. For us, this is a great platform for accounting and doing automations in accounting. You're working with a lot of spreadsheet data. You're working a lot with transferring data from one place to another. So Alteryx is a really, really strong technology that we use in low code to create great tax solutions. And so we have a lot of programming here, and this is probably our flagship technology at Grant Thornton. The next one that we have is Catalytic. This is a smaller technology. It was a startup that recently got acquired, but their focus is what we call process orchestration. So if you're familiar with Power Automate from Microsoft, it's very similar. It just has a cleaner UI. And the reason why we have both Catalytic and Power Automate is because Power Automate is part of our Microsoft suite, and Power Automate wasn't as good as Catalytic was 3 or 4 years ago. So Catalytic's cleaner UI was a lot easier to pick up. And that's actually the first low-code technology that I got introduced to and started working in. Then we have Episoft, which is a OCR tool. This one's a little bit tricky because it does have low and no code capabilities, but you do need in order to really use Episoft really well, you do need Java background to use it. The reason why this is in our tech stack is more so for the learning and enablement around the technology outside of the IT organization. There are teams that we have from our different business lines that do use OCR technology, and they do use Episoft. So creating that functional support system for them was really important to include them in our system. We then have Smartsheet, which is project management. Again, probably more no code, but they do have low code capabilities with their control center. And again, it's around enablement and really trying to get people to better manage products through a singular platform. And Smartsheet has some pretty cool automation capabilities built into it. And then of course we have the Microsoft Power Platform with a combination of Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power BI. These three are our bread and butter because they're part of our Microsoft Enterprise license. And so everybody at the firm has a license to these for free. And so we really wanted to increase usage of these platforms because of that, because they're included in our enterprise license. But what happens with the Power Platform is that it's very hard to track and govern because everybody has access to it. And so we've worked with our architecture team pretty closely to create a center of excellence to help with an SDLC specific to Microsoft. But still applications that are extremely powerful. Power Apps in particular is one of the few low-code applications in my experience where you can build pretty fluid applications that have a very similar look and feel to a traditional application. And Microsoft's also launching their Power Pages, which is essentially custom low-code websites, which is going to be really interesting as they kind of build that product out. So this is the technology stack that we focused on, and where we really dedicate a lot of our time for learning and enablement. As you're building out your community, you're going to want to essentially definitely advocate for your tech stack. Take a look across the board at your tech stack and identify areas of need and opportunity. So for me, as I'm looking at our tech stack, I definitely see a lot of issues with the kind of custom application, Power Apps, website design areas. Power Apps wasn't as strong as it is today 2 years ago. It still has a pretty steep learning curve, and so we're hoping that Power Pages addresses this. But we also have a lot of challenges with data, a true data integration platform. And so for us, I would love to have some sort of low-code API development platform like a MuleSoft, where we can work to connect more of these apps together with our data systems. And so you're going to have to constantly be reevaluating this tech stack. For us, we actually crowdsource kind of our roadmap for additional techs that we want to add. So ServiceNow has been thrown into the tech stack discussions. There's been talk about some of the more sophisticated RPA platforms like Automation Anywhere and UiPath, because they're also now developing low-code modules within their platforms, or they have already launched those. And there's been talks about Databricks and Snowflake and some of those other data platforms as well. So this is something that constantly needs to be reevaluated, constantly needs to be assessed, and also needs to be correlated to your organization's maturity, but also what you have available to you. And then hopefully we're now at a point where we're mature enough as an organization and community where we contribute to the discussions of purchases and roadmap for other low-code technology. But definitely keep an eye on this and make sure that this is visible and people and tailor your programs to these technologies. A lot of these platforms already have built-out learning programs. You have CSMs with your contracts, and so we leverage those vendors a lot to create better programs and better opportunities for our colleagues. So, kind of talking about contracts and how those are structured. This is kind of a part that we learned that's extremely important to the overarching success of your community. The community needs to be advocated for and has to have a seat at the table when you're having contract discussions around low-code platforms. And there's different aspects to that you need to rely and work together as a team to address. The first thing is asset management. So all of these low-code platforms have licenses associated to them, whether that's to access the platform or to get a license key to use that platform. And so that was a big struggle for us initially, was who is the right organization to manage this? What are the right requirements in order for you to receive a license key in these specific technologies? And so that's a discussion that you need to have more tactically with your team. So for us, that's our vendor and asset management team. We're adding all of our low-code technologies into our product catalog, and then we defined requirements for accessing these different technologies. So for example, for Alteryx, you need a credential in order to receive a firm-sponsored Alteryx license. The reason being is it's an extremely expensive per license key technology, and we need to ensure that people are using it and it's not going to waste just sitting on somebody's computer in an empty license key. And then from there, we also connect it to our Active Directory so that when somebody leaves the company, their license key automatically gets refreshed, and we have an accurate tally of our utilization of our licenses. You also need to develop an infrastructure around these low-code technologies. That's extremely important as well. There are some that are hosted on the vendor's cloud, and that's probably the preferred method because you don't have to worry about infrastructure and operations. And a lot of the they have technical support desks where you can go and talk to representatives from the company. But there are other platforms that require on-prem server space. And so for us, bringing our infrastructure, our operations, and technical teams, that's extremely important, because what then ends up happening is your community becomes responsible for it, and you don't have the capabilities to address that unless you bring an infrastructure expert into your community. And then lastly is enablement and functional support. So for that, we do see the community as addressing that. And that's something that we work with our customer success managers, our that expert support and power user support that we have within the community to deliver a better experience for our customers and builders. So again, this is what the model that we took at our company, but you need to have this discussion tactically to figure out what the different roles and responsibilities are within the organization to address these different aspects of contract management when it comes to these low-code platforms. So for us, it was asset management, controlling licenses, infrastructure, operations, and technical support, addressing any technical areas of establishing and supporting these low-code platforms, and then our community addressing enablement and what we consider functional support, which is, hey, what's the best way of building this, instead of like, hey, I can't get access to the server. And so that's definitely something that needs to be discussed and is part of the more tactical areas of setting up a great experience for your members. But at the end of the day, what we really try to focus on is what's the easiest thing for our customers and builders, what is the quickest way to get them delivering technologies, and how do we support them to become the best builders they can be in these platforms. So some of our offerings more detailed. So we have our training for our technologies. So this is open to all of our members. We found that adding people directly to the training invites and giving them the opportunity to accept and decline was the most successful. So that's something that we definitely offer. And as I mentioned, we host trainings now every single week. Another important part is continuing professional education credits. For the accounting and audit industry, this is really important. And as part of that, what's in it for me, right? You need to have a certain amount of hours that you're dedicating to continuing professional education. And so we try to create a training and learning infrastructure that has these accounted for, so that we can bring more members in, right? They need to, I think it's 40 hours a year that people need to get CPE credit for. And so that's another mechanism that we use to get people to participate in the community and learn new skills. And then of course is badging and certifications for professional development, and something that we work with our vendors to create. And we have learning programs all around that. So these are all the badges and certifications that we provide through our learning and enablement events. So for Alteryx, we have 5 different badges. For Catalytic, we have a couple of badges. For Smartsheet, we have 4 badges. And then the Power Platform, we have 9 badges that people can get. And so we host these. There's on-demand badging that you can get. There's individuals that do this We do training sessions for these badges, boot camps for certifications. And then we've also instituted a policy for the ones that are paid. I think there are a couple that you have to pay for, where if you pass the exam, the firm will pay for the certification. And so creating an infrastructure around this was really important to us because badging and certifications are what was of the utmost importance for our members. And so creating this infrastructure and foundation around it was extremely important. I encourage you, again, this is what works for Grant Thornton, but for you all, it might be different. Maybe support is more important than learning, or maybe learning isn't a factor at all. You need to be constantly in touch with your community, do quarterly pulse surveys, understand what the needs of the community are, and then adjust accordingly. Just a quick overview of our bug bashes, what we do. So for us, it's testing our products, our software delivery products. And so bringing the community closer to the overarching software delivery of Grant Thornton, and also them acting as advocates for our new products. And so giving them an opportunity to try to break the product, interact with the product, let us know if the product's intuitive. Also really helps, again, with quality, but also marketing of our products. And then our hackathons. So an innovation opportunity, I think, that our members really like. The really important part of this is commitment. And so what we try to do is before we even host a hackathon, we're doing communications with the people that have indicated interest in participating, with their leadership, with their managers, with their coaches, to make sure that they're able to dedicate the time it takes to commit to a hackathon. So we do these over the course of 2 business days, 8 hours each. We pair people up randomly. Sometimes we give a general case study problem to solve and they choose the technology that they want to address it with, or they can bring their own problems. It's kind of dependent on the experience level and comfort of the participants. And then we have judges from across the company come through, so they get some exposure to leadership. We bring in our vendors to help us judge, and then also we give them awards and prizes like company points or gift cards or a sweater, or in one hackathon that we'll do this year, we'll give them passes to our vendors conference. So just different incentives that really bring people to these events and help them, take the time outside of their day to commit to it. So definitely something in a model that you need to bring on. From there, I saw here something come up in a chat, and I will address this here in a minute. I want to switch over to the job jar really quick, which is an application that we built actually with Microsoft's Power Platform, where it helps us. It's essentially an Amazon marketplace, a builds marketplace, where team members from across the community can come in and claim builds and be able to build things from across the firm. And so for us, really, the idea behind this was bringing more colleagues into the solutioning process for our company, giving them the ability to tangibly show the value that they're providing the company, and also help them create their own solutions and be innovative, all in one singular platform. And so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here and show you all what that looks like, and just real quick walk you through. So this is the job jar here. I have an admin view, and for us here, you'll see my value across the top here. So these are the builds that I've completed across the different technologies, and I participate in this process too. So there's some times where I have an itch to solve a problem, and so I decide to take one of these and I go ahead and build it. And so for now, you can see here kind of, again, all built in Power Platform. So in a sense, we're also building in low code. So it shows our members that we take this just as seriously and use this stuff just as much. You can come in here to builds and you can see all of our open builds. So these are all fed from across the firm. So you'll see different things here. This is for our HR department. This is a random populate PowerPoint with a SharePoint list data that you can address with one of our platforms. We have here, I populated here with a test demo just to show you all what it looks like. But if I click into these, you can see here who submitted it. You can send them a Teams chat. You can email them. You can see what service line they're part of, what the business problem is. And then you can also claim this build and start working on it yourself. So if I clicked here on claim and said, yes, assigned to me, we have an automation that runs, and then it shows as in progress here in my queue. And then, you have all your filtering and stuff like that. But I can kind of come in and click here, and then our solution delivery lifecycle is built into this process. And so that's the way that we kind of govern all the builds, know what's going on, make sure that the documentation is correct. And we've also built training around this marketplace so that individuals understand the expectations when it comes to delivering a solution through the job jar. So you can come here, you can edit the status, say you're ready for review. This then sends it to an admin on our team, and you can put in your hours saved. Maybe you generated $1,000. You can add somebody else if you wanted to. You can provide comments, and you can also attach your process definition document in your map, and then you can submit it, and it goes over for review. And then it runs all automations and stuff like that, and you can send it back and cancel builds and whatnot. And so this is an extremely important area for us that we focus on. We're heavily focused on expanding this year because we do want to provide more value through our job jar. And we're actually going to be turning this into a broader platform as well, and a more robust product here in the coming months. So I want to just give you all a demo of that and shift over to our presentation. And so as you think about establishing this community, and if you choose to deliver work through it, you of course need to have a delivery methodology for this work. Part of the great benefits of low code is that it opens technology up to a lot of people that aren't traditionally developers. But what also happens is that it can create inconsistencies in the way that work is delivered. And so having a pretty robust delivery methodology is extremely important. This is our standard low-code delivery methodology that's been agreed upon by every low-code delivery team across the firm. So we start with our discovery phase, which is just understanding the problem at a deeper level. We then plan the solution, determine what the technology is. That's also a really important step, because if we feel like it's not a problem that can be addressed either with the skill set that we have at the firm or with one of our technologies, then we have actions that we take at solution planning. Then we do an iterative build where we do it in an agile fashion with build, measure, learn, test-driven development. We encourage our builders and teach them how to do test-driven development of our platforms. And then we launch that product. And so this is built into our job jar infrastructure. We educate on our solution delivery methodology. We have our experts and builders come in and show how they apply this solution delivery methodology to their projects. And so this is something that we do to govern and really have a better look at quality and also transparency into the way that we deliver solutions with low code. And then just a few more things that are a little bit more tactical is the way that we communicate with our members. And this is something that I encourage you to leverage as much as possible. This was an area that I learned a lot as we were standing this up. So there are countless studies on communication. I think you need to remind somebody 7 times about something before they actually remember what it is. And so we have a bunch of mediums where we post the same messages to tell people about the things that we are doing. Sometimes people won't read their email. Sometimes they won't read an intranet article. Sometimes they won't read a collaboration space on Teams. And so we have to reach our members through a vast array of different communication mediums. And I encourage you, as you're building out this community, if you want to build out your own community, to identify all your different mediums and figure out ways to attack different stakeholders in your community through these mediums. So for us, it's a monthly newsletter where we send out once a month, where we just review everything that's happened over the course of a month. A lot of people like this one because they don't necessarily need to they can just get one email a month and they know everything that happened over the course of the last month. We also have our intranet pages. So these are on our internal website for the company, where we have our own intranet page, and then we have resource centers across all the different technologies with links to the certifications, links to support, links to resource portals. Use cases are all in there as well. So we use that a lot as well as a different communication medium. We then have our communities of practice within our Teams channels across the different technologies, where folks can interact and chat and support each other. So people post questions in these areas all the time, and there's members from across our community that answer each other and sometimes connect offline and solve problems. And it's really targeted by technology, and that was a learning that we actually had this year. And then we also, in our resource center, have all of our events where you can see a calendar of all of the scheduled events that we have. So if you see here, we have a solution showcase series, we have a Power BI training, we have a low code fusion development, all kinds of different events that happen across the full stacks in our community are all published, and we share these on a weekly basis as well. So I'm just curious from the participants here. I know we have a couple here that have joined us. How many solutions, if you're aware, has your company built with low code? So if we can launch the fourth poll, that would be great. We can get a sense of what that looks like. Give it another 10 seconds or so. I think we can maybe close that poll. Let's see what the results are. So yeah, we see hundreds of solutions. That's normal. And so there is that governance process becomes extremely important as you build out these solutions, right? So you want to make sure that you have the same quality across all the different solutions, making sure that everybody's following the same process, creating a same experience for clients, and hopefully, being able to document processes correctly so that if somebody ends up having to leave the company, we know what kind of their technology sphere of influence was. So that's also super important as we build out this process. The last step in this process is refining and adapting. And I'm going to give you all some examples of what we've done this year to refine and adapt our community. A big part of this is staying agile. So the entire agile methodology, being iterative, making small tweaks here and there, reassessing. That is true to the way that we work. We're a very small team. We have 3 people, 3.5 people, depending on how you look at workload. And so it's really important for us to really be agile, stay on top of things, and also be able to prioritize work in the right fashion. And so that's important to us. So a couple of changes that we've made this year is the communities of practice. That's a new initiative that we have this year. So last year, in our first year, we did a broad champion network. And the idea behind the champions was these were advocates in the service lines and the business lines that were bought into the mission of the community and were out there to recruit people, host sessions, et cetera, et cetera. We did one thing wrong when it came to that. The first was we had our business lines nominate these people. And it's not necessarily anything against nominations. The problem is that oftentimes the people that are nominated are high performers and are already very much overcommitted with work and have a very, very low time availability threshold. And so what we saw was a lack of participation from our champions, but also it was too broad of a scope and a mandate. And so this year, looking at taking feedback, speaking to champions, speaking to our community, we decided to approach this a little bit differently and really focus on communities in practice that were tied to technologies instead of a broader community mandate. And so we reached out to the community. We said, if you are an Alteryx expert and want to dedicate 10 hours a month to creating a community and setting out objectives and being held accountable to those objectives with the promise that it would positively impact your performance assessment at the end of the year, raise your hand and we'll get you added to it. And what that's generated is a network of technology champions that now are taking ownership over the community, are planning events for the technology for their community. So they might do a product meetup, they might do a specific demo, they might build a workflow in an hour, but it's all community owned and all community led. And so for us, that was extremely important because being such a small team, we need to push ownership down into our community members, especially those that are most active. We also wanted to put them in a position to be present when it came to support. And so they are identified as power users. They are essentially community managers and moderators of our Teams channels. So oftentimes when people are reaching out on those Teams channels, they are the ones that are responding to questions or connecting the dots between a solution they may have built or an issue that somebody may be experiencing. So really focusing on putting ownership into the community and elevating people to take on these roles and creating the infrastructure with leadership support in order to make sure that they get the necessary recognition and credit when their performance is evaluated at the end of the year. The other thing that we did is we built a frequent flyer program for our community. Basically, very simply put, the more events you attend, the more points you earn, the more awards and prizes you get. And so what we wanted to do is, again, incentivize people to participate in a creative way that was trackable and also gamifying things a little bit. And so we built our membership engagement program. So very simply put, you have to charge your time to specific time codes, depending on what your role is at the organization. But we have a set of time codes for our program where when you charge time to one of those charge codes, you get an hour or a point for every hour that you charged. Now, looking at our OKRs and figuring out ROI, we wanted to find a way to encourage our members to participate in activities and events that we had that provided more ROI for the company. So we looked at it very simply. We said, every general event that you attend that's related to the community is 1 hour is 1 point. Now, when you go to a learning event and you try to upskill yourself in a technology platform and you earn a certification, that's actually multiplied by 2. So that hour that you spent is actually worth more points. And so we did the same thing with our bug bashes. We did the same thing with our hackathons. And last but not least, we multiplied any time that you spent building a solution by 5 points, because we saw solutions as being the highest ROI value that the community could return to the firm. And so what we did is we incentivized people to essentially build solutions and spend time building solutions. And so now, whenever somebody is billing our build time code, they're getting 5 points for every hour that they build. And then we have different levels associated to different accumulations of points. So when you reach 50 points, you get contributor level. 100 points, you get game changer level. And once you get to 200 points, you're a champion. And so we're organically creating a champion network based on the amount of commitment that people are putting into the community, but also are rewarding them with different incentives. So for example, when you hit contributor, you get a t-shirt and you get some points from our internal recognition system. When you hit game changer, you get a sweatshirt. You also get influence over product voting and features. So our members actually have a say in the priority of our products backlogs across the firm. And when you get to champion, you get more recognition, more tangible. I think you get, some sort of backpack or something. But you also get to sit on a rotating basis on our steering committee meetings. So you get exposure to the firm's top leaders. You also get a fast pass for our intake Alex product. So anytime that you submit a submission into that product, it goes to the top of whatever the backlog is. And so incentivizing these individuals to participate in the community in a different way is going to be something that if your community has a different full-time job, it's going to be really important to really drive that what's in it for them mentality and really encouraging them to participate in the program in a different way. And so we look at it at different areas. So it's events, learning activities, building solutions, but that's a creative way that we looked at encouraging members and incentivizing them to participate in our program at a much deeper level. And that's something that we did to adapt this year. So kind of going back to the overarching objective here is frequently pulse your members, take their feedback seriously, and think creatively, think outside the box, and see how how you can maybe try something different and really push the envelope. And it's actually kind of surprising how much support you can receive from leadership just trying a new program. So we also have created a mechanism for reporting on this. So for our leaders, it's also important now with their initiatives and their buy-in to see how much time their business lines are devoting to these kinds of initiatives. So we provide them data on that, and we show them and recognize the individuals that are hitting those point totals and send out, broadcast emails. So people also feel that recognition and see that their work is paying off and recognized. So that's extremely important as you build out your foundation. So in closing, wanted to really quickly go again at a high level what the process is in setting up your community. So first of all, first and foremost is gaining leadership support. I know that in our first poll we had folks that said that their leadership is somewhat bought in to low code. We also had folks that were maybe had already established a community and we're trying to figure out how to make it better. The first thing is leadership support. That is extremely important, and bringing industry trends, bringing data, showing the value potential or the current value that your community is providing is going to be extremely important. And it's very also dependent on your leadership. For us, they're very focused on the bottom line, and that's okay. And so we have to tailor our conversation and our materials to addressing what that is, which is a very return on investment focused discussion. From there, you want to develop your strategy. So aspirational mission, purpose, and vision statement, and then more tactical objectives and key results for your year or for your quarter that you're constantly assessing and also checking in on. And then all of those roll up together. So your key results address your objectives address your mission, purpose, and vision, and everything that you do over the course of the year to stay focused and make sure that you're achieving your goals is your litmus test of, does this initiative that we want to take on tie back to our objectives for the year? If it doesn't, deprioritize it, put it at the bottom of your backlog. If it does, you're going to look at your backlog, you're going to prioritize it accordingly, and then address it whenever you can. From there, you want to create the experience. So as it relates to your organization, what is available to you to create an exceptional experience for your community members? Is their focus learning and centralized learning like it was for our company? Is it more so finding opportunities to build low-code technology? So is that a use case library that you have to expand and build out and give access to? Or is that a better method for delivering low-code solutions in the framework of the organization, right? So you have to find what that experience looks like, but really focus on creating an exceptional experience that keeps your colleagues coming back. Because at the end of the day, for most companies, this is going to be something that's them going above and beyond. So what's going to make them come back? And then last but not least is frequently refine and adapt your approach. So for us, that was changing the way that we did champions, starting a frequent flyer program. For us now, our next thing is building a one-stop shop product. So if you saw the way that we communicate with our members, it's intranet pages and Teams and email and all that stuff. What we want to do is centralize that all into one application so that there's one place where a member can go for all the information and updates that are happening with the community. They can access the job jar, they can access the use case library, they can access their membership dashboard all in one place instead of having to go click here, click there, just creating a centralized cohesive experience. And so constantly taking a look at your members, also having one-on-one conversations is super helpful, but really, really taking a look at refining and adapting the way that you approach your community. And so I think I have 15 minutes left. We have one more poll question, and then we will open it up for questions. So last poll question is, what benefit do you think a low-code community could provide your organization? So if we can open that poll, and we have some options there for you all to respond with. Okay, I think we can close that poll and let's see what the results are. So more engagement through technology. Yep. That's exactly the purpose of this, right? For us, it's really very much driving our colleagues to work more with each other, hopefully work together to build better solutions for our clients and really try to help set ourselves apart in the market when we try to sell our work and sell Grant Thornton as your preferred partner for professional services solutions. And so for us, technology is a really critical player in that space. I think we have 15 minutes left for questions. So I know we had one in the chat here that I'm going to go ahead and respond to. So from Deba Barna, I apologize if I mispronounce your name, but what do you see as the biggest challenge in continuing to grow your community at Grant Thornton? For me, it's really around the engagement side of things for our members. So again, I've said this a lot, but the what's in it for them, for us, it's all whenever our members participate in our activities, it's all in a sense them going above and beyond in their role. And so for us, I think our biggest challenge over the course of this year is to make it worth their while and putting the right mechanisms in place to support their development professionally, but also show them the value of their time that they've dedicated to our community and make sure that their performance is accurately accounted, or that it's accurately accounted for in their performance. And then continuing to grow our community and doing outreach to more members for us. So how do we show the value of the community to the average employee at Grant Thornton? How do we make this essentially something that everybody wants to be involved with, and just continuing to grow organically through there? But I think for me, the challenge is going to be how do we make sure that we stay accountable to making sure that folks are recognized and rewarded for their time that they're dedicating to the program. Any other questions? I got here the Q&A and the chat open, so if you have any, please feel free to drop them in there. Great. So I'll do kind of what Bruno did in the last session real quick, dear, if that's okay, and just
Yes, absolutely. I was going
to I'll just introduce myself real quick.
Yes,
yes.
Do that. Please do that, because you give us a very detailed and involved process and explained it all clearly. So I think we should get to know you also.
Yeah. So I am the citizen development lead at Grant Thornton LLP. I mentioned this briefly, but my first experience with low code was with the Catalytic platform, which I discussed a little bit over 2 years ago. And so for me, I had actually transferred from another organization. I was a consultant before and came in and really saw the power of low code. I am not a developer. I have a general understanding of development and technology and how it works. But for me, in building solutions in low code, the thought in my mind was, if I'm able to do this, everybody's able to do this, right? So how do we supercharge the opportunities that my colleagues have by putting this technology into their hands? And so kind of organically moved over to this role, was given the support, an opportunity to run this community, and it's been a very successful venture so far and journey so far, challenging but successful and rewarding. And so looking forward to continuing that. More on a personal side, I reside in Philadelphia in the United States. So just really working with our colleagues here in the US, but also we're looking at opportunities to expand internationally. So our member firms from across the world, specifically the UK, are interested in this community approach to low-code development. And so we'll be hopefully working with our UK firm to expand this more globally. And yeah, again, if anybody has any questions, I'll drop my email here in the chat. You can add me on LinkedIn or reach out to me via LinkedIn. And again, just thanks for the time for being able to present on this topic, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Ariano. It was, it's really a frightening job, project to take up, I thought. There was too many challenges and too many do this, and then you have to do that. And And how to get the people involved, I thought was very difficult.
It is. We still have a lot of challenges very frequently. It is a big mandate for us, but we've received a lot of leadership support, and also again, just really trying to figure out how do you make it essentially an irresistible proposition for your colleagues. And for us, that's really telling them like, hey, if you spend 10 hours learning one of these platforms, you're going to be able to save 50 hours of time that you're doing other stuff on a weekly basis, as those that have been working with low code probably know. So it's that value proposition, and hammering that and staying consistent is key.
It's good. That's good. Once you've when it comes to fruition, that's the best part of it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your time. And this was a very involved, as I said, an interesting project to know about. So thank you, and thank you to our delegates for the day. And we look forward to our next event.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.